For 13. The young man came to the lakeside. It was obvious that the Gao family of Guiyang had spent a lot of money and effort on this academy. The old site of the Cliff Academy in Dali was about to become the new Confucian temple in the capital of Dali. The young man turned around and saw a figure that was both familiar and strange at the same time. It was strange because the man's appearance, height, and clothes had changed a lot. The reason why it was familiar was because of the man's eyes. After so many years, the two neighbors, the illegitimate son of a brothel supervisor and a lonely bumpkin, had each turned into Song Mu, a prince of the Great Li dynasty, and a scholar who had traveled thousands of miles across the two continents. A paladin, a swordsman. Qin Pingon went straight to the point. I heard from the Maoshan mountain master that you came to the academy, so I came to see you. Song Jisun looked at Qin Pingon from head to toe. It was said that the half-immortal sword was a gift from the Fu family in Old Dragon City as an apology. As for the flagon on his waist, it was a blade-strengthening gourd that Wei Pai, the god of Beiyue, had carefully selected for Qin Pingon. Song Jisun said with a smile, "When we were neighbors, we always thought that the people in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley were rich and powerful. But now it seems that the people in Clay Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley are more promising." Apricot Blossom Alley is supported by Ma Kushuan from Marshall Mountain. On the other hand, Clay Bottle Alley is supported by Yu Mi GQ and the Little Slug. I wonder if the outsiders will see Clay Bottle Alley as a place full of legends in a few decades. Even a dog didn't like to pee there. Qin Pingon was about to speak. Song Jisun waved his hand. "Let me finish first. Otherwise, with your bad temper, Qin Pingon, I'm afraid that we will part on bad terms." Qin Pingon nodded. "Then let's walk and talk." The two of them strolled side by side along the quiet path by the lakeside where the willows rustled. Song Jisun smiled and said, "You've been away for a long time. You probably don't know what the town is like right now, do you? Since the people knew the origin of Lizhu Cave, they opened the door to the outside world. Whether it was the rich people in Fulu Street or Peach Leaf Alley, or the poor places in Dragon Alley or Apricot Blossom Alley, every family was searching for their ancestral treasures carefully. Porcelain bowls of food, stone troughs for pigs, jars of pickles, and bronze mirrors on the wall. But these were nothing. People started. People. Dragon's Horn Mountain. And many people. And many people. And many people. People. And people. Many people. 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 Silver and gold, which used to be very rare, were nothing. Now they compete with each other. How many immortal coins they have in their pockets? Qin Pingon asked, "Have the crops been abandoned? Have the dragon kiln and the porcelain kilns stopped?" Song Jisun nodded. "Isn't that so? Who cares about such a small harvest?" Qin Pingon sighed. This was human nature. If Qin Pingon did not have those experiences and stayed in Lizhu Cave's Mud Bottle Alley as an ordinary kiln worker, he would be more diligent. The only difference was that he would not forget his duty. If there were crops, he would not leave them alone. If he became a proper kiln worker, he would not let his skills go. Back then, after being reminded by Lu Qin, Qin Pingon went to the Dragon Whisker River that very night when he heard that there was a possibility of exchanging them for money. He carried a large basket on his back and searched for the snake gall stones that had not yet dissipated their spiritual energy. He ran as fast as he could and forgot to eat and sleep. However, that time Qin Pingon rummaged through the entire Dragon Whisker River, wishing that he could scour it clean. Of course, his harvest was bountiful. In reality, Ma Kushuan only went into the water once before he found the most valuable snake gall stone. When he came out of the water with it, the stone was like a bright moon rising into the sky. Song Jisun stopped in his tracks. "Do you hate me?" Qin Pingon shook his head. "I don't hate you. I just want to keep a respectful distance from you." Song Jisun was puzzled. "That empress has already sent people to kill you. You still don't hate me?" Qin Pingon asked, "Was it you who convinced her to kill me?" Song Jisun said self-deprecatingly, "I don't have that kind of ability. This so-called mother-son relationship after I changed my name to Song Mu in the archives of the Imperial Clan Court, of course there is. However, there are differences between those who are close and those who are distant. Still, it's nothing to be surprised about. Only now do I know that although the matters of the imperial family are relatively big, they are essentially no different from those of our neighbors in the early days. As long as a family has more than one child, The parents will always favor them in some way or another. Qin Pingon said, "Isn't that enough? If there's a chance in the future I'll just look for her. There's no need for me to hate you, Song Jisun." Song Jisun was plucking a willow tree, planning to weave a willow ring. Qin Pingon said softly, "She's related to the imperial tutor? She's also one of the most powerful people in Dali. However, I don't think that's all there is to Dali. Dali has the earliest Cliff Academy, the prosperity of Red Candle Town, the Dali Border Army Scout who took the initiative to ask me to go to the fire beacon to block the cold wind and the snow, the shopkeeper who welcomed me with a smile just by relying on my household registration in the Qingwan Kingdom, and even the spy who she personally created the Green Wave Pavilion, who was willing to personally risk his life to send me a message for Dali. I think these are also part of the Dali dynasty." Qin Pingon turned his head to Song Jisun and continued, "I know all these. In the future if I still decide to kill her with a single punch I can do it cleanly. The grudges between the two of us can be settled between the two of us, and try not to affect the other Dali citizens." Song Jisun laughed, "She won't think that way." Qin Pingon laughed and asked back, "I already have my reasons and I can't even find fault with the Confucian rules. Why should I care what she thinks?" Song Jisun looked at Qin Pingon again. "Did you read some legalism books?" Qin Pingon still asked back, "The books that Mr. Qi left for you, some of them you left in the house in the town and some of them you took away. Did you read the books you took away?" Song Jisun made a small willow ring, put it on his arm and shook it gently. "Why do you care?" Qin Pingon didn't want to talk more about these things, so he asked a question that had nothing to do with grudges or private matters. "Why did you come to the Great Sui Kingdom?" Song Jisun put his hands behind his head. "Back then Zhou Xian came to our place to look for opportunities. Someone said that I'm not as good as him, so I came here for a stroll." Qin Pingon laughed and said, "How can it be the same? You came to the Great Sui Kingdom to show off your strength. At that time, Zhou Xian really went deep into the enemy's territory. Besides, Zhou Xian is now a hostage of the Deer Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. Do you want to learn from him?" Song Jisun couldn't help laughing. "Qin Pingon, you're much stronger than before. You even know how to say strange things. Did you learn from me?" Qin Pingon said, "Don't flatter yourself." Song Jisun squatted down, picked up a stone and threw it into the lake. "I want to ask you for a favor. How about it?" Qin Pingon said without hesitation, "No." Song Jisun raised his head and said with an aggrieved face, "Why?" Qin Pingon, "Ask yourself, except for that time when I tricked you into becoming an apprentice of the Dragon Kiln, have I done anything wrong to you?" Qin Pingon said, "You don't like me, so do I like you? Why pretend to be friends?" Song Jisun didn't expect such an answer. He laughed and said, Qin Pingon, you're much more pleasing to the eye now than before. If you had such a temper, I would have sincerely been your friend back then." Qin Pingon shook his head and said, "Song Jisun, in fact you know that we can't be friends. As long as we don't become enemies, you and I should be satisfied." Song Jisun took off the willow ring and threw it into the lake. Then he picked up a stone and tried to throw it into the middle of the ring. "The mountain god temple of Luopa Mountain is not in a good situation now. Wei Pai has a grudge against the mountain god on your mountain. I just wanted you to help me say a few words to Wei Pai. I don't expect Wei Pai to support the mountain god temple. I just hope that one day the statue in the mountain god temple will not be changed." Qin Pingon wanted to say something but he stopped. The current mountain god of Luopa Mountain was the former kiln supervisor Song Yuzhang. Song Jisun looked at the willow ring that was gradually drifting away and said softly, "I know what you want to say. The reason why he was kicked to the curb after crossing the river and was demoted by the Lu family. His head was cut off to cover up the royal scandal of the covered bridge. Other than that, there was also the emperor's selfishness. After all, who would want their own son to have a cheap father in his heart? Whale. His uncle told me in private that before he died he had prayed for Whale. His uncle told me that for so many years he had always wanted me to write him a spring festival couplet. Tell me, if such a rebellious subject doesn't die, who will die?" Qin Pingon thought for a while. "I was going to return to Longquan County, and I will talk to Wei Pai about this matter. But I will not ask Wei Pai to do anything, and I don't have the ability to order a Beiyue god around. I can tell you this now. I can even tell you now that Song Yuzhang will most likely stand on your mother's side in the future. As the mountain god of Luopa Mountain, he wants to deal with me. When the time comes, as long as I can do it, I will definitely smash Song Yuzhang's golden body into pieces. There will be no possibility of piecing it together again. Song Jisun laughed. Why do I feel that I don't need to thank you for these two debts? Qin Pingon sneered. I had never thought that you, Song Jisun, will thank me in this life. Song Jisun exclaimed, making a series of tsk sound. He stood up and clapped his hands. Qin Pingon, your words and actions right now are really like a cultivator from the mountains. You have the temperament of an immortal. Qin Pingon was unmoved. Song Jisun smiled and asked, now that I've seen you and asked for your help, I'll be satisfied and go home. By the way, Zhigui is waiting for me at the gate of the academy at the foot of the mountain. Do you want to go with me and see her? Qin Pingon shook his head. There's no need. Song Jisun continued. The current martial mountains Ma Kushuan has broken through after seclusion. To him, breaking through is like an ordinary person who has eaten something bad and had diarrhea. So he is now known as the second Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple. Apricot Blossom Lane only relies on him, but in terms of reputation he can arm wrestle with our entire Clay Bottle Lane. Are you angry? Qin Pingon was silent. Song Jisun stretched out two fingers and bent one of them. I originally wanted to tell you two things in return for the matter of Luopa Mountain's Mountain God Temple. I found that I am still unhappy with you. I will just say one thing. Now in the mountains to the west of Longquan County, with the changes in the situation, it seems that our Song clan has signs of being overturned. Many forces from other countries who have bought mountains and built mansions are not very optimistic about us. Especially some mountain gates near the center of the Aquarius continent. They are planning to sell their mountains at a low price to avoid being used against them in the future. There have been one or two secret transactions that have been successful. Among them, Yuan Qi bought 3 mountains in one go. One of them is the Ox Horn Mountain from the Bundle House. If you go back earlier, you may be able to grab 1 or 2 mountains. Now you only need Gu Yu's money. Qin Pingon asked, when did this happen? Song Jisun rolled his eyes. On the way here I just heard from Su Ruo. It happened about 10 years ago. Before that, who would be willing to sell their mountains? Each and every one of them wanted to move their entire mountain gates to Longquan County. It is said that the cloud-splitting mountain where Wei Pai is at has been bustling with noise and excitement these few years. They are all bootlickers. Fortunately, Wei Pai did not refuse them and was willing to deal with them with a smiling face. If it were me, I would have been disgusted to the point of vomiting. Qin Pingon nodded. We'll try. Song Jisun smiled. You don't have to send me off. Qin Pingon said, then I won't send you off. Song Jisun laughed. This has not changed, it is still boring. Song Jisun left the lake and walked towards the foot of the mountain. Qin Pingon stood in the same place and watched him slowly leave. Song Jisun arrived at the entrance of the academy and smiled at GQ. Go. GQ asked, is young master in a good mood? Song Jisun smiled and said, I saw Qin Pingon and he is doing well. Young master is very happy. GQ said, oh. Song Jisun looked back at the Cliff Academy and asked curiously, you really don't want to walk around? If you want, young master can accompany you again. GQ shook her head. Not interested. Song Jisun sighed. Do you think the 2 imperial tutor will stand on my brother's side? GQ covered her mouth and laughed. Young master, you have asked me many times. Song Jisun said helplessly, young master, you are not confident. Uncle refused to tell me the truth and the 2 state preceptors are so unfathomable. Young master has no foundation in the capital. Compared to Qin Pingon in the Mud Bottle Alley, he is even more innocent. At least he has an ancestral house. Young master, you have nothing. Except for some people who believe in winning big in gambling. Who is willing to believe in you, young master? GQ comforted him. You still have me by your side. Song Jisun laughed and raised his arms high. He opened his palms with the back of his hands facing the sky and his palms facing himself. Young master is a puppet anyway. They can do whatever they want. Qin Pingon can have today, why can't I have tomorrow? Zhigui was still dressed like a maidservant, but compared to when she was in Clay Bottle Alley, her clothes were more luxurious and her figure was even sexier. She smiled and said, young master, it seems a little embarrassing to compare yourself with him? Song Jisun retracted his hands and clapped his fists. he turned his head and praised, "These comforting words are very pleasant to hear." In the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, the atmosphere was a little strange as the banquet was about to be held. Kai Feng had already asked for leave from Qin Tianjian, but Kai Feng was nowhere to be found in the Kai family mansion. For some reason, the new top scorer Lang Zhongdai had not appeared in the Hanlin Academy for a long time. It was said that the deputy commander of the infantry Yamen Zhou Xian had even gone to the Ministry of Justice. Rumors were flying all over the capital's officialdom and the marketplace. The nominal hill master of Cliff Academy, the Minister of Rights of the Great Sui Kingdom, came to the academy late one night and paid a visit to the deputy headmaster, Mao Xiaodong. They did not meet in the study room, but in the headmaster's hall where the 3 Confucian sages were worshipped. Later that night, Mao Xiaodong did not tell Qin Pingon about this matter in detail. He only asked Qin Pingon to leave the academy and go to the Confucian temple in the capital of the Great Sui. Compared to the first time when he asked for an exorbitant price, Mao Xiaodong took away more ceremonial and sacrificial vessels from the Confucian temple. After returning to Donghua Mountain, Mao Xiaodong brought Qin Pingon to the peak of the mountain. He took out the jade token and sat in the academy as a sage. Qin Pingon took out more than 30 heavenly minerals and produced treasures that Mao Xiaodong had prepared for him. The last 2 treasures that came late were a 1,000-year-old buffalo horn and a saber from a martial sage in the capital of a country in the central part of the Aquarius continent. The saber contained a strong killing aura. Mao Xiaodong did not pretend to be noble when it came to collecting and refining materials. Instead, he told Qin Pingon about the origin, price, and uniqueness of these heavenly minerals and produced treasures from the very beginning. Fan Junmao was the one who helped Qin Pingon with the preparations when he refined the water word seal in the old dragon city for the first time. Therefore, Qin Pingon finally understood why qi refinement warriors would spend a lot of money and time to refine the natal item. For ordinary qi refinement warriors, apart from relying on money, they also had to rely on luck. If they were unlucky and lacked the key items, it would directly cause the refinement to stagnate. On the path of cultivation, one step slower would lead to another step slower. The invisible losses involved would drive qi refinement warriors crazy. If they were slightly luckier, they would also suffer great losses. For example, after obtaining a suitable refining item, they would have a rough idea of the price of the supplementary materials. The original plan was to spend 1 grain of grain rain money. This was the real price of the required heavenly minerals and produced treasures. However, even if they could find all the materials, how would they be able to get their hands on them? Most of the cultivators in the mountains and lakes relied on robbing. They liked to promote killing and robbing, saying that they would be blamed if they did not take it. Most of the immortal masters relied on buying, relying on incense, using the immortal money to buy or barter. If they did not have any friendship, they would be able to spend immortal money at Lingzhizhai of Inverted Hanging Mountain, Baozhaizhai of Oxhorn Mountain in Longquan County, Qingfu Square and other big immortal shops. This was nothing. The most expensive situation was those heavenly minerals and produced treasures that were in short supply. The immortal shops would have a special heaven and earth pavilion in their sleeves. They would call in some potential buyers and bid for them. They had their own set of business methods that made people cut their flesh and their hearts bleed. Once they reached this step, it was normal for the final transaction price to double the initial estimate of a qi trainer. There were even people who liked to deliberately undermine others. Once they saw that someone was determined to get it, they would deliberately do bad things to disgust him. They would forcibly raise the price of an item from 1 grain of grain to 3 or 4 grains of grain. Should the victim buy it or not? If he did not buy it, many good things would pass by. There would be no such shop in this village. What would he do if he delayed the refinement of his natal item? Not to mention that between immortal mountains, the closer they were to each other, the more they would scheme against each other. Who would be willing to look on helplessly as another Middle 5 Realms cultivator, especially an earthly immortal cultivator that could summon the wind and rain? There might not be a fight to the death, but there would definitely be endless obstructions in the dark. Therefore, when Mao Xiaodong finished collecting all the heavenly minerals and produce, Qin Pingon felt relieved but also a little worried. How was he going to refine his 3rd natal item? According to the established plan, he should already be in the North Continent by then. Could it be that he had changed his mind and wanted to collect the remaining Dali artifacts from the Battle of Old Dragon City, sell them all, and refine the third artifact in Luopa Mountain before traveling to the North Continent where swordsmen were as common as clouds. Qin Pingon sighed slightly and could only tell himself that he would worry about it tomorrow. It was not appropriate to start thinking about the third natal item before he had even refined the golden script. It was inappropriate to finish what he had to do today. The right path was to complete what he had done today perfectly. Qin Pingon collected his thoughts and held his breath. Finally, he took out the artifact refinement tool from the Green Tiger Palace of the Tongye continent, the 5-colored golden stove. Then he began to recite the artifact refinement formula that the goddess of the buried river had given him. Mao Xiaodong did not speak from beginning to end. It was useless to say anything more. Cultivation was one's own business. Even if it was a preacher, a few words of clarification and guidance would be enough. Even if it was a Dao protector, they wouldn't interfere in this at all. At most, they would try their best to protect the foundation of that person's grand Dao if that person was unfortunate enough to fail in the refinement, and they would do their best to pursue the survival of that person. Qin Pingon had placed all kinds of heavenly minerals and produce in front of him. He suddenly raised his head and looked at Mao Xiaodong sitting opposite him. He asked, "Mountain Master Mao, I actually have a question that I can't figure out." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "Ask." Qin Pingon asked, "We have a vast world. Since there are 72 academies in the 9 continents, why not 720? Is it because the Central Plains Confucian Temple is unable to do so? Or is it because the Holy Master is unwilling to do so?" Before answering this question, Mao Xiaodong said slowly, "I'm only telling you my personal opinion. You can use it as a reference. It may not be correct, but it can be a possibility for you to understand the world. What do you think?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, "Okay." Mao Xiaodong then said, "I have discussed this with others before. Now, not many people in the secular world remember that a long time ago, before the battle of the 3rd and 4th dynasties, a place called the Worry-Free Country appeared in the northern snowy continent under the proposal of one of the ancestors of the 4 great schools. With the support of the Lu family and the consent of the quasi-sage, there was a place called the Worry-Free Country. The population was about 10 million. There were no qi cultivators, 100 schools of thought, or even the 3 religions. Everyone was well-fed and educated. The knowledge and principles passed down by the teachers were the essence of the 4 great schools and the 100 schools of thought. However, they tried their best not to touch on the fundamental principles of their respective studies. They mainly focused on the classics of Confucianism and the other schools of thought. At this point, Mao Xiaodong paused. He spoke very slowly and seriously. Even as the sage of the academy, Mao Xiaodong seemed to be struggling. Qin Pingon asked, "Mr. School, are you the sage of the academy that was carefully selected?" Mao Xiaodong shook his head and said, "Of course not. Otherwise it would be meaningless. Because even if it succeeded, the customs of a country would at most evolve into a continent. However, the other 8 continents would starve to death. What is the point of using the culture of the 8 continents to support the peace of one continent?" Therefore, the Lu family of the snowy continent secretly prepared for this for nearly 40 years under the supervision of various parties. All aspects had to be approved by the representatives of the 100 schools of thought present. If one person denied it, it would not be able to be implemented. This was the only request made by the Sage of Rites. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "The final result was not satisfactory?" Mao Xiaodong nodded. "Otherwise, there would not have been the battle of the 3rd and 4th dynasties." Qin Pingon fell into deep thought, thinking about why. Failure. It was a mess. Mao Xiaodong said softly, "From the Sage of Rites to the Sage of Rites, one elaborated on benevolence, righteousness, and morality, while the other formulated a specific framework of rules." What? Mao Xiaodong asked and answered his own question. Before answering this question, I also asked that person why the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites, after establishing the supreme and orthodox status of the world, still tolerated the 100 schools of thought. Why not just leave behind the knowledge of Confucianism to educate the common people? That person's answer enlightened this blockhead of mine. Only then did I realize how vast the world was. That person said that the Dao ancestor was looking at that one. That was why the remnants of the rebellion were able to migrate to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. And we, the world, did not exterminate the demon race. Buddha only left behind a sentence. predicting that the age of Dharma would eventually come. From now on, in my Dharma, although you have to shave your hair, wear a kasaya, break the prohibitions and do not follow the Dharma. Mao Xiaodong asked, what do you think these three are asking for? Qin Pingon shook his head, not knowing. Mao Xiaodong said, that person told me that he did not know the answer, but perhaps he hoped to give all sentient beings in the world a kind of closer to the true meaning of Zio, a kind of Z that you don't have to pay any extra price to achieve. Mao Xiaodong asked, do you understand? Qin Pingon answered honestly, I don't understand. Mao Xiaodong smiled, Qin Pingon, there's no need for you to ask for the answer to such a question now. Mao Xiaodong stood up and raised one of his feet. It was an inch off the ground and hovered in the air. Then he raised it twice. Now that you know the foundation and true meaning of all kinds of learning, step by step, no matter how high a person stands, his heart will be stable. Regardless of those messy and unorthodox ways, at least we scholars should be like this. Qin Pingon recalled what he had said to Yao Jinji at the peak of the Great Spring Dynasty, about the circles from inside to outside, from small to large. He smiled and said, I understand this. Mao Xiaodong sat back down and asked with a smile, do you really understand? Qin Pingon nodded and said, yes. Mao Xiaodong stretched out a palm and said with a smile, with the right time, place and people you can refine items. Qin Pingon closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A golden script gall quietly hovered in front of him. Qin Pingon was still not in a hurry to start a fire, with a breath of pure martial qi. Instead, he recalled the incident at his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley when he was young. On the second day of February, the dragon raised its head, the candlelight illuminated the beam, peach blossoms hit the wall, and snakes and insects had nowhere to hide. That was probably the beginning of Qin Pingon's journey in Jianghu. At that time he had not met many people. But as he walked step by step, he met them one by one. Practicing martial arts was not difficult. Studying was worth it. Insisting on reasoning with others was not something that he would feel good about every time, but he would not regret it. So, Qin Pingon can have such a day. So Miss Ning's taste is so good? Mao Xiaodong yelled angrily, you're too happy, stop. Mao Xiaodong almost hit him with his ruler. He scolded angrily, even if you have a girl you like, you should think about her after you successfully refine your natal item. By then who cares how many hours you think about her? Are you happy or not? You don't know how to control your strength. Qin Pingon was resentful. He hurriedly wiped his face, restrained the smile on his face and calmed his mind. Mao Xiaodong seemed to be annoyed, but he was happy in his heart. He murmured, Teacher, did I do well in this matter? It's not too much to ask for a reward, right? At the peak of Donghua Mountain, Mao Xiaodong and Qin Pingon sat opposite each other. There were two people sitting opposite each other in the academy. They were Dong Jing, a great Confucian scholar who was proficient in thunder methods, and Lin Shuyi, a half-disciple. The world was silent and stagnant, and the flowing water of time was showing signs of manifestation. Dong Jing frowned when she saw that Lin Shuyi's natural spiritual light was about to stop. She waved her sleeves and isolated a small world, but this great Confucian scholar was a little tired. Dong Jing said in a low voice, Don't be distracted. It's the same as reading. When you read the wonderful writings of the sages, you can immerse yourself in it. It's a skill. If you can pull yourself out, it's a skill. Otherwise, you'll be a bookworm for the rest of your life. How can you resonate with the sages? Lin Shuyi nodded. Dong Jing continued the previous topic. Don't worry. Try to open up 2 more natal qi residences. It's not too late to break the realm. Us Confucians cultivate qi, and our own physique and aptitude for cultivation are not the most important. The Confucian school is already the most orthodox school in the world, and the cultivation of Confucians is ultimately about the cultivation of knowledge. Let me ask you, Lin Shuyi, why are there so many people who clearly understand the principles of the books, but are still muddle-headed and even do not stand upright? Lin Shuyi said in a low voice, if you don't know a certain principle or the root of a certain knowledge, you naturally don't know how to deal with the world with principles. Therefore, when you get the precious advice, it's like tattered cotton wool that flutters in the wind and can't resist the cold. In the end, you complain that the principle is not the principle. It's ridiculous. You're only half right. The other half is wrong because many principles of the sages are not for people to grasp many things with their hands, but for the heart to rest. Dong Jing nodded, pleased. Then today I'll only tell you one sentence from the sages. We'll only make a fuss about it. Lin Shuyi sat upright. I'm willing to listen to teacher's teachings. Dong Jing asked. The sages say that a gentleman is not a tool. What do you mean? What does the Book of Rites mean? What does Mellow Scholarchin mean? What does Goose Lake Academy mean? What does Azure Luan Kingdom's Tongqing sect mean? What do you mean by that? Lin Shuyi was confident and was about to answer this series of questions. Suddenly, he noticed that Mr. Dong had turned his head and was looking out the window. He was much more distracted than Lin Shuyi. Lin Shuyi hesitated. Seeing that Mr. Dong had no intention of looking away, he turned his head to look as well. In the end, he saw a head hanging outside the window. Dong Jing said angrily, Cui Dongshan, what are you doing? Cui Dongshan said innocently, I'm afraid that Lin Shuyi will ask you something you can't answer. It'll be too awkward, so I can help you out. Dong Jing pointed at him and glared at him. Get out of here. The preaching of Taoism was so serious and solemn, but in the end, the notorious rat H*T of the academy made a mess here. Cui Dongshan kept his hands on the windowsill and his feet off the ground. He blinked. If I don't leave, will you hit me? Dong Jing calmed herself down. She was about to reason with this guy and threaten him with the Maoshan master of the academy. She didn't expect Cui Dongshan to loosen his hands, and the eyesore head finally disappeared. Dong Jing snorted coldly. Cui Dongshan jumped up again and put his arms on the windowsill. He laughed and said, I'm here again. Dong Jing said angrily, Cui Dongshan, you're a nascent soul cultivator. Aren't you bored doing this kind of thing? Cui Dongshan said righteously, I'm bored to death. That's why I'm here. Otherwise, why would I be here? Dong Jing stood up. Want to fight? Cui Dongshan shook his head. A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Dong Jing was so angry that she strode away. Cultivators of the thunder method, especially earth immortals, rarely had good tempers. Cui Dongshan tiptoed on the wall and floated backward, waving goodbye. Lin Shuyi smiled bitterly. Dong Jing stood by the window. After making sure Cui Dongshan was far away, she waited for a long time before returning to her original position. Cui Dongshan, on the other hand, did not continue to pester him. He swaggered to a few classrooms and a few dormitories. When he saw Li Huai, who was dozing off in class, Cui Dongshan rewarded this little brat with a few chestnuts. He sat a young woman from the Great Sui dynasty who was standing still in the long river of time, on the desk in front of her in the classroom. He helped her change her hairstyle into a bun that he felt was more suitable for her temperament. He then went to see a beautiful young girl who was secretly flipping through a book in the dormitory. He took a brush and ink and completely erased the most interesting and embarrassing descriptions in the book with a block of ink. It could be seen that Cui Dongshan was indeed very bored. After wandering around, Cui Dongshan finally glanced at the scene at the peak of Donghua Mountain. He returned to his small courtyard and slept in the corridor. Shi Ro was wearing the remains of an immortal and could walk freely. Without the last dragon-trapping nail, it was more difficult to walk. However, it was still okay to sit on the steps and feel the mystery of the river of time. Without any warning, Cui Dongshan abruptly stood up, giving Xianxia and Shi Ro a big fright. Cui Dongshan suddenly remembered the girl named Li Lu a few years ago. At the gate of the academy, she made a threatening gesture to him. The girl seemed to be ignorant of the world and didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Cui Dongshan fell backward with a thump. He punched again and said, Master of the Jianghu, no wonder your heart is higher than the sky. Cui Dongshan closed his eyes and fell asleep. Xia Ro and Shi Ro turned to look at the peak of Donghua Mountain almost at the same time. For some reason, the flow of time over there seemed to be dyed with a layer of mighty golden flowers. Cheers. However, Shi Ro turned her head and quickly glanced at Cui Dongshan. That day when Qin Pingon said, think again, she clearly saw Cui Dongshan, whose back was facing Qin Pingon, with tears on his face. Cui Dongshan was clearly asleep, but he snapped his fingers. Shi Ro's stomach suddenly felt like thunder. It was a feeling she hadn't felt for hundreds of years. Cui Dongshan turned his head and reminded her with a smile, don't do it in my courtyard. Hurry and find a toilet. Otherwise either you suffocate me to death or I'll beat you to death. Shi Ro was inconsolable and ran away. Cui Dongshan kept rolling in the corridor and said, Xiaro, where are you going to find a young master who will help you clean the corridor, right? Xiaro could only agree, thank you, young master. Cui Dongshan lay on the corridor and swam from one end to the other like a duck. Then he turned around and did it again, repeatedly humming, the toad doesn't drink water, the year of peace, oh the year of peace. First set a small goal such as 1 second, remember 15. 4:14. The academy had already become a small world guarded by the saints. The peak of Donghua Mountain was another world. After Mao Xiaodong activated his great supernatural power, it was already autumn at the peak of the mountain. The autumn air was refreshing. Qin Pingon sat in the west with a colorful golden stove placed in front of him. He used the spiritual energy in the water mansion to fan the wind, and a pure martial artist's genuine qi to ignite the fire, causing the elixir furnace to burn with the true fire of refinement. The elixir furnace suddenly shone brightly, like a sun in the human world. The golden gall floated above the elixir furnace and slowly descended. Qin Pingon was no stranger to this. He followed the steps and used the celestial art of refinement that originated from the celestial art of rain prayer tablet in front of the buried river temple. He controlled a palm-sized jar of golden sand and sprinkled it into the elixir furnace. The fire became fiercer and fiercer, illuminating Qin Pingon's entire face bright red. Especially his clear eyes that had seen thousands of mountains and rivers, they became more beautiful. The pair of hands that had burned porcelain countless times did not tremble at all. His heart was like a mirror, and there was also an ancient well that did not have any ripples. The golden gall that was cut out from the heart of city god Shenwen rose and fell in the elixir furnace, slowly rotating and flipping. There were the hundreds of years of good men and women in the colorful clothes country that were soaked in incense year after year. There was also the righteous spirit that did not disperse after the death of the civil official Shenwen. There was also the divine spiritual light that was nurtured after interacting with the seal personally carved by the great celestial master of the Dragon Tiger Mountain. It was like the stars in the sky on the first night. Among the many heavenly materials and earthly treasures, the saber that was left behind by the martial saint in the martial temple of a country in the Aquarius continent and the 5-foot-long 1,000-year-old bullhorn were the most difficult to refine. Qin Pingon's mind was at peace, and he only cared about taking steady steps without making any mistakes as he utilized the myriad of refinement's immortal technique to slowly refine it. The saber that had once followed the martial saint throughout his life hovered above the cauldron and gradually melted. Starting from the tip of the saber, a drop of golden water was melted and fell into the cauldron. The further it went, the faster the water droplets fell until they formed a line. If someone could use the inner vision technique to stay in the small world of the cauldron and look up, the string of water droplets would be like a golden waterfall that came to the human world. Gold was good for the lungs. And to nourish the lungs, cultivators had already discovered a rule. The Sea of Qi, Shanzhong and Feishu acupoints were of utmost importance. When Qin Pingon breathed, he intentionally or unintentionally used the 18 halting sword qi to circulate his qi through these 3 acupoints. Instantly, the sword qi was like a rainbow, and Qin Pingon's exposed skin rose and fell slightly, like the beating of a drum on the battlefield. The peak of Mount Donghua was silent, but it was actually the small world in the human body. The 3 battlefields were filled with the killing intent of the sword qi, as if the ruins of the 3 huge battlefields still contained the souls of the sword immortals who were unwilling to rest in peace. There was a sequence to the refining of the 30 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. They had to be put into the cauldron on time, and there could not be any deviation in the heat of the cauldron. Mao Xiaodong was currently the scholarly sage in charge of the academy, and he could use a profound secret technique to remind Qin Pingon without worrying that he would be distracted and lose his mind. It was just that Qin Pingon did not give him the chance. From beginning to end, Qin Pingon had been concentrating all his attention without any distractions. He used the immortal material refinement Dao formula to transform the heavenly materials and earthly treasures into virtual ones. He used the spiritual energy and pure zhenqi from the underwater residence to carefully control the heat of the cauldron. He used the 18 halts of sword qi to strengthen the battlefield of the 3 qi residences. Because refining this golden script involved the cultivation of the Confucian school, Compared to refining the natal item of an ordinary qi cultivator, there was an additional matter that was extremely troublesome. He had to silently recite some words related to the metal element of the 5 elements. For example, he had to recite the writings and poems of the sages with the words west, autumn, and ran. Most of them were chosen by Qin Pingan himself from the bamboo slips, while the rest were suggested by Mao Xiaodong in the study room. This stage was known as paying a visit to the sages with words from the heart, in the cultivation of Confucianism. Mao Xiaodong was actually more worried about this stage. In fact, when Mao Xiaodong went to the Confucian temple in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for the first time, he not only wanted to take back the dividends of the Cliff Academy, but also wanted to borrow more ritual vessels and sacrificial vessels. This was because Mao Xiaodong was afraid that Qin Pingan's refining would make a mistake here. After all, Qin Pingan had never learned the cultivation methods of the Confucian disciples of the academy, and there was no shortcut to deceive them. Therefore, he could only use the rich literary qi in the instruments of the Confucian temple to make up for the mistake. Fortunately, Qin Pingan did a better job than Mao Xiaodong expected. This meant that Qin Pingan was really absorbed in the study. Scholars recognized the principles in the books, and it became the foundation of Qin Pingan's life. Just like what Mao Xiaodong said on the way to the Confucian temple with Qin Pingan, the words in the books would not grow legs. Whether they could run into the stomach and fly into the heart, they had to rely on themselves to break. The one who had read more than 10,000 books. There were many principles in the Confucian school, but it was not a cage that restrained people. It was the foundation of doing whatever one wanted without breaking the rules. Mao Xiaodong was filled with emotions. In the authentic Confucian temple in the Central Plains, there was a secret hall of learning. It was filled with the writings and principles that the sages of the Confucian school had left for the world and were recognized by the heavens and earth. The words were of different sizes and the golden light was different. The golden words that were closest to the ground were bigger, and the light they emitted was purer and brighter. Many of the founding ancestors of the 100 schools of thought, as well as some of the rising stars of the later generations, had come here to pay their respects, allowing them to display their divine abilities. Some of the higher-up had already been able to write down their works of art. They were able to shake them and even move them to other places. But to this day, no one had been able to move the golden characters that were as large as grains of rice on the ground. That was because they were the fundamental knowledge of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites. But even so, some of the words hovering above the knowledge hall by the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Confucian Temple would lose their golden light and disappear on their own. This was the first time in the secret history of the Confucian Temple that something like this had happened. The sages of the Learning Palace were shocked. Even the vice leader of the Confucian school who was in charge of the Confucian Temple had to take a bath and change his clothes. He went to the statues of the Sage of Rites and the Sage of Rites and lit the incense sticks. However, the two sages still did not show up. It was at that time that the scholar, who was not revered as a secondary sage by the Confucian school of thought, said, "There's no such thing as knowledge that can last forever. There's no perfect essay in the world. There's nothing to be surprised about. Otherwise, why do we need to study and learn?" The people of the Confucian temple were relieved because of that. Mao Xiaodong stopped thinking and looked at the young man sitting opposite him. His figure was lofty and divine like a tree in a forest. He was naturally otherworldly. His figure was like a luminous pearl. It was like a small moon that was left behind in the mortal world. The gods of the Moon Palace did not take it back to the heavenly court. Countless fragments were like the bright stars surrounding the moon. Mao Xiaodong had such a junior brother. As his senior brother, how could he not be proud of him? This had nothing to do with one's background or cultivation level. Mao Xiaodong's teacher was the Sage of Thought. His senior brothers were Qi Jingchun's Wuzhui and the others. He had known Alliance for a long time and was favored by the Liji school. He had even asked the scholar from the central region who opened the Yellow River Grotto heaven with a sword. Mao Xiaodong also had many fortuitous encounters. He had walked many paths of learning and met many experts. He had even drunk with the ancestors of the school of thought and traveled for thousands of miles. However, Mao Xiaodong still felt that he was not as good as Qin Pingan. That was because Mao Xiaodong had missed too many opportunities. Cui Dongshan once mentioned that Qin Pingan went through the most dangerous path after he left the Liju Grotto heaven. It was not about fighting or killing. It was about Alliance finding him. That test seemed to only be about luck and no risk. If Qin Pingan's temperament had changed, he would have ended up like Xiao Yao. Perhaps in the future he would have another fortuitous encounter like Xiao Yao. However, Qin Pingan would have missed out on Alliance Qi Jingchun, the biggest fortuitous encounter that Qi Jingchun had painstakingly obtained for him, the old scholar, and finally the woman he liked. One wrong step led to many wrong steps and he lost everything. Mao Xiaodong could not help but ask at that time, how did Qin Pingan get through the danger? Cui Dongshan gave a very indecent answer at that time. My teacher knows that he is stupid. Of course he is also lucky. Mao Xiaodong wanted to get to the bottom of it, but Cui Dongshan was unwilling to talk about it. In the end, the ritual utensils that Mao Xiaodong brought from the capital's Confucian temple were not of great help. They were just icing on the cake. But of course Mao Xiaodong was even happier about this. This meant that the quality of the life item refined from the golden script would be even higher. Of course, it would be inferior to the water word seal. But where in the world could he find another seal that Qi Jingchun had carved with his own mental energy? Even Mao Xiaodong felt sorry for Qin Pingan. He had actually destroyed the mountain word seal at the Flood Dragon Gully. Otherwise, he could have created the grand layout of mountains and rivers interdependent. It would not be as simple as breaking through the bottleneck of the second realm and reaching the peak of the second realm of Qi Refinement Warrior after successfully forging 2 life items. He would definitely reach the peak of the third realm. No matter how low the quality of the remaining 3 life items were, as long as he gathered enough of the 5 elements, he would definitely break through the first major threshold of Qi Refinement Warrior and reach the middle 5 realms. But Mao Xiaodong was also clear that if he brought Qi Jingchun's mountain word seal to the inverted hanging mountain, it was very likely that there would be a lot of twists and turns. These seemingly untraceable gains and losses were probably the fundamental knowledge that Qin Pingan had compared fist techniques, swordsmanship, reading, and even compared to some of the principles that he had already comprehended. Regarding this matter, Cui Dongshan was actually the most knowledgeable. The difference between gods and humans was deep in the soul. Cui Dongshan and Cui Dongshan? On this subtle and deep path, the person who walked the furthest might be the person who walked the furthest in the world. It was rumored that back then Cui Dongshan, before he decided to betray the lineage of the literary sage, he went to the learning hall of the Confucian temple in the Central Plains. He did not say a word and looked at the golden script on the ground for a full 3 days and 3 nights. He only looked at the words at the bottom and slightly higher parts of the script. Mao Xiaodong sighed softly. No matter what, being able to successfully refine this golden script into a life item was already an extremely good opportunity. One should not be too ambitious if one did not ask for perfection. Mao Xiaodong no longer let his mind wander. He poured the script from the sacrificial instruments one by one into the elixir furnace. His technique was extremely ingenious. Only then did he thank Shi Rou for the beautiful scene of the mountain peak being dyed with a layer of golden luster by the flowing water of time. The elixir furnace that was filled with colorful mist suddenly became silent and the smoke dispersed. The golden script gallbladder lying quietly at the bottom of the 5-colored gold stove turned into a golden liquid, and then slowly grew into a 1-finger-tall scholar with a sword on his back and a scholarly robe. It was just that it was completely golden. With a leap, it came to the edge of the top of the alchemy furnace and looked up at Qin Pingan. However, its face was still blurry and had not yet been shaped. When it became clear, it was roughly Qin Pingan's appearance. In addition to the long sword on its back, there were a few golden books hanging on its waist with thin golden threads. The little man in the golden scholarly robe said in an old-fashioned manner, "You have to read more. Also, you said it yourself that knowing your mistakes and being able to change them is the most important thing." Qin Pingan, who was already sweating profusely, wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded with a smile. "Let's work together." The little golden scholar turned into a long rainbow and quickly flew into Qin Pingan's heart acupuncture point. He sat cross-legged, picked up a book hanging on his waist and began to read. In addition, there was also a golden script that was suspended in the middle of the cave. It was actually one with the little scholar with a sword on his back. Mao Xiaodong was stunned and then began to frown. Qin Pingan asked doubtfully, "Is there something wrong?" Mao Xiaodong's expression was solemn and asked, "I don't think that the golden script that was refined into a natal item and condensed into a scholar is too strange. However, why did it say that sentence? Qin Pingon thought seriously for a moment and said, after I learned how to read, I've always been afraid that the reasoning that I summed up would be wrong. Therefore, whether it was the green-clothed child or Pei Qian or Cui Dongshan who asked me those two questions, I'm always afraid of my own cognition. In fact, it's reasonable for me, but it's wrong for others. At the very least, it's not comprehensive enough and not high enough in the superficial reasoning. Therefore, I'm worried that I'll mislead others. Mao Xiaodong was relieved and smiled with relief. That's very right. Mao Xiaodong stood up and waved his hand to remove the saint's direct knowledge on the peak of the mountain. However, the small world of the academy was still there. He reminded, I'll give you half an hour. Next, you can take out the golden jade token that says I'm good at nurturing the Great Spirit, and absorb some of the remaining ritual instruments. Don't worry about crossing the boundary and inadvertently stealing the literary luck and anima of Mount Donghua. I'll weigh the pros and cons. After this, you'll be a true second-state qi cultivator. Qin Pingon quickly stood up and thanked him. Mao Xiaodong waved his hand and complained, I really don't know where you learned to be so polite, junior brother. Qin Pingon joked, maybe it's from the sage of literature? Mao Xiaodong immediately put on a serious face and said, you have to understand the teacher's good intentions. Qin Pingon said awkwardly, I'm just kidding. Mao Xiaodong reprimanded, teacher, you teach by word of mouth, by example, bit by bit. As a junior, how can you be careless and joke around? Qin Pingon could only nod. Mao Xiaodong turned around with a smile. He didn't look angry at all. Little junior, you're still young. On the peak of the mountain, the river of time slowly flowed backward. The golden autumn returned to the midsummer and the fallen leaves returned to the branches. The withered yellow turned to green. After Mao Xiaodong left, Qin Pingon took out the golden jade token and held it in his hand. He began to absorb the remaining literary luck on the peak of Mount Donghua that hadn't been refined by the alchemy furnace. A small golden stream as thick as a thumb lingered around the jade token and then slowly flowed into the jade token. Then it flowed from the jade token into Qin Pingon's hand and went to the Qi residence where the little man in the golden dress was. Wherever it went, it soaked into Qin Pingon's heart. When the golden stream of literary luck flowed into the Qi residence, the little man in the golden dress immediately stopped reading. He smiled from ear to ear and jumped around, dancing with joy. This was probably Qin Pingon's childish nature that he rarely had the chance to show in his life. The little man in the golden stream stopped at the cave residence. Walking along the water, he walked to the entrance of the cavern and shouted. A fire dragon made of pure Jinqi flew over. It jumped and sat on the dragon's head. It roared and swung its legs vigorously. It rode the dragon and patrolled the small world of the human body. Qin Pingon saw this scene with his inner vision. He was a little embarrassed. Why was himself so naughty? He didn't feel any better than Gu Kan and the little boy in green. Mao Xiaodong had been observing silently. In the end, Qin Pingon used the golden jade token to absorb the literary luck of the Great Sui Kingdom's Confucian Temple, leaving nothing behind. Refining the natal item almost exhausted the accumulated anima qi in the water residence. Now that he was a real qi refinement warrior, he didn't even take the relatively worthless anima qi, let alone the literary luck of Donghua Mountain. Even though Mao Xiaodong had asked him, he still didn't take a single drop. It was only at this moment that Mao Xiaodong felt that he had a rough idea of why Qin Pingon was able to overcome the danger. Self-restraint. It was that simple. Such a pedantic and inflexible cultivator who didn't know how to pursue the maximization of benefits would give the smart people in the world a reason to mock and ridicule him. Therefore, the reason that Qin Pingon derived from this would be especially hated by unreasonable people. Mao Xiaodong's heart suddenly trembled. The huge stone that was pressing on his state of mind, which had almost cut off Mao Xiaodong's path to the 5 states, seemed to be loosening. Reason was not differentiated by culture. Mao Xiaodong respected his teacher and was determined to only follow him in this life. However, he didn't need to be constrained by sectarian views and deliberately exclude the knowledge of the Sage of Rites for the sake of the academy. Some principles in the world were interconnected and complemented each other. Mao Xiaodong sat in the study room and gently took off the ruler. He placed it on the desk and began to close his eyes to rest. Once he was enlightened, the world changed and the wind and the moon were bright. Cui Dongshan sat up in the corridor of the small courtyard and said in surprise, Mao Xiaodong, this blockhead, is about to merge with the Tao. Cui Dongshan fell back and moved his hands and feet like a snow-white turtle that had been turned over. He shouted with all his strength, "Why am I still a *t nascent soul? How can I live in the future? I don't have the face to see my teacher. Who can beat me to death?" At the Bee's Tail crossing, the three old men walked side by side. They looked about the same age, but in fact there was a huge gap between them. The old man who was born and raised here was unwilling to show himself in the past. He was really tired of the entanglement of the secular world. But this time there was an old man who said that you are not a street rat. Why are you hiding your head and tail? So the three of them swaggered into the streets of Tail Ferry. The old man named Lu Laoqing had already noticed some shocked gazes, but he pretended not to see them. He laughed bitterly in his heart and silently brought the two beside him to the ancestral house in the alley. Lu Laoqing thought that if they knew the identity of the two beside them, they would probably be scared out of their wits. Other than him, Lu Laoqing's ancestral home was at Tail Ferry, where Qing Wan, Qing Shan and Yun Shao met. He eventually became the only person in the Aquarius continent who was still alive. He cultivated to the 5 realms with mountains and lakes. As for the other two, one was the old leader of the invincible godly fist sect, Gao Mian. For the sake of loyalty in the Jianghu, he fell back to the nascent soul realm from the pure jade realm twice. He was Lu Laoqing's best friend. So this time, when Lu Laoqing went to fight for the glazed golden body fragment after Du Mao failed to ascend, he specially called Gao Mian. Gao Mian was short and wore hemp clothes. He looked ferocious and looked like a bandit. Compared to Lu Laoqing, he was more like a bandit. As for the last old man from another continent who wore a long robe, if not for Lu Laoqing and Gao Mian's help, no one would believe him even if he shouted out his name. His surname was Sun Yuan, the old sect leader of the Jade sect, the #1 immortal in the Tongyi continent. Cloud Cave Blessed Lands Jiang clan's patriarch Jiang Shangzhen, such a domineering great cultivator. When he saw sect leader Sun Yuan, he had to behave himself with his tail between his legs. More accurately, he was a pure Jade realm immortal. When they reached the end of the alley with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, Gao Mian asked noisily, "Old Lu, when will that kid Jiang Yun come to our sect to be a consecrator? With such a handsome face, I reckon that he will be able to trick many fairies to come to our mountain as guests." Lu Laoqing said helplessly, "My disciple went to the ultimate fist sect just to let you have a good look and see more fairies? How can I talk to Jiang Yun about such a lousy thing? Why don't you use my face?" Gao Mian strode over the threshold. "Stop pretending. Back then when we were roaming the Jianghu together, you learned that unorthodox secret technique. What were you after? Other than stealing magic treasures, how many fairies did you steal?" Lu Laoqing covered Gao Mian's mouth and said angrily, "Who didn't have a period of youth? Talking about such nonsense, aren't you afraid of disgusting Senior Sun?" Sun Yuan smiled and said, "You flatter me." Gao Mian sat in the courtyard and waved his hand. "Old Lu, go buy a few jars of the most authentic immortal wine. Jiang Yun must have finished it at home. Don't even think about it." Lu Laoqing bid farewell to Sun Yuan and left the courtyard to buy wine. When he returned, he saw the two fellows admiring the many small and medium-sized mountains of the Aquarius continent. It was a painting scroll. Gao Mian had already prepared a large pile of immortal money, and there was even more on the table in front of old immortal Sun Yuan. Lu Laoqing was really not interested in these things, but when he passed a pot of immortal wine to Sun Yuan, he said politely, "Senior, you are really in a good mood." Sun Yuan smiled and nodded. On the painting scroll there was a fairy burning incense and painting. Her figure was graceful and she deliberately chose a slightly tight dress. Because the scene in the painting scroll could be changed by the spectator, the fairy's sitting posture, even the size of the embroidered stool, was very particular. Her plump figure was fully revealed. Gao Mian glanced at Sun Yuan, who was sitting upright and still, and sneered. He stretched out his hand and rotated the scene a little. Immediately it was a moving painting of a mountain peak. With a slight movement of 2 fingers, the woman in the painting suddenly expanded a little, and the surrounding scene withdrew from the painting scroll. Gao Mian did not forget to sneer. "What are you pretending to be serious for?" Sun Yuan blushed and smiled as if he did not dare to talk back. Lu Laoqing minded his own business and drank his wine helplessly. It was said that the two of them, who belonged to two different continents, were friends from the beginning. In the various mirages of the Aquarius continent, Gao Mian, nicknamed Jade-Faced Young Master and Marshal 10 Realms, and the Old Master of the Invincible Divine Fist Gang, were the same in their words and deeds. They had a fiery temper and liked to scold people, scolding those pretentious and snobbish fairies. They could not bear to see them flatter and openly flirt with one or two fools, completely ignoring the rest of the spectators. On the other hand, Sun Yuan, who called himself 1-Foot Spear, had been silently spending his immortal money. When he saw something that he did not like, he would not say anything. However, the more money they spent, the more famous they became. The last time they had a dispute about who was the #1 fairy of the Aquarius continent, He Xiaoyang of the Divine Grandeur sect and Su Jia of the Upright Sun Mountain. The two of them fought fiercely, and each of them said one word after another. Every time they spent a small sum of money, which made people gasp in amazement. For a moment, people were guessing which sect these two ancestors were from. They were so extravagant that they spent money like it was snow, yet there were no rumors of them having sex with the fairies. In order to attract business for their sex, many female cultivators on the small mountains did not hesitate or were forced to let unorthodox qi cultivators who were good at the bone-touching technique to change their innate appearance and body posture. As for whether this would implicate their fate and affect their cultivation of Dao, they did not care. They really did not care. They just let those cultivators who were proficient in this Dao use knives on their faces. Because of this, Jade-Faced Lang Jun and 1-Foot Spear met by chance again. At that time, many sharp-eyed onlookers noticed a fairy from a certain third-rate celestial sect at a glance. Their facial expression changed greatly, and for a time they mocked and ridiculed her. That fairy was ashamed and resentful, but she did not dare to say anything back. She just apologized and kept apologizing. As a result, there was more and more ridicule and abuse, and they became unscrupulous. Who would have thought that Jade-Faced Young Master would suddenly throw money and speak up for justice? He scolded those onlookers, and the 1-Foot Spear followed suit. For the first time ever, these two sworn enemies had a common enemy. In the end, after the Lang Jun threw away all his immortal money, he continued to scold. It's not easy to earn money and cultivate. Does the little girl have a Dao competition with you, or does she want to kill your whole family? Why do you have to insult her endlessly? You bunch of little bastards shouldn't have given birth to your parents. If I had such a great ability, I would have gone upstream along the river of time. When your parents were fighting on their beds, I would have smashed the bed with one slap. In the end, the Lang Jun said to 1-Foot Spear, "You are a capable guy, but your taste is a little bad. You actually like He Xiaoyang more than Su Jia. At first glance, I can tell that you are not a promising cultivator." After that, 1-Foot Spear became Jade-Faced Lang Jun's sidekick. Whenever they met, 1-Foot Spear would be very obedient. Before Gao Mian and Sun Yuan threw in money, there were already people who began to flirt with the fairy. In the mirror's image, no one knew who the other was, so they were often unscrupulous. They were used to walking down the street. Often there would be people admiring the scrolls and water bowls, and there would be a few erotic novels that were popular in the world beside them. Probably because they were implicated, the maidservant who was grinding for the fairy was also implicated. The maidservant's name was Xianxia. She was a new registered disciple of the Mountain Gate. Whenever the master showed up, she would occasionally appear in the scrolls. If she was not serving tea, she would deliver things, and she would do menial chores like serving people. In fact, her figure was better than the fairies, but cultivation on the mountain was always based on talent and realm to determine one's status. Gao Mian and Sun Yuan were experienced and used to such things. Generally speaking, as long as it was not too excessive, they would not say anything. However, the maidservant named Xianxia was probably not used to such unbearable humiliation. Her eyes were slightly red and she bit her lips. Misfortunes never come singly. From the angle of the scroll, Gao Mian could see that under the table, the fairy was probably annoyed by the maidservants ruining the scenery. She quickly stepped on the maidservant's foot. Gao Mian originally wanted to start throwing money, but after seeing this scene he threw a handful of snow money back into the pile. Gao Mian picked up the wine pot and drank a mouthful of wine. He snorted coldly and said, "It's this kind of woman again. What a waste of the scholarly aura she brought from the secular world." Sun Yuan smiled. Gao Mian felt somewhat disappointed and continued to drink. Lu Laoqing reminded him, "Old Gao, take it easy. You are not drinking. You are from the Aquarius continent. If you drink, the entire Aquarius continent is yours. This is my ancestral home, it can't withstand your drunken madness." Gao Mian snorted and suddenly asked, "Little Fei Xing, what do you think of the name Invincible God Fist Gang?" Sun Yuan stared at the scroll and said without hesitation, "Strong, invincible, domineering. In the Aquarius continent, it is like a crane in a flock of chickens. It is unique." Gao Mian nodded, "At least you know your place. You know to speak the truth from the bottom of your heart." Lu Laoqing tried to endure, but he could not take it anymore. He said to Sun Yuan, "Old Senior Sun, what are you scheming? For other things, it is fine if you let old Gao do as he pleases. But the bullshit gang name that he came up with caused all the disciples to be unable to raise their heads. Old Senior Sun, you still have to go against your conscience and praise them. I, Su Laoqing, cannot take it anymore." Su Laoqing was the #1 uncultivated cultivator in the Aquarius continent. As a great cultivator in the Jade Pure realm who had fought his way out of the wilderness, he had seen many strange people and things. However, Sun Yuan and Gao Mian were like this. One was the leader of the Immortal Masters in the Tongye continent, while the other was the ancestor of the Aquarius continent who had fallen back to the nascent soul realm. It was rare to see them like old friends at first sight. Lu Laoqing could barely understand if they did not care about the difference between the two realms. However, Sun Yuan, did you have to flatter Gao Mian, this coarse old man who was illiterate? At first, Su Laoqing was afraid that Sun Yuan had ulterior motives. However, Sun Yuan did not hesitate to confront the Daoist heavenly monarch Xian and little Fei Xing, went to the sky screen to discuss the ownership of the broken grotto heaven with the sage in charge. After that, the three of them had nothing to do and traveled together. Even the cautious Lu Laoqing had to admit that Sun Yuan flattered Gao Mian and Gao Mian ordered Sun Yuan around. Both of them were actually sincere. Sun Yuan smiled at Lu Laoqing and said, "I really feel that the name of the Invincible Divine Fist Gang is especially good." Lu Laoqing sighed and smiled bitterly. "I admire you." Gao Mian said, "Lu Laoqing, you are better than little Fei Xing in other aspects. However, you are not as good as little Fei Xing in terms of aesthetics." Sun Yuan slapped his knee and said, "Yes, yes, yes. You've enlightened me. I didn't understand why I was so lonely on the path of cultivation, but you've hit the nail on the head today. It's because of your aesthetic sense that I'm too high up in the social ladder that I'm rarely seen. If I did not meet you..." Gao Mian slapped the table. "Do I need you to flatter me? In the Invincible Divine Fist Gang, I have heard so much about it that my ears have grown calluses." Sun Yuan could only shut up. There was no other catoptric deflection to watch today. Gao Mian purposely removed the Qi refinement divine ability and drank himself to sleep. Only then did Sun Yuan dare to throw a few small coins into the painting. He said that if Miss Shurqiu could appear in the painting alone in the future, his 1-foot spear would be willing to support her every time. Then Sun Yuan kept the painting. There were many joys and sorrows in the world. Sun Yuan was not willing to get involved in the mud of the secular world. Lu Laoqing hesitated for a long time before realizing, "Senior Sun, as Gao Mian's friend, I, Lu Laoqing, would like to take the liberty to ask. As the sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, do you really not have any plans for Gao Mian?" Sun Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Indeed I do not. I just wanted to come to the Aquarius continent. Coincidentally, I only have Gao Mian as a friend here. Who else can I look for if not him?" Lu Laoqing nodded. Sun Yuan continued, "However, I am a little selfish. Qi refinement warriors want to ascend to the upper 5 realms by seeking the 2 words, Dao integration. Using this, they can break through their inner demons. How should I put it? This is equivalent to borrowing something from the heavens. You have to return it when you are in the immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, if you want to improve further, you have to cultivate the Dao and seek the truth. It is all about the truth." Lu Laoqing stood up and said respectfully, "Thank you for your advice." Sun Yuan shook his head and smiled. "Such a cliché. You are talented, Lu Laoqing. What did I teach you? What can I teach you?" Lu Laoqing smiled and sat back down. "If not for Gao Mian, I believe I would never have the chance to sit and drink with Elder Sun, right?" Sun Yuan nodded. "Because we will never be on the same path. However, this does not prevent me from acknowledging you, Lu Laoqing." Lu Laoqing said, I am very fortunate. Sun Yuan suddenly said, I plan to establish a subsidiary sect of the Jade Gui sect in the Aquarius continent in the next 100 years. Jiang Shangzhen will be the first sect master. Are you willing to be the chief consecrator? Lu Laoqing was shocked. Does Gao Mian know about this? Sun Yuan shook his head. I did not tell him because I treat him as a true friend. Unlike you, Lu Laoqing, we can talk about this. Lu Laoqing began to weigh the pros and cons. Sun Yuan smiled. Before I leave Tail Fairy, you just have to give me a definite answer. Don't worry, I will not force you. Moreover, your cost is not small. Lu Laoqing nodded. Let me think about it. Even if Sun Yuan was an immortal, he would not know about his small action. She would make the young maidservant named Xianxia stand still after the sect clearly informed her that she could paint on her own and that she would receive a share of the immortal's money. Xianxia did not say a word. After the fairy finished venting her anger, she turned around and left. Only when she was far away did she dare to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth and return to the narrow room. She closed the door and crouched down. She carefully took out the brocade pouch and held it in her hand. She covered her mouth tightly with one hand and sobs seeped out from between her fingers. In Qingluan country, the old assistant minister Lu Jingting went from being a scholarly leader and a cultured sect leader to a notorious person. He became the laughingstock of the court. Even the peddlers began to talk about the erotic affairs of those teachers with great interest. The Lion's Garden had always been closed to visitors, and Lu Jingting never said a word to the outside world. Li Baozhen's great success caused those southbound scholars to lose a literary alliance leader in name. They had no choice but to find someone else, someone who could convince the masses and unite the hearts of the people. Only, Lu Jingting's encounter made many scholars who were originally itching to make a move feel uneasy in their hearts. The various influential families that migrated to Qingluan country could only take a step back and hope to find a leader from within. However, this way the situation would become complicated. Among them, there were many family heads whose reputations were actually not inferior to Lu Jingting's. However, since they were all foreigners, who would really be willing to be inferior to others? Who would not be worried that the person who was elected would secretly seek personal gain behind everyone's back? For a time, the scholars of Qingluan were in chaos. Those who originally wanted to support Lu Jingting as a puppet to keep the Tang Emperor of Qingluan in check did not stop. That day, Li Baozhen went to visit Lu Qingfeng at the county yamen. The two of them took a walk in the dusk. Li Baozhen smiled at the group of scholars who had no leader and said, Xiaocai can't rebel in 3 years. Lu Qingfeng smiled and nodded. Li Baozhen's face was full of smiles. However, his heart was cold. After Lu Qingfeng left that night, Li Baozhen quickly checked the flaws in Lu Qingfeng's 3 axes and greatly perfected the plan. At that time, those idiots in the hall admired Li Baozhen and praised him endlessly. Some of them were sincere. However, Li Baozhen felt colder and colder. Because Li Baozhen was smart enough to know that those small flaws were the leftovers that Lu Qingfeng deliberately left for him. It gave him room to establish his prestige. This was Lu Qingfeng's way of leaving a way out. When Li Baozhen left the yamen, he could not help but look back at the yamen's memorial arch and murmured with a smile, Fortunately, public cultivation can't be immortal. When they thought of those handymen who had sincerely admired County Magistrate Lu, their gazes became complicated and distant. Some of them even could not hide their pity. Li Baozhen was a little happy. His footsteps became lighter and he quickly walked out of the yamen. Lu Qingfeng returned to his residence and carefully looked through the files. He suddenly remembered the Dali secretary outside the door, whose real name was Wang Yifu. He was the #1 fierce general of the Lu dynasty in the northernmost part of the Aquarius continent. He was about to become the county magistrate in charge of law and order and capturing bandits. Thinking of the great talent who could serve as the pillar of the Dali imperial court, he was just a county magistrate in Qingluan. County Magistrate Lu laughed. "415. The emperor of the Gao family of the Great Sui attended the Feast of Thousand Old Men. The Great Li's envoy was the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights who visited Longquan County that year. If Qin Pingan saw him, he would definitely recognize him at a glance. At the banquet, which was full of gray-haired people, Song Jisun and Su Ruo sat on either side of Dali's minister. They both used aliases. GQ did not show up. Su Ruo was still dressed as a paladin with a sword behind her back. Except for the young embroidered tiger, no one knew how big of a deal Su Ruo had done. She directly faced Mr. Fan and promised one of the branches of the Song clan that the Shang clan could intervene in the grand banquet that swept across the whole continent. The Song clan would not interfere in the grand banquet for the next 30 years. Su Ruo drank wine. She was not thinking about these big events. Instead, she was thinking about how to cultivate Dong Xuejing, who still bought wontons every day, into a real person who could buy them on credit. Song Jisun looked at the Great Sui Kingdom's emperor and then looked around. He only felt that the whole Great Sui Kingdom was gloomy. GQ or Wang Zhu stayed alone in the deserted post house. A tall and thin middle-aged Daoist priest cast a camouflage spell to hide his true appearance. He led 2 cultivators from Marshall Mountain to the post house quietly. They found GQ leaning against the railing under the eaves, listening to the wind chime. The middle-aged Daoist priest withdrew his spell and revealed his true appearance. He was surrounded by immortal qi and had a fishtail crown on his head. Just by standing in the yard, he exuded the aura of the great Tao that coexisted with the world. He stood between heaven and earth like a great mountain. GQ just glanced at the Taoist priest of the Divine Advice sect, Xianxia, the master of the orthodoxy of the Aquarius continent. As for the cultivator with a sword on his back, she did not even look at him. She paid more attention to the young man with a black cat on his shoulder. He was quiet and gentle, similar to the fool in Apricot Blossom Lane in her memory. He was more delicate. His face was slightly pale. He looked at her with a warm smile and a burning possessiveness hidden in the depths of his eyes. Goodbye. Jigui didn't like this guy very much. It wasn't that she had any prejudice against him, but that Ma Kuxuan's grandmother really made her loathe him too much. All the bad habits that common women in the world should not have seemed to have all been taken up by that old woman. Every time she went to the iron lock well to fetch water, as long as she ran into that old woman, she would inevitably have to listen to some sarcastic remarks. If Jigui hadn't been completely suppressed by the rules of Black Pearl Grotto Heaven back then, she would have 100 ways to make that long-tongued old woman wish she was dead. Later, Old Man Yang lost his mind and actually gave the old woman a good fortune, turning her into the river granny of the Dragon Whisker River in the small town. Jigui could only continue to wait for an opportunity. One day she would let that old woman, whose real name was Ma Lanhua, taste the taste of purgatory on earth. As for what would happen to Ma Kuxuan, did she care? He didn't care at all. Qixin smiled and said, Miss GQ, I've already done what Chief Lu asked me to do. Now that the Shinho sect has just obtained a brand new broken blessed land, I welcome Miss GQ to enter and seek opportunities. I'm willing to escort you all the way. Although Qixin was from the second Taoist branch, Lu Chen was originally one of the 3 chiefs. Now he was even in charge of overseeing the Beko Keikyung building. Qixin was naturally overjoyed to be able to do this for Lu Chen. Being able to enter Chief Lu's discerning eyes, Qixin was sure that it was no longer an extravagant hope for him to reach the Ascendant Realm in the future. When Qixin was young, he once received a prophecy from an otherworldly expert. Even immortals have to look at plum blossoms to quench their thirst. Before the 12 realms, it was naturally a prophecy of great fortune. When Qixin ascended to the Lord of Heaven, it was almost an unlucky prophecy of walking to the end and slowly waiting for death. As for Chief Lu Chen, he happened to be one of the influential figures in the world who loved to change the fates of people who were pleasing to his eyes. It was said that Chief Lu's favorite pastime was to carve rotten wood. Ma Kuxuan only had eyes for her. Looking at the lady that he had liked for a long time, he smiled and said, There's no need to trouble the Lord of Heaven. I can do it. GQ ignored the Daoist Lord of Heaven. She didn't even straighten her posture. She still tilted her head lazily and looked at Ma Kuxuan. You're the fortune that Lu Chen promised to give me? Are you going to listen to my orders from now on? Back then, Lu Chen had set up a fortune-telling stall. After meeting Emperor Dali and Song Jisun, he went to Mud Bottle Alley alone and found her. He said that he had used a little trick to obtain Song Yongchun's permission to let Ma Kuxuan go. Thus, it was perfectly justifiable for him to take Ma Kuxuan into his pocket. Lu Chen planned to give Ma Kuxuan to GQ. GQ didn't care about the ins and outs of the story. In the beginning, she didn't pay much attention to it because she didn't think that Ma Kuxuan could do much. However, after Ma Kuxuan became famous in Martial Mountain and broke through 2 realms, she felt that although Ma Kuxuan wasn't one of the 5, there might be something else going on. GQ couldn't be bothered to think too much about it. After all, it wasn't a bad thing to have another weapon in her hands. Now, other than the Fu family in Old Dragon City, she had nothing else to do. She could use her subordinates. Ma Kuxuan nodded and said, "I'll listen to you. Just tell me who you want to kill. As long as it's not an old bastard in the upper 5 realms, I promise I'll bring back his head. As for the upper 5 realms, wait for a while. I can do it in the future and it shouldn't take too long." Because he liked GQ, Ma Kuxuan had been nagged by his grandmother many times in the Apricot Blossom Alley. It was only on this matter that his grandmother, who doted on him the most, would say a few words. GQ asked, "Then can you kill Qin Pingon?" The Martial Mountain Dao Protector's heart tightened and he said in a low voice, "No." GQ just stared at Ma Kuxuan. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "In the Cliff Academy there's a sage overseeing it. I can't kill Qin Pingon. However, you can give me a time limit such as 1 year, 3 years or something like that." However, to be honest, if the rumors are true, it's not easy to kill Qin Pingon right now unless... GQ nodded and interrupted Ma Kuxuan's words. "Then forget it. Seems like you are not that powerful." Lu Qin was not very kind to give the exquisite pagoda to the descendant of the heavenly lord Xianxia, that silly long eyebrows. His first gift was an exquisite pagoda that was comparable to an immortal weapon. When it was my turn, he was so petty. The Martial Mountain Military Dao Protector was afraid that Ma Kuxuan would be angry after hearing these words. However, when he used a secret technique to observe Ma Kuxuan's heart lake, it was as calm as a mirror, and there were even some colorful lights that symbolized joy on the surface of the mirror. Ma Kuxuan smiled brightly and said, "Wang Zhu, just you wait. One day you'll know that I'm the best. What priceless immortal weapon! What heaven's chosen! What heaven's chosen! When we look back, they will all be trash and ants." GQ was a little confused. "What do you like about me? I didn't have much interaction with you in the small town, so I don't remember clearly. Maybe we didn't even talk to each other." Even though he was ignored, Ma Kuxuan's performance was enough to stun all the ancestors of Martial Mountain. For the first time he was a little embarrassed, but he didn't give an answer. GQ suddenly laughed and pointed at Ma Kuxuan. "Ma Kuxuan, aren't you the most famous genius in the Aquarius continent?" Ma Kuxuan's lips curled up. In an instant he returned to the domineering cultivator that everyone was familiar with. He was so talented that his peers felt despair, and the old cultivators felt like they had lived for hundreds of years in vain. Most importantly, Ma Kuxuan had left the mountain several times to train himself, and he had fought in the arena of Martial Mountain. He was decisive, cruel and bloody. Life and death were decided in the blink of an eye, and he liked to eliminate the root of the problem. Ma Kuxuan said slowly, "I'm not a genius." The black cat that was squatting on his shoulder curled up its body and raised its claws to lick it. It was especially docile. GQ sized him up and curled her lips. "Up to you." Ma Kuxuan asked, "If I kill Song Jisun one day, will you be angry?" GQ seemed a little annoyed and she glared at him. "Ma Kuxuan, please don't talk so big before you're not strong enough. Otherwise it'll be very annoying." Ma Kuxuan smiled. "I'll listen to you." The Martial Mountain Dao Protector who had watched Ma Kuxuan grow up felt complicated. Heavenly Lord Qixian didn't care about this. However, out of respect for Sect Master Lu, who had returned to the Baek Okekyung building, he stood there patiently and watched these juniors chat like they were playing house. Regardless of GQ and Ma Kuxuan's identities, as long as they didn't reach the upper 5 realms, they were 2 delicate porcelain pieces that could break at any moment. Ma Kuxuan said regretfully, "I'll go to the Zhuing dynasty and kill a few Earth Immortal Sword cultivators to break through." GQ said carelessly, "I don't care where you're going." Ma Kuxuan laughed and turned to Qixian. "Heavenly Lord, please take us out of the city." Qixian nodded and said goodbye to GQ and the 3 of them disappeared. The Great Sui Kingdom's capital array didn't notice anything strange. It was as if no one was there. In the entire Aquarius continent, only Dali's capital city could make this heavenly lord wary. GQ leaned on the railing and felt a little sleepy. She closed her eyes and scratched the railing with her slender fingernails, making squeaking sounds. She turned around and leaned back against the railing. Her head was tilted back and her curves were exquisite. She bent her fingers and flicked them again and again, and the wind chimes under the eaves jingled. In the twilight, she stared at him with her golden eyes that had vertical pupils. The strange phenomenon disappeared. She stood up and looked at the courtyard door with a smile. Song Jisun walked into the courtyard with a faint smell of alcohol. She asked, "Was the 1,000-old banquet fun?" Song Jisun shook his sleeves and sighed. "Those old fellows at the banquet wanted to skin the three of us alive, eat our flesh and drink our blood. It scared me to death." GQ asked curiously, "Didn't we form a 100-year alliance? They have no enmity with young master, and our Dali cavalry didn't even pass by their gates and went straight to the south. Why are they so unfriendly?" Song Jisun leaned against the railing and thought for a while before replying, "I'm used to living a good life. I can't take any grievances." GQ said with a look of realization, "If that's the case, then this servant's temper is much better than theirs." Song Jisun mistakenly thought that she was talking about the nonsense that happened in the nearby streets. He smiled and said, "When young master becomes successful, I will definitely help you vent your anger." GQ nodded and asked, "Those 3 books, young master still can't figure them out?" Song Jisun was a little tired. He closed his eyes and rubbed his cheeks with both hands. "Maybe they're just ordinary books. I've been so paranoid for so long." Song Jisun suddenly reached into his sleeve and took out a local flower that looked like it was often seen in the countryside. He tossed the 4-legged snake onto the ground. During the Feast of the 1,000-old, it had been restless. If it wasn't for Su Ruo suppressing it with her sword will, it would have pounced on the emperor of the Great Sui and eaten his head for supper. The maid squatted down and took out a grain rain coin and placed it in her palm. The 4-legged snake was timid and didn't dare to swallow the delicacy in one gulp. Song Jisun bent down and looked at the little fellow with a horn on its forehead. He said helplessly, "Look at your cowardly appearance. Look at that water dragon of yours at Booksword Lake. It's a world of difference." Song Jisun didn't care about it anymore. He yawned and went into the house to sleep. GQ waved her hand, but the 4-legged snake still didn't dare to move forward. "At least you know what's good for you." GQ smiled and threw the grain rain coin into its mouth. The little guy seemed to be wronged and whined softly. GQ clenched her fist and punched it on the head. "Don't you know that if you don't open for 3 years, you'll be able to eat for 3 years?" She stood up and kicked the 4-legged snake into the courtyard. "You don't even have the slightest ability, yet you still dare to have extravagant hopes for the imperial preceptor's ancient molt. Not only did you secretly drool, but you even got caught red-handed. How did you end up with such an incompetent thing like you?" GQ sat on the steps, took off an embroidered shoe and waved at it. The little guy obediently came to her feet. She was still angry, so she picked up the embroidered shoe and hit the little guy. Linlu Academy was built on the cloud-splitting mountain in Longquan County. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, Zhou Xian, studied here. Neither the Great Sui Kingdom nor Dali deliberately hid this fact. This was Zhou Xian's second time entering Longquan County. However, the first time he was in the sky, he had to walk through the heavenly cloud ladder of Liju Grotto Heaven. This time he was on the ground on the real territory of Dali. Cloud-splitting mountain was now the northern peak of Dali. The mountain was new and so was the academy. From the teachers who preached to the young scholars who studied, they were all new. Linlu Academy was organized by the Dali Imperial Court. It did not have the title of one of the 72 academies. The head and deputy head of the academy were not very famous. One of them was the old assistant minister of Huangting Kingdom, a vassal of the Great Sui Kingdom. However, everyone knew that Linlu Academy was definitely aiming for the 72. The Song clan was determined to get it. At first, Zhou Xian thought that there would be a lot of conflicts in the academy. At the very least, there would be some supercilious looks. Otherwise, there would be some malicious probing, just like Li Baoping and Yu Lu when they came to the Cliff Academy in Donghua Mountain. They would suffer some bullying. However, after a few months in Linlu Academy, Zhou Xian was a little disappointed. It seemed that from the teachers to the students, they did not pay much attention to him, a student or classmate of the prince of an enemy country. Li showed a clear hostility. Zhou Xian was puzzled for a long time. Later he was enlightened by the words of the old ancestor of the Gao family of Guiyang, who cultivated in cloud-splitting mountain. In just 100 years, the Dali dynasty had grown from a vassal state of the Liu dynasty, from a muddy pond where eunuchs interfered in politics and relatives monopolized power, to the current overlord of the northern Aquarius continent. During this period there were endless wars. People were dying and they were annexing neighboring countries. Even the people in the capital of Dali came from all over. They did not have the status of many people in the imperial court of the Great Sui Kingdom. How it was now was the same for their ancestors 200 or 300 years ago. Zhou Xian understood immediately. Flowing water does not rot and the pivot does not rust. However, the old ancestor of the Gao family, who used to be a storyteller in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom, sighed. Flowing water? It's bleeding. Whenever Zhou Xian had free time, he would carry his bookcase and travel alone to the mountains to the west of Longquan County, or he would walk through the streets and alleys of the small town, or he would stroll through the newly built county city in the north. He would even take a slight detour and go to an incense-burning road in the north that had a mountain deity temple to eat a bowl of wontons. The owner was surnamed Dong. He was a tall young man who treated people amiably. As time went by, Zhou Xian became friends with him. If Dong Shuijing wasn't busy, he would even personally cook a couple of home-cooked dishes for the two of them to drink some wine. Zhou Xian would occasionally go to an empty house. It was said that the head of the house was a man called Li Er. Now that the house was occupied by his wife's family, he was thinking of how to sell it for a high price. However, he seemed to have run into a wall at the county office. After all, he did not have the title deed. Inside Zhou Xian's bookcase there was a Dragon King basket. Every day, according to the secret technique taught by the old ancestor of the Gao family, he would pour small grains of money into it, causing the spiritual qi inside to be as thick as water. In the small bamboo fish basket, there was a golden carp swimming slowly. That was the first time Zhou Xian met Li Er. Of course, there was also Chen Pingon. Before Zhou Xian came here, he had already mentally prepared himself. Perhaps one day he would need to hand over the Dragon King basket and the golden carp to an influential person in the Dali dynasty as the price for studying in Linlu Academy. However, even the county magistrate and county governor Wu had not come to see him. Zhou Xian was squatting beside a stream to wash his face. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw a handsome man in a snow-white robe with a golden earring dangling from his ear. Zhou Xian quickly stood up and bowed. Zhou Xian greets the North Mountain God. The Dali North Mountain God Wei Pai smiled. There's no need to be so polite. I see that you've been to many places. It's not a good idea to carry the Dragon King basket around all the time. If you trust me, why don't you open the Dragon King basket and put the golden carp into the stream and raise it in the running water? Using spiritual qi as water is a dead nourishment. Over time it will lose its spirituality. Its cultivation will rise quickly in a short period of time, but it will be stuck at the nascent soul realm bottleneck. Although it will absorb less spiritual qi every day if it is placed in the water, and its cultivation progress will be relatively slow, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages in the long run. Wei Pai pointed into the distance. From here to the Dragon Whisker River and then to the Tiefu River it can swim freely. If it swims, I will inform the two river women and the god of Jiang. I won't restrict its cultivation. Zhou Xian was actually a little hesitant. He had never interacted with the Dali North Mountain god. How could he be at ease? The golden carp in the basket was an existence that the old ancestor said had the potential to jump through the dragon gate of the Central Plains and become a true dragon. On the Great Tao, one's heart was small and all kinds of schemes were endless. Since Zhou Xian was already living under someone else's roof, he had to accept it. What he recognized was the general trend. His Tao heart would become firmer. Working hard in adversity was the best way to sharpen one's mind. However, if he was schemed against and lost the fortune that belonged to him, then he would not only lose a golden carp, but also a flaw and gap would appear in Zhou Xian's great Tao. Wei Pai smiled and said, "It's okay. It won't be too late to let it go when you think it through." Wei Pai was about to turn and leave. The old ancestor of the Gao family suddenly swept over from the cloud-padding mountain and appeared beside Zhou Xian. He said to Zhou Xian, "Just listen to Mr. Wei. There's nothing to lose." Zhou Xian saw that his old ancestor had appeared, so he no longer hesitated. He opened the bamboo box, took out the Dragon King basket and placed the golden carp into the stream. The golden carp swung its tail happily and flashed downstream. Zhou Xian squatted by the water holding the empty fish basket in his hand. He muttered, "After being in a cage for a long time, I've returned to nature." Back then, Zhao Yao left the Pearl Grotto heaven on an ox cart according to his grandfather's arrangement. He went to an immortal sect in the center of the Aquarius continent near the Western Sea to cultivate. However, he met a youth with a mole on his forehead on the way. He called himself Xiao Hu. In the end, Zhao Yao handed over the spring seal that Mr. gave him because the other party was the Dali imperial tutor, Tui Dong. In the small town school, Zhao Yao accompanied Mr. the most among his generation. Li Baoping and the other children Song Jisun appear that Zhao Yao admired, were not as good as him in this matter. Throughout Zhao Yao's journey, Tui Dong gave him a secret cultivation technique and 2 immortal artifacts in exchange. He was always able to turn misfortunes into blessings. However, when Zhao Yao neared the immortal abode, the ox cart was already at the foot of the mountain. The haggard Zhao Yao suddenly changed his mind and abandoned the ox cart. He released the water buffalo and continued to the Western Sea alone. Finally, he found a legendary immortal fairy and took a ferry to the isolated immortal island in the sea. He then changed to another ferry and continued towards the central divine continent. After all, in the entire Aquarius continent, only Old Dragon City had intercontinental ferries and most of them were merchant ships that hung upside-down mountains. Therefore, if Qi cultivators of the Aquarius continent wanted to go to the central divine continent, they could only use Zhao Yao's method, which was to use the short and medium-distance ferries of the immortal sects on the sea. However, halfway through the journey, the immortal ferry that Zhao Yao was on met with a calamity. It was smashed by a swarm of flying fish that covered the sky like a swarm of locusts. Zhao Yao and the majority of the passengers fell into the sea. Some died on the spot. Zhao Yao managed to escape with a protective artifact, but the sea was vast and boundless. It seemed that he would be buried in the belly of the fishes sooner or later. The 2 golden core cultivators on the ferry wanted to escape with the wind. One of them tried to break through the formation of the flying fish, but in the end he was killed by the endless school of flying fish in despair. The other saw that the situation was not good and was exhausted. He could only quickly descend and escape into the sea. Zhao Yao sat on a huge piece of wood from the wreckage of the ferry. His body was tied tightly to the bag. He drifted for an unknown period of time. His face was haggard and he was in a state worse than death. Finally, Zhao Yao couldn't hold on any longer. He fainted and fell into the sea. Relying on the last bit of spiritual light from his protective artifact, he drifted with the current. When Zhao Yao opened his eyes in a daze, he found himself lying on a bed. He abruptly woke up and sat up. This was a relatively spacious but simple thatched hut. The walls were filled with yellowed books, making it difficult for one to walk. Zhao Yao, who was already skin and bones, stood up and discovered that the bag was placed on the bed. He opened it and found that nothing was missing. He felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Zhao Yao walked along a small path that was half the height of a person. He walked out of the thatched cottage and pushed open the door. The mountain wilderness suddenly opened up. He discovered that the thatched cottage was built on the peak of a cliff. Opening the door allowed him to see the sea. Zhao Yao even saw a sheathless sword stuck diagonally into the mountain peak. It was rusty and dull. Zhao Yao walked to the edge of the cliff and stared blankly at the bottomless abyss. Just as Zhao Yao was about to take a step forward, a gentle voice sounded from beside him. The heavens never seal off all paths. Are you really that disappointed in yourself? Zhao Yao's eyes were hazy with tears. He turned his head and saw a slender man in a green robe gazing at the sea. The young Zhao Yao wiped away his tears and suddenly asked, "Sir, you must be an otherworldly expert. Can you accept me as your disciple? I want to learn the techniques of immortals." The man shook his head and smiled. "I've never had a master and I've never accepted a disciple. I'm afraid of trouble. You stay here and recuperate. I'll send you away." Zhao Yao asked, "Where is this?" The man smiled. "The mortal world. Where else could it be?" Zhao Yao was probably at his most desperate and fragile moment. He asked bluntly, "I want to know where in the mortal world this is." The man didn't get angry. He smiled and said, "I'm not trying to pick on you. This is just an ordinary place without a name. It's not some immortal's residence. The spiritual qi is thin and it's not far from the central divine continent. If you're lucky, you might even encounter fishermen or pearl divers. After that, Zhao Yao stayed here to recuperate. After interacting with him for a long time, he realized that the man was actually very ordinary. Even though there were many books in the thatched cottages at the top of the mountain, the man didn't say anything profound. He had to eat every day and would often walk down the mountain to the beach. Zhao Yao spent his days reading books or sitting by the cliff in a daze. Only one day, when Zhao Yao was bored out of his wits and wanted to pull out the sword from the ground, did the man stand by his cottage and remind Zhao Yao not to touch it. Zhao Yao asked curiously, "Does this sword have a name?" The man in green shook his head. "It doesn't." Zhao Yao asked again, "Sir, are you someone who failed in the imperial examinations? Or did you leave the mainland to live here in seclusion to escape from your enemies?" The man shook his head again. "Neither. It's not as complicated as you think. I just agree with the saying, life is difficult and the great Tao is complicated. Since the path is difficult, then stop, be lazy and think about it." Zhao Yao probed, "Sir, are you really not some otherworldly expert? Like a Jin Dan or Yuaning realm land immortal?" The man smiled and asked, "Of course I'm not an earth immortal. Besides, what does it have to do with you, Zhao Yao?" Zhao Yao had lived here for almost 2 years. The island wasn't too big and Zhao Yao could already explore the entire island alone. Just as the man said, if he was lucky he could meet fishermen who went out to sea to fish, or pearl divers who took great risks but could become rich overnight. Zhao Yao's mind calmed down, and he took the initiative to tell the man that he wanted to travel to the central divine continent. The man smiled and nodded. "Be careful on the road. Remember not to be disappointed in yourself. Perhaps that's the most disappointing thing." Zhao Yao was a little embarrassed. Finally, he took out the wooden dragon paperweight. "To repay you for saving my life, I would like to give this to you, sir." The man waved his hand, seemingly a little helpless. Since when has the outside world become such a moral thing to do to save people within one's power? Zhao Yao said stubbornly, "Sir saved me without asking for anything in return, but the person who was saved cannot ignore it. This is the most important thing I have on me. Using it to repay you, sir, is just right." The man smiled. "That means the world hasn't become too bad." But the man did not accept the paperweight in the end. Zhao Yao sat on a self-made wooden raft and headed to land. Standing on the raft, Zhao Yao bowed to the man on the shore and bade him farewell. After that, the man continued to live a leisurely life. One day, the sword on the mountain peak started to hum. The man stood beside the sword and looked in the direction of the Aquarius continent. He smiled and said, "Don't bother with it." The sword's hum gradually stopped. After that, 2 guests appeared on the island. One was an old Daoist with a red nose and the other was a young Daoist. The latter immediately squatted on the ground and vomited. Starting from the alley in the southeast of the Aquarius continent, to the shore of the Aquarius continent's western ocean, then to a lone island overseen by an immortal family and finally to this place. The young Daoist had already vomited time and time again. The old Daoist immediately squatted down and patted his disciple's back. He said guiltily, it's fine. After vomiting this time. Vomiting once more, maybe twice, it will be over." The young Daoist almost vomited his bile. He asked with red eyes, "Master, you keep saying that, when will it end? Can you give me a definite answer?" The old Daoist, who was dressed in a strange Daoist robe, had fire dragons swimming in his sleeves. He smiled awkwardly. The young Daoist stood up and asked, "Master, you said you want to bring me to meet the person you admire the most, but you are not willing to tell me his background. Why?" The old Daoist smiled but did not say anything. He raised his head and asked, "Open the door, we master and disciple will ask you for a cup of tea, is that okay?" The man sighed and appeared on the shore. He stood 3 feet away from the master and disciple. "I am a scholar, and you are a great heavenly master of Mount Longhu with a different surname. You want to compete with me in thunder and talisman?" The old Daoist had already used his divine ability to prevent his disciple from hearing this person's words. There were some things that he still needed to hide from this foolish disciple. The short old Daoist smiled and asked, "You won't even let me in? Why, does this mean you have agreed to compete with me in Dao? If I can enter, it will be my win and you will lend me that sword?" The man shook his head. "Are you really going to pester me like this?" The young Daoist Zhang Shanfeng, could not hear what his master and the green-robed man were talking about. In fact, Zhang Shanfeng was shocked to find that the green-robed man's face made him forget what he had seen previously. The old Daoist laughed. You are angry. If you have the ability, come out and hit me." The corner of the man's mouth twitched. Zhang Shanfeng suddenly heard his master's shameless words. He could not help but remind him softly, "Master, although you have always claimed that you are a cultivator who has achieved Dao, as a qi cultivator on the mountain, you should pay attention to your manners and demeanor when you come to visit." The old Daoist nodded repeatedly and then glared at the man. "What kind of hero are you to use such tricks?" The man said, "You can't even pull out that sword, what can I borrow?" The old Daoist's expression was solemn. "I still can't pull it out with my current realm?" The man nodded and said, "Even if you are one realm higher, you still can't control it." The old Daoist sighed deeply. Back then there was a secret matter on Mount Longhu. The old Daoist had promised the previous generation's great heavenly master that only by killing that ascendant realm demon could he rightfully return to Mount Longhu. Now the odds of victory were 80-20 and he was confident of victory. However, if it was a battle of life and death, the odds were only 50-50. The old Daoist looked at the disciple he had placed the most hope on and decided to give it a try. The man suddenly looked at the young Daoist. "This fist intent of yours?" Zhang Shanfeng was carrying an ordinary peachwood sword of Mount Longhu on his back and a damaged ancient sword engraved with the words, "True Martial." After hearing the man's question, Zhang Shanfeng was confused. The old Daoist said proudly, "How is it? Isn't it amazing? This disciple of mine created it himself." The man in the green robe revealed a look of admiration for the first time. Maybe he can open up a path for the martial arts of the world and evolve a lot of merit. Yes, what's more rare is that his heart is sincere. You have taken in a good disciple. The old Daoist smiled from ear to ear and began to talk nonsense. "You're flattering me. There are actually 7 or 8 disciples like me." Zhang Shanfeng didn't feel that his master was boasting, nor was he disappointed. Back then, when he cultivated on the mountain, he was indeed the most ordinary person. He was far inferior to his senior brothers and sisters, and even some of the junior Daoists who were only his martial nephews. The man smiled and said, "Mount Longhu is a great place. He heard that it's as difficult as ascending the sky for you to bring this disciple up the mountain to worship the ancestors. It just so happens that that demon has indeed crossed the line." The man thought for a moment. "Wait for me for an incense stick's time." He turned and walked up the mountain peak. The man in the green robe casually grabbed the long sword stuck in the mountain peak. This outsider who only wanted to admit that he was a scholar didn't have any high-spirited expression. Even when he pulled out the long sword that even a great heavenly master with a different surname couldn't pull out, it didn't cause any heavenly phenomena. It was just like any poor scholar in the world who sat in a study room and picked up a pen, wanting to write some tofu-sized articles. He went to a bottomless abyss that no one in the Central Plains dared to enter, and with a single sword he killed the level 13 demon that occupied the bottom of the abyss. He returned to the mountain peak and stabbed the rusty longsword back into the ground. He walked down the mountain and said to the old Daoist, "Now you can climb up Mount Longhu." The old Daoist smiled mischievously and said, "It's embarrassing. I can't thank you enough for your kindness. We'll take our leave first. We'll come again in the future." He pulled the confused Zhang Shanfeng by the arm and used his feet to draw talismans. He directly shrank thousands of miles and went to a tall mountain in the Central Plains. The man in the green robe didn't mind. He stood where he was and continued to look at the sea. Zhao Yao was young and ignorant back then and had once asked him if he was a disappointed person. This question was really interesting, because this scholar had always been known as the proudest person in the world. He first set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, 15. For 16. Chapter 2, there were 3 moons hanging in the sky. This was a scene that could never be seen in the vast world. The pure moonlight shone freely between heaven and earth, illuminating the 100,000 mountains as if they were covered with thick snow. Rustling sounds could be heard in the endless mountains, and the sound could easily spread for hundreds of miles. If there were immortals who could freely ride the wind in the sea of clouds and look down, they would see golden armored puppets as tall as mountains moving mountains and slowly trudging. There were also some ancient fierce beasts that were thousands of feet long and covered in scars. Without exception, they were ordered by the golden armored puppets with long whips to do hard labor and drag the mountains without complaint. Occasionally there would be some savage beasts that were able to rest for a short while, and they would use some mountain peaks as pillows in exhaustion as they slept soundly. Their bodies didn't have the slightest innate ferocious aura since a long time ago, and it had been completely worn away by the endless years of hardship. This scene could only be passed down by word of mouth in this world. It was far from the truth, because no one dared to fly over the 100,000 mountains without permission. In the long history, there were indeed some great demons of the upper 5 realms who didn't believe in heresy. Then they were dragged down by countless golden armored puppets and eventually became one of those great demons who worked hard. They became huge skeletons that slept forever in the mountains and couldn't even be reincarnated. At the top of the mountains there was a dilapidated thatched cottage. Behind the cottage was a vegetable garden with rare greenery. The thatched cottage was surrounded by a crooked wooden fence, and a skinny watchdog was lying at the door, panting slightly. A thin old man stood in the open space outside the door. Facing the mountain, he stretched out his hand and scratched his cheek. No one knew what he was thinking. The skinny dog suddenly got up and flew out, roaring toward a direction. A majestic wind in the shape of a tornado swept out in a mighty manner, directly blowing up a large sea of dark clouds that covered one of the bright moons. The old man was still indifferent. When the sea of clouds was broken, golden armored puppets stood on the ground around the mountain, holding all kinds of exaggerated weapons that matched their bodies. Among them there was no lack of snow-white skeletons of ancient fierce beasts as long spears. One of the golden armored puppets threw the white bone spear in its hand into the sky. Thunder rumbled as if it had the might to split the heavens and earth apart. The spear was aimed at the 2 grain-sized figures in the sky. The 2 visitors who had come from afar were in human form. One of them was a tall old man dressed in a bright red robe. The surface of his robe rippled and a sea of blood surged. Vicious-looking faces vaguely appeared on the robe, and they attempted to reach out of the sea. However, they were quickly drowned by the blood. This tall and sturdy old man was wearing a black belt made of an unknown material. Pieces of sword fragments were embedded in it. Beside the old man was a young-looking junior with a long sword hanging from each side of his waist. On his back was a snow-white sword case, revealing the hilts of 3 long swords. Seeing that the spear was about to pierce through the air, the young man's eyes were burning. However, it was not directed at the spear, but at the old man on the peak of the mountain whose back was facing them. With just a glance from the red-robed old man, the spear turned into dust and scattered in all directions. The other sharp weapons that were thrown were the same. They all shattered before they could get close to the old man. The red-robed old man was a little annoyed. It was not because he was stopped by this wave of attacks, but because he was angry at the way the old man treated his guests. He looked down on them too much. He only let the golden armored puppets attack. In any case, it was better to release the old fellows in the underground prison. The red-robed old man sneered. "Old blind, have you really forgotten who your master is after living in someone else's territory for so long? Are you using these to scratch my itch?" With a slap, one of the golden armored puppets on the ground was instantly smashed into the ground. Dust flew everywhere. After that, he did not stop attacking. A series of firecrackers sounded on the ground. The golden armored puppets that were as tall as mountains were all smashed into nothingness. The short old man on the peak of the mountain turned his head and looked at the 2 great demons that stood at the top of the world. His eye sockets were empty like 2 bottomless abysses. The short old man, who was called Old Blind, was still scratching his cheeks. Logically speaking, if the same level 13 cultivators or the few hidden level 14 cultivators were to fight in their own territory, unless the outsiders brought unreasonable weapons. Of course, such things could be counted with several worlds added together. Other than the 4 swords, such as a Baek-ok-kyung building, a string of Buddhist beads, or a book, they were usually in an invincible position in their own territory. It was even possible for them to kill the other party. Especially after entering the first level of the 2 lost realms, if they had nothing better to do, they would go to other places to have fun. It was the most natural thing to be suppressed by the rules of the great Tao of that world. However, the world was so big that there were always a few exceptions. What was so strange about that? For example, this old blind. He was an outsider in the wilderness, but he was living more freely than his master. Another example was that stinky cow nose of the world. The old blind said with a hoarse voice, "If it were that guy, it would be more appropriate. As for the two of you, if you continue to stand so high, I won't be polite anymore." The young man who had 5 swords on him smiled. As the youngest sword cultivator of the upper 5 realms, he had participated in that earth-shattering battle and even defeated the sword Immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, causing the other party to be reduced to one of the gatekeepers of the inverted mountain. He felt that the old blind under his feet was indeed very powerful, but not to the point of being lawless. The red-robed elder's expression was uncertain. His ferocious aura almost caused the surrounding river of time to stagnate. But in the end he only snorted coldly and turned to leave. The young sword Immortal Great Demon with outstanding battle achievements hesitated for a moment, and a slightly anxious voice sounded in his mind. "Leave quickly." Suddenly, a huge pulling force engulfed the sword Immortal Great Demon. The sword Immortal Great Demon was about to use this opportunity to attack the old blind, but he realized that the red-robed elder had roared angrily, grabbed his shoulder and threw him into the sky. Then the red-robed elder waved his sleeve, and a turbulent river of blood rolled out in an attempt to interrupt the aura that had targeted the sword Immortal Great Demon. The world turned upside down and the aura became chaotic. Feeling the suffocating pressure of the great Tao, the red-robed elder's expression changed slightly. He waved his sleeve with all his strength, and the rivers of blood almost converged into a huge lake. He said sternly, "Old blind, do you believe that I won't destroy this 100,000 mountains of yours?" The old blind stopped scratching his cheeks. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded in this huge small world. "Enough." The red-robed elder angrily stopped and retracted his divine ability, and the rivers of blood returned to his sleeve. The old blind reached out and grabbed, dragging the sword Immortal Great Demon to his feet. He squatted down and the sword Immortal Great Demon found himself unable to move. The short old man reached out and dug out an eyeball from his eye socket, put it into his mouth and chewed. He turned his head and spat it on the ground. As a result, the skinny old dog who was salivating, ran over and swallowed it in one bite. Blind stood up and used the tip of his foot to kick the sword Immortal Demon that was missing an eyeball into the air. "This is on account of you." The world returned to silence. The old blind walked towards the courtyard with his hands behind his back. He looked at the old dog and sneered, "A dog can't change its habit of eating shit." He raised his hand to scratch his cheeks again and turned to walk towards the cliff. He had a nagging feeling that some of the ink on the painting needed to be removed or added. He continued to stand there. The old blind suddenly frowned and hesitated for a moment. With a slight movement of his finger, the golden armored puppets that had stood up once more returned to their seats. The guests this time were an old man and a young woman from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old blind man gave the travel-worn young woman a smile that even he found awkward. Perhaps anyone who saw it would only find it eerie and terrifying. Then he turned to look at the old man and said angrily, "Qin Qingdu, don't bother me. I won't help anyone this time." The boss of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Sword Immortal Qin Qingdu. Qin Qingdu asked, "Are you still human?" The blind old man replied, "Ask yourself, are we still human?" Qin Qingdu nodded. "I am." The old blind was silent for a moment and asked, "No matter how fierce the war between the two worlds is, can it be as fierce as it was in the past? At most it will only shatter that one even more. If it was like that in the past, how much can it change after 1,000 or 10,000 years? Isn't the world still the same? What's the point? Perhaps it's better to completely overturn it and smash it to pieces to make it whole again." Qin Qingdu said, "Serves you right for being blind." The old blind suddenly laughed. "That's good. Forget about you, a watchdog that works for others. The hound is cooked after the rabbit is caught. Once isn't enough? Do you want to have a taste of it again? In my opinion, the reason why you felon survivors ended up in your current predicament was because of Qin Qingdu and the rest of you. I've been here for so long. Do you know why I've never been willing to look north? I'm afraid that if I see you, the biggest joke in the world, I'll laugh myself to death." The old blind pointed at the trembling old dog at the courtyard's entrance. Look at you, Qingqingdu. How are you any better than that? The old blind shifted his gaze and laughed hoarsely at the young girl. Last Ning, don't be angry. It has nothing to do with you. You're still pretty good. Ning Yao remained silent. Qingqingdu quickly left with Ning Yao. The old blind sighed softly. He was no longer in the mood to admire the unfinished painting of mountains and rivers. As he walked towards the courtyard's entrance, he saw the old dog with its head raised and tongue sticking out. The old blind suddenly stretched out his foot and stomped heavily on the old dog's back. It immediately whimpered and begged for mercy. The old blind directly broke the spine of this ancient great demon with incomparably tenacious vitality. After all, with the young great demon's eyeballs, it would quickly recover. The old blind muttered to himself as he walked into the courtyard. On the wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, eldest sword Immortal was sitting cross-legged while Ning Yao was drinking. Qingqingdu said indifferently, "There's no need to stand up for me." The old blind was the one who was hurt the most back then. Therefore it wasn't as the rumors said, that he lost his eyes after losing a huge battle with the ancestral demon of the desolate world. Instead he cut out his own eyeballs a long time ago. He threw one of them into the vast world and the other into the firmament world. I went to look for him this time because I wanted to hear him say, "I won't help anyone with my own ears." It's already very good. Ning Yao nodded. Ning Yao finished half a flask of wine and turned to look at eldest sword Immortal. Qingqingdu laughed angrily. "Last Ning, I'm not criticizing you. Why don't you return to your own home? This is Grandpa Chen's territory. How can I be chased away by you?" Although he said that, the old man still jumped off the wall and walked back to his thatched cottage. In fact, he knew the reason. That punk had once punched on the wall. Ning Yao took out a scroll from her sleeve and placed the flask of wine to the side. Then she leaned against the wall and unfolded the carousel of the river of time. Was this the third or fourth time? On the scroll, the scene was the immortal tomb that she had been to before. A group of children were flying kites. There was a skinny, dark-skinned child who was sitting far away, looking lonely. A peer of the same age who was flying kites passed by that kid and tugged at the kite. Then he squatted down, picked up a piece of mud and threw it over. Seeing the figure turn and run, the tall child with the kite in his hand laughed out loud. Ning Yao extended a finger and knocked on the scroll. It happened to poke the tall child's head. She muttered a few words. Then she retracted her hand and quietly finished looking at the scroll. There were actually many other scrolls in front of her, but she would only look at one each time. She turned around and placed her hands behind her head. Then she gently swung one leg. Liking him had nothing to do with the scroll. After looking at each scroll, her liking changed to liking him even more. Who she, Ning Yao, liked had nothing to do with heaven and earth. Qin Pingon could stupidly practice a million punches for her. But was this a big deal? Ning Yao opened her eyes. She felt that even if she died a million times she could continue to like him. Mao Xiaodong told Qin Pingon that the undercurrents in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom would no longer affect the Cliff Academy. Of course, Li Baoping was the happiest. She took Qin Pingon and began to wander around the capital. Li Baoping spent more than half a month treating little martial uncle to the two small eateries in the shabby alleys that she frequented and visiting various scenic spots and historical sites in the Great Sui dynasty. Li Baoping said that there were still a few interesting places that she had not visited. However, after chatting with Cui Dongshan, she learned that little martial uncle had just entered the second realm of Qi refinement warrior. It was the critical period where she needed to absorb the aura of heaven and earth day and night. Qin Pingon began to cultivate for real. He used the pure yang aura at specific times during the day to warm his internal organs and bones and resist the external evil and turbid aura from corroding his qi residence. He used the clear yin aura at certain times during the night to nourish the two aperture points that had already been opened and placed the natal item. Due to the refinement of the golden script Gaul, to a large extent, it involved the cultivation of Confucianism. Mao Xiaodong personally took out a collection of poems and gave Qin Pingon pointers to read through the 100 or so most famous poems from beyond the Great Wall. He learned that Qin Pingon had traveled so far and had not even visited an ancient battlefield site on the two continents. He only saw a group of monks chanting Buddhist scriptures on a battlefield in the small blessed land of lotus flowers. Therefore he taught Qin Pingon another lesson. The true body talisman of the day and night wandering god had been closed by Mao Xiaodong. Otherwise, no matter how high the rank of the talisman was and how slow the loss of aura was, it was not a good thing. As for the method of opening the true body talisman, Cui Dongshan went back to ponder and tinker with it after Qin Pingon explained in detail the origin of the talisman of the true body talisman. Cui Dongshan licked his face and said that he wanted to flip through the true works of alchemy. He was willing to pay him a small sum of money for every page he turned. Qin Pingon did not agree. Pei Qian accompanied Qin Pingon and Li Baoping to walk around several times. He really felt more comfortable in the academy. He walked around every day, leaving early in the morning and returning late at night. He was so tired that he was half dead. He did not have the time to chat with Li Huai in Cui Dongshan's courtyard. Later he found an excuse to stay in the academy. Qin Pingon also felt that Pei Qian had walked so far and not one step less than them. He allowed Pei Qian to play around in the academy. However, he would still check on Pei Qian's transcription every day. He also had Zhou Xian keep an eye on Pei Qian's stake walking and sword practice. When it came to martial arts, it was not important whether Pei Qian was diligent or not. Qin Pingon did not particularly care about it, but he would not miss an incense stick's worth of time. Mao Xiaodong would often chat with Qin Pingon. One of them said, "Decrees are only tools for governing a country, not the source of its cleanliness." Mao Xiaodong was probably worried that Qin Pingon, his junior, would accidentally walk further and further down the path of legalism. He had no choice but to remind him. At the time, Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "These words were not said by us Confucians. We did not purposely belittle legalism to elevate Confucianism. They were said by a ruthless official of the Central Plains whose name went down in history." Qin Pingon nodded his head in agreement. In Cui Dongshan's courtyard, Pei Qian and Li Huai would often get together, flipping and flipping, reading those novels about chivalrous Jianghu characters. They read at varying speeds, so they would often argue about whether or not they should turn the pages. Occasionally, Li Baoping would also read with them for a while. However, Pei Qian and Li Huai liked to see the flash of swords, the flying of flesh and blood, and the soul-stirring scenes of life and death. Li Baoping also read these, but she preferred to read those characters who might not even have a name. She would blindly ponder why these people would write about these places, say these things and do these things in the books. One day Zhou Xian took out a stack of his own manuscripts. He wrote about the scenes in the novels where various chivalrous women met with misfortune and were tragically bullied by the famous Jianghu characters and nameless juniors. After Yu Lu secretly read it, he was shocked. Zhou Xian felt that Yu Lu was indeed his confidant. They hit it off very well. Over at Cui Dongshan's study, there were piles of ethereal ancient paintings. There were paintings of birds chirping and flowers fragrant, of empty mountains and fresh rain, and of the old man fishing in the cold river. As a result, that night, Li Huai and Pei Qian painted a snake with feet. They drew on these famous paintings without permission, spoiling the scenery. For example, Pei Qian drew a bird cage for a bird, crooked and crooked. The inspiration came from Qinghuan country's Lu Shao. Jezluan cage. Li Huai drew a strange fish that was even bigger than a small boat on the side of the lone boat fisherman's boat. After Cui Dongshan saw it, he did not get angry. One day Cui Dongshan took out an eccentric palace painting. It was a painting of skeletons and ghosts. He was pleased with himself, saying that he wanted to show it to Pei Qian to broaden his horizons. Pei Qian looked at it carefully. As a result, a skeleton suddenly grew bigger, almost breaking out of the painting. Pei Qian was so scared that his soul almost flew away. He only dared to sit still and cry silently. Even when he saw Qin Pingon, he only pursed his lips. In the end, Cui Dongshan was chased and beaten by Qin Pingon. He threw punches and kicks, cursing and swearing. Even the dialect of Longquan County jumped out of his mouth. He grabbed a broom and smashed it on the back of Cui Dongshan's head. Cui Dongshan flew out and fell to the ground, pretending to be dead. Only then did he barely escape. Cui Dongshan would occasionally talk about some serious matters. One day, a group of people suddenly talked about the matter of human lifespan. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, "You should know that snakes shed their skin, right? Sir, you grew up in the countryside, so you should have seen quite a lot." Qin Pingon nodded. Li Baoping, Pei Qian and Li Huai also nodded. Cui Dongshan said with a smile, If one's soul is the foundation and the rest of the skin, bones and flesh are the clothes, then take a guess. How many clothes made of human skin will a mortal change in his life when he is 60 years old? Pei Qian felt that this saying made her hair stand on end. Cui Dongshan smiled and stretched out a finger. Pei Qian's eyes widened. 10. Li Baoping frowned and said, 800. Li Huai was purely trying to undermine him. He liked to bicker with Li Baoping and Pei Qian. He said casually, 8,000. Cui Dongshan nodded and said, in this life, a person will unknowingly change into 1,000 human skin clothes. Cui Dongshan continued, in addition to those inexplicable Qi mansion acupoints that are incomparably compatible with heaven and earth, all sentient beings in the world are willing to transform into human form after becoming spirits. The imperial porcelain of your hometown's dragon kiln is clearly so fragile and can't even withstand a single blow. The worst thing is to be knocked. Why did His Majesty still order people to burn it? Why didn't he directly ask for the mud on the mountain or the clay pots with a stronger physique? Li Huai chuckled and said, it looks good and it's worth money. Cui Dongshan, why are you asking such a brainless question? Cui Dongshan scolded, yes, you're the only one with a brain. You look like a tiger with a tiger's head. Li Huai made a face and said cheekily, I'm not listening. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. One day Qin Pingon sat in the corridor of Cui Dongshan's courtyard. He took out the blade's strengthening gourd but did not drink. His palm pressed against the opening of the gourd and gently shook the wine pot. There was no one in the small courtyard for the time being. It was rare to have a moment of peace. After refining the 2 natal items of water and metal, refining the 3rd natal item of the 5 elements had become an unavoidable hurdle. However, according to Zhang Shanfeng, 3 natal items were enough for an ordinary Qi cultivator. 1 for offense and 1 for defense. The last one could help the Qi cultivator absorb spiritual energy faster. It was already quite an achievement for cultivators below the Earth Immortal realm. As for whether the number 1 and number 15 flying swords could be refined into Qin Pingon's natal item, Cui Dongshan did not say in detail. He only said that even if the nascent Soul Realm Sword cultivator's Li Huai flying sword was successfully refined into her natal item, compared to the sword cultivator's natal flying sword, there was not much difference. However, the so-called weak was compared to the cultivators of the upper 5 realms. For an ordinary Earth Immortal realm cultivator to have such an opportunity to seize the natal flying sword of an Earth Immortal sword cultivator and use it for his own use, he would still be grateful. Fire, Earth, Wood. The remaining 3 natal items. Qin Pingon had completely dispelled the idea of using the 5-colored earth of the Dali dynasty as his natal item. The old master of the Daoist temple had once asked the little Daoist boy who carried a huge gourd to pass on a message. He mentioned that Miss Wan Xiu's fire dragon could be refined. However, Qin Pingon was not crazy. Not to mention such a crazy business, Qin Pingon already felt helpless when he thought of Wan Tong's vigilant gaze. He was afraid that if Wan Tong knew about this idea, he would definitely be hammered into a pile of meat paste by the military saint with the hammer used to forge swords. Then he would not think about the fire of the 5 elements first. Therefore the last thing left was wood. Qin Pingon actually had some plans. It was the old locust tree that had been chopped down. However, it had been divided up by the commoners at that time. The locust tree sword that had been left in the Great Wall of Sword Qi was one of the locust tree branches that he had asked the little treasure bottle to carry back. Song Jisun had mentioned the changes in his hometown. It was obvious that the people in the small town were smarter than the previous. The Baobao Zhai of Oxhorn Mountain had good judgment. They might not give Qin Pingon a chance to pick up the leftovers. Qin Pingon scratched his head worriedly. He lay back down. Now he was a pure martial artist at the peak of the 5th realm. For a 2nd realm Qi refinement warrior, everything was difficult at the beginning. Qin Pingon knew very well that it was not easy to become a 2nd realm cultivator. He was a sword immortal who carried a semi-immortal weapon. It was just that unless he fought with his life on the line, it was not easy for him to draw his sword. There were 2 flying swords in the blade's strengthening gourd. His natal little Fingdu's 15th sword was still okay. However, it was almost the same as Qin Pingon's mind. Almost every day, it would clamor to eat the last and largest strip of the dragon-slaying platform. He wore a golden robe. Fortunately, it was not a problem for him to wear it before he reached the seventh realm. On the contrary, it could help him absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth quickly. To a large extent, it was equivalent to making up for the fatal flaw in Qin Pingan's cultivation talent after the longevity bridge was broken. However, every time he used the inner vision technique to patrol his qi dwelling, the little children in green clothes condensed from water fate would still have a bitter look in their eyes. It was obvious that they were often unable to make ends meet in the spiritual energy of the underwater residents. This caused them to be in an awkward situation where they could not cook without rice. Therefore they were especially aggrieved. On the other hand, the little person in a scholarly robe manifested from the golden gourd gave Qin Pingan a pleasant surprise. He rode the fire dragon condensed from pure vital energy and flaunted his prowess every day. He was carefree and happy, helping Qin Pingan to patrol his own little world. This could benefit his soul and help Qin Pingan to expand his meridians. Moreover, some of the impurities left behind from the numerous battles of life and death, as well as the turbid and filthy aura hidden in the depths of his soul, were being ridden by the little person on the fire dragon. He was like a great general single-handedly attacking cities and seizing strongholds. He was diligent and conscientious in cleaning up the remnants of the rebels hidden deep in the mountains and forests. However, the little person and the fire dragon were obviously not on good terms with the group of children in green clothes who were equally diligent in running the house in the underwater residence. Both sides had already adopted a stance of not interacting with each other for the rest of their lives. After stumbling and struggling to become a qi refinement warrior, Qin Pingan was actually at a loss for the first time. He had to make a choice. In order to survive, Qin Pingan did not hesitate to suffer while practicing boxing and walking stances. However, now that his life was not in danger as long as he was willing, it would not be difficult for him to immediately ascend to the sixth realm. For example, those people from wealthy families had to worry about earning gold or silver. This made Qin Pingan very uncomfortable. Deep down he was used to being a pauper. He always felt that the bag of copper coins in his hand or the thin layer of rice in the rice jar was what truly belonged to him. Even if he had a mountain of gold and silver beside him, he still felt that it was his today. Once he woke up, it would be someone else's tomorrow. Qin Pingan knew that this was not right. However, a leopard could not change its spots. In this matter he could not say that he had made no progress, but ultimately progress was slow. In fact, Qin Pingan knew that many things had changed a lot in the past few years. For example, he felt awkward when he changed into boots instead of straw sandals. He almost could not walk. For example, when he wore a golden robe and a jade hairpin, he always felt that he was the kind of monkey that was described in the books. For the dream that he had once told Lu Tai, he would spend a lot of money on useless things, hoping that one day he would have a new family with a big business in Longquan County. Qin Pingan crossed his legs and shook them gently. The little lotus flower peeked out from the ground sneakily, darting up the stairs in a flash. In the end, it climbed onto Qin Pingan's legs and sat down. Qin Pingan stretched out a finger and placed it by his mouth, indicating that it should not speak. Ever since Cui Dongshan first appeared in that village in Qingwan country, the little lotus flower peeked out almost no more. This was what Qin Pingan wanted it to do. Although it did not understand, it still did as it was told. The little lotus flower peeked out with only one arm and covered its mouth, nodding vigorously with a smile. Qin Pingan swung his legs. The little fellow looked like it was on a swing. If it was not for the fact that it was covering its mouth, it would have already giggled out loud. As soon as he saw the cheerful little lotus flower peeked out, Qin Pingan's state of mind became much more peaceful. All the distracting thoughts and worries were swept away. Qin Pingan closed his eyes. Not long after, he realized that the back of his feet was light. He turned his head and opened his eyes to look. The little fellow was imitating him and lying down with its legs crossed. After being discovered by Qin Pingan, it smiled and squinted its eyes. Qin Pingan lay down on his side and it followed suit. Qin Pingan began to shake its head. It seemed to be muttering something, but it did not make a sound. The little fellow followed suit, imitating Qin Pingan. One big and one small, actually neither of them knew what they were muttering. Qin Pingan did not know. Cui Dongshan was just outside the walls of the small courtyard. His head was leaning against the wall and his body was like a slope. Cui Dongshan knew why Qin Pingan deliberately let the little lotus flower peeking out from him. Because in Qin Pingan's eyes, The carefree little lotus flower peeking out was already the best. He didn't even want to know, nor was he willing to know, whether or not the little lotus figure was actually very rare, whether or not it was priceless, and whether or not it was of great use. Therefore Cui Dongshan felt a little uncomfortable holding it in, because he really wanted to tell Chen Pingon that that little fellow was really not simple. But for some reason Cui Dongshan pondered over it. Although he knew that whether he told Chen Pingon or not, the end result would be the same, Cui Dongshan thought about it and suddenly felt that it was not a bad idea to not tell him. After Cui Dongshan thought of this, his face was full of smiles. He returned to his normal state, gently knocked his head back, stood up straight and quietly floated forward. If there is unhappiness in life, it is only because you do not know my husband. Cui Dongshan was very happy at that moment. Because as long as he took this sentence to Little Treasure Bottle to claim credit, he might be able to avoid being slapped in the future. Hence Cui Dongshan ran away and arrived outside the window of the school. He winked at the little girl in the red dress. In the end he was shouted at by the teacher. First set a small goal such as 1 second. Remember, book guest house, 8. For 17. Unknowingly, summer had turned to autumn. After this period of nourishment, Chen Pingon diligently made up for his lack of strength. The Qi residence where the 2 natal items were placed was full of spirit energy. Chen Pingon tried his best not to favor one over the other when it came to the practice of punching and refining Qi. However, as he became a real Qi refinement warrior, he had to spend at least 8 hours a day breathing and expelling. Chen Pingon was increasingly clear about the arrival of the bottleneck in the future. One day he would have to make another choice to become a pure martial artist of the 7th realm and then advance to the 5th realm of Qi refinement warrior. Mao Xiaodong joked one day, "When you were cultivating in Cui Dongshan's courtyard, I didn't see you feeling sorry for the academy's spirit energy. Why were you unwilling to take any more spirit energy when you were at the peak of Donghua Mountain? Aren't you being too pretentious?" Chen Pingon replied, "After the big rules are followed, I can talk about how when in Rome do as the Romans do." Cui Dongshan, thank you. Lin Shui, in this courtyard, one can rely on one's own state to absorb spirit energy. Moreover, the academy has tacitly acknowledged that there is no wrong action. Naturally, I can do so too. This is probably like the Donghua Mountain outside the small courtyard is the vast world. However, in this courtyard, it has become a country and a land. It is a small world. Under the premise that there is nothing that goes against my conscience or the Confucian etiquette, I am, yo. Chen Pingon spoke intermittently because he often had to pause and think for a moment before continuing. Mao Xiaodong nodded. It seemed that the words that he had painstakingly said when he was refining items at the peak of Donghua Mountain were not in vain. Mao Xiaodong asked again, "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Those who are above the crowd will be criticized. What do you think is the reason?" Chen Pingon replied, "The original intention should be to warn a gentleman to know how to hide and adapt to a world that is not so good. As for why it is not good, I can't tell. I only feel that it is far from the world in the mind of the Confucians. As for why it is so, I don't understand. Moreover, I feel that this sentence is a little problematic. It is easy to lead people astray. They are always afraid of the tallest tree in the forest and do not dare to be above the crowd. Instead, it makes many people feel that it is something that everyone is doing. Since everyone is doing it, then I will do it. Anyway, the law does not punish the majority. But once I look into this matter, I seem to be entangled with the Romans. Although it can be divided, I still feel that it is still very difficult. It should be because I have not found the fundamental method." This time Chen Pingon was still stumbling over his words. Therefore Chen Pingon could not help but ask curiously, "It is undeniable that this kind of so-called golden jade advice, which is respected by the world, can indeed save people from many difficulties. Just like how I often use it to save people from trouble, but can it really be recognized as a rule by the Confucian sages?" Mao Xiaodong laughed but did not give an answer. Mao Xiaodong then changed the topic. "What do you think of the white horse is not a horse?" Chen Pingon replied, "Cui Dongshan once talked about this. He said that it was because when the sages first created words, they were not perfect enough. The great Tao was inevitably incomplete, and it was an invisible word barrier. As time passed, the later generations created more and more words. It was a difficult problem at that time, but now it is very easy to solve. The white horse is naturally a type of horse, but it is not the same as a horse. The pitiful ancient people could only go around and around the word, not. According to Cui Dongshan's words, this is also called the vain barrier. If you do not understand this, no matter how many words there are, it is useless. For example, if someone says a correct thing and another person uses another correct thing to deny the previous correct thing, the other person is not willing to get to the bottom of it. When the other person hears it, they are not willing to get to the bottom of it. They will subconsciously think that the former is wrong. This is considered a vain barrier. There are many generalizations confusing the order, and they do not understand the ins and outs. Cui Dongshan was quite angry about this. He said that scholars, even sages, gentlemen and sages, could not escape this disaster. He also said that everyone in the world should learn this when they are young. This is the foundation of standing, and it is more effective than any high or low principle. Cui Dongshan also said that at least half of the sages' writings are unclear. Only by understanding this can one be qualified to comprehend the fundamental knowledge of the sage ancestor and the sage of rites. Otherwise, ordinary scholars may seem to be diligently studying the sage's writings, but in the end, they can only build a pavilion in the sky. At most, they can only float in the white emperor city amidst the colorful clouds. Mao Xiaodong thought carefully and said with a smile, "It's not all that little bastard's words to vent his anger. It's still a bit chewy." Qin Pingon said with a smile, "If Cui Dongshan is willing to say it, I will just listen." After all, the sage of literature once said that it is always good to think more about everything. Even if the final conclusion is negative, it is not a waste of time. Mao Xiaodong clapped and laughed. "Teacher is brilliant." Then Mao Xiaodong looked expectant, hoping that this little junior brother of his had some understanding. Qin Pingon held back his laughter and understood. He said, "If I can see the sage of literature next time, I will talk more about Mountain Master Mao." Mao Xiaodong said softly, remember, don't be reserved. My husband doesn't buy it. For example, if I say, my husband is brilliant, you can say it exactly as it is. Even if you add some details, it's okay, but you can't play tricks." Qin Pingon said that he would remember. In the end, Mao Xiaodong gave Qin Pingon a flying sword message from the cloud-splitting mountain in Dali's Longquan County. Mao Xiaodong left. Some of the people in charge of Cliff Academy were shaken and needed him to calm them down. From time to time he would chat with Qin Pingon. Not only was it to put on the airs of a senior brother, but it was also a way for him to take a break from his busy schedule. Of course, it was also his duty as a senior brother to check on Qin Pingon's state of mind. Qin Pingon opened it and saw the familiar handwriting of the Northern Mountain principal god, Wei Pai. Previously, Qin Pingon had sent a letter to Wei Pai, asking about the sale of the mountain in the west. Qin Pingon had a natural trust in Wei Pai, the earliest and only surviving mountain principal god of Divine Water Nation. In the letter, Wei Pai told Qin Pingon that there were a total of 9 mountains, including the Su family in Clear Wind City looking for a buyer. Wan Ting, the Li family in Fulu Street, and a few other families had taken over. For now there were only 2 mountains left. If Qin Pingon wanted them, he could help negotiate the price. Moreover, Wei Pai suggested that although the remaining 2 mountains were leftovers, Qin Pingon would not suffer a loss if he bought them. He also complained that Qin Pingon did not send the letter earlier. Otherwise he could have bought the entire Oxhorn Mountain. Even if Qin Pingon did not have enough money in his pocket, Wei Pai could pay for it first. The 2 of them would divide the Oxhorn Mountain. Oxhorn Mountain had a bundle shop, which was equivalent to a half-sold, half-given immortal fairy. Qin Pingon read the letter again. After ensuring that he did not miss any hidden secrets, he kept it in his Fengsuan object. In the mountains to the west of Longquan County, there were many top immortal residences with abundant spiritual energy that did not lose out to the Aquarius continent. This was true, but the fate of the mountains and rivers were severely divided. Moreover, the territory was still too small. For those immortal sects and clans that could easily cover a radius of 100 miles, or even 1,000 miles, those Longquan mountains that covered a radius of more than 10 miles were difficult to achieve. Of course, it was more than enough to worship a golden core earth immortal. Qin Pingon felt that buying the mountain was feasible. He went to Mao Xiaodong's study and wrote a letter, asking Wei Pai to discuss the price first. He asked Pei Qian to run an errand and pass it to an old teacher in the academy who was in charge of this matter. Sitting in the antique study, Qin Pingon thought of a recent chat, where Cui Dongshan casually talked about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism in Qinghuan country. Previously he mentioned to Qin Pingon that there were not many proper books about the 100 schools of thought. Therefore he casually asked Qin Pingon to go to the academy's library to find the few classics of Buddhism and Taoism. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and left the study. After waiting for Lin Shui to finish his qi refinement, he pulled him to the library. On the way, Lin Shui asked with a smile, "That matter, you still haven't thought of an answer?" Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that it was the first time he visited Lin Shui in the academy, and the latter said that he was grateful. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly, "I really can't guess. I'm very curious. Don't play riddles with me. If you don't tell me, I'll definitely ask you directly before I leave the academy." Lin Shui smiled. "Do you still remember that time when the mountain path was muddy and Li Huai was rolling on the ground and everyone was annoyed?" Qin Pingon thought for a moment. "I vaguely remember. Later I promised to make Li Huai a bookcase. Only then did he stop crying and stop making trouble. Otherwise we probably wouldn't be able to travel for a while. But in these few years, Li Huai has become much more sensible." Lin Shui asked, "Then do you still remember what you said to me at that time?" Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. Lin Shui smiled, "I know you definitely remember." Qin Pingon sighed, "You really care about such a small thing?" Lin Shui nodded. "At that time I was the most unsociable. Li Baoping called you youngest uncle. Li Huai was the closest to you. Even Alliance liked to chat with them. Zhu Lu and Zhu He were father and daughter. Only I, Lin Shui, seemed to be the most unsociable. Although I didn't seem to care, how could I say that I wasn't disappointed at all? So, for a long time I actually doubted whether I should go to the Great Sui Kingdom with you to study." When Lin Shui talked about this cultivation jade who was serious in speech and manner in the academy actually had a warm smile. "Then you squatted on the muddy road and turned to me and said, 'I'll make one for you too? Anyway, it's convenient.'" Lin Shui walked slowly, "So I agreed at that time." Qin Pingon laughed. "I didn't think much at that time. I just thought that if I didn't say so, you definitely wouldn't accept it. But at that time I made a bookcase for Li Huai, but only you didn't. I was worried that you would alienate Little Treasure Bottle and Li Huai. To be honest, at that time I considered your feelings, but more than that, I thought that among the three of you, Lin Shui was the oldest and had a stable temperament. When I went to the academy and left, I hoped that you could take care of them more." Lin Shui nodded and said, "I actually understood this on the road. But there's one thing that I do well, that is, when others are kind to me I won't feel unjust because they are more kind to others." Lin Shui's smile widened. He said, "Later on the ferry crossing the river, you made Li Huai's small book chest first, and then mine became the last one you made. Naturally, the bamboo chest that you, Qin Pingon, were most familiar with became the best one in all of them. At that time I knew that Qin Pingon was a man of few words, but he was actually a good person. So when we went to the academy, Li Huai was bullied. Although I didn't do much, I didn't hide. At that time I had already seen my own path of cultivation. So I bet all my future and prepared for the worst. At worst, I would be beaten up and cut off my path of cultivation. Then I would continue to be an illegitimate child that even my parents looked down on. But first I had to be a person that Qin Pingon wouldn't look down on." Qin Pingon nodded and said, "I remember all these." Lin Shui smiled and said, "So after the nascent soul sword cultivator assassinated the courtyard, Qin Pingon came to the courtyard and sat beside me on purpose. I knew, and so did you, Qin Pingon. In fact, except for that stupid Li Huai, even Pei Qian, everyone in the courtyard knew. Why did you sit beside me alone? You were afraid that I, Lin Shui, would only be able to watch from the beginning to the end of the battle. So you must feel disappointed and afraid that I, Lin Shui, would be further and further away from you." Qin Pingon stopped and didn't deny it. He asked with a smile, "Then do you know what I am most grateful for? Now it's your turn to guess." Lin Shui directly shook his head and said, "I'm a stubborn person. I don't think too much about other things. In this aspect I'm worlds apart from you, Qin Pingon. I definitely won't be able to guess. Qin Pingon didn't keep him in suspense and said, you once told me that not all parents in the world are like Qin Pingon's parents. Lin Shui was a bit puzzled. Qin Pingon stretched out a fist and a finger and said with a smile, first of all, I'm very happy that you, Lin Shui, are willing to say such words. It shows that you treat me as a friend. After all, your identity has always been the biggest knot in your heart. Qin Pingon stretched out a second finger and said, I've always remembered these words. So much so that after my trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land I was able to come here with Pei Qian. It's all thanks to these words of yours. Qin Pingon finally stretched out a third finger and said, and after hearing these words, I'm like a pauper who suddenly found out that he had inherited a large fortune. When I think of this, I feel that no matter how rich my peers are, such as Fan Air who became my friend later on, or Lu Yuzhou who never became my friend, when I get along with them, I don't feel ashamed of my inferiority when it comes to whether they are rich or not. Lin Shui smiled and then said, I guess that Song Jisun hates you the most. Qin Pingon nodded. Qin Pingon stopped in front of the library and looked up at the tall building. Lin Shui, I'm very happy that you value and cherish my insignificant kindness so much. Lin Shui said, in this world even good people like to ask for good people, so you have to cherish a friend like me. Qin Pingon smiled and said, I will. Lin Shui asked, then you don't have to haggle over whether I return the gifts you give me in the future? Qin Pingon waved his hand and put his arm around Lin Shui's shoulder. Don't even think about it. Lin Shui nimbly pushed Qin Pingon away and straightened his clothes, complaining, if the girls of the academy see this scene, I might lose a few admirers. Of course I don't like them, but I don't hate them for liking me either. Qin Pingon smiled and said, in my opinion you, Lin Shui, have changed the most in the academy these years. Lin Shui and Qin Pingon looked at each other and both thought of a certain person. Then for some reason they laughed heartily together. This was probably the telepathy between friends. The two people from the same hometown talked and laughed as they walked into the library together. Countless principles in the books were waiting for them to read and extract. At the bamboo house of Luapa Mountain, the little boy in green had just finished a farewell drink with his friends in the town's restaurant. The girl in pink sat on a bamboo chair and ate melon seeds. She found that he seemed to be a little dispirited and asked, didn't you drink to your heart's content with your brother, the Imperial River Water God? Or is the drink too expensive? The little boy in green sat on the bamboo chair beside her and held his chin with both hands. You don't understand, Jiang, who matters. The girl in pink stretched out her hand and poured some melon seeds for him. The little boy in green did not refuse. Previously, the Imperial River Water God of the Huangting country had successfully obtained an incomparably valuable peace token through the little boy in green. Then, with the permission of the Ministry of Rights of the Huangting country, he left the country and crossed the border of Dali to visit Luapa Mountain. The little boy in green brought his best brother of the Jianghu to many places. The girl in pink guessed that this guy had bragged a lot in front of the water god. After the little boy in green finished eating the melon seeds, he groaned and scratched his ears and cheeks. Then he calmed down instantly. His legs were straight and he was listless as he leaned on the bamboo chair and said slowly, the righteous gods of the rivers are divided into different grades and ranks. When we were drinking, my brother said that he saw the highest-ranked river god of the Tiefu River and was very envious. He wanted me to put in a good word with the Dali Imperial Court to include some tributary rivers under his jurisdiction. Then, did he give you some divine money to build connections? Not yet. The girl in pink had a strange look in her eyes. The little boy in green glared at her and said angrily, it's not that my brother is stingy. He said it himself that it's unreasonable to talk about money between brothers. I think that's reasonable. Now I'm just worried about which temple I should enter and which bodhisattva's incense. You know that Wei Pai has always disliked me. The last time I went to him he kept making excuses. He doesn't care about brotherhood and friendship. The words of the mountain god with a golden head at the top of our mountain are useless. County Governor Wu Yuan, the county magistrate with the surname Yuan, I've also been rejected before. But that Su Ruo, the swordsman who gave each of us a peace token, I think there's a chance. It's just that I can't find him. The girl in pink chewed on the melon seeds and asked softly, even if you find the temple, do you have the money? The little boy in green was not confident. that Su Ruo might not take money from me. You see, Su Ruo has a good relationship with our master. How can he take money from me? If there's no other way, I'll owe him first and borrow money from our master to pay back Su Ruo. Is that okay? The girl in pink got angry and said angrily, "What's wrong with you? Why are you always thinking about our master's money?" The little boy in green muttered, "A penny stumps a hero. What's so strange about that? Who hasn't fallen on hard times? Besides, isn't this place called Luapa Mountain? It's our master's fault for choosing such a mountain. The name is inauspicious." The girl in pink got even angrier. "How can you blame our master for this? Has your conscience been eaten by a dog?" If it was any other matter, the little boy in green would have been furious if she dared to talk to him like that. But today the little boy in green did not even want to be angry. He could not muster up any energy. At this moment, Wei Pai, who rarely came to Luapa Mountain in the past year, appeared on the road and slowly walked over. The little boy in green jumped up and ran over. He said flatteringly, "Great righteous God Wei, how come you have time to visit my house today? Are you tired from walking? Do you want to sit on the bamboo chair and let me massage your shoulders and legs for you?" Wei Pai reached out and pressed the little boy's head. "Go away." The little boy in green grabbed one of Wei Pai's sleeves with both hands. In the end, he was dragged by Wei Pai to the pond behind the bamboo building. The girl in pink shook her head. It was really embarrassing for her master. Wei Pai squatted beside the pond with clear water. The golden lotus seed had already begun to sprout. The little boy in green squatted beside him. "Old Immortal Wei, can I discuss something with you?" Wei Pai stared at the extremely precious seed. After all, it was one of the relics left behind by the Taoist sect leader Zhou Xian in this world. This was also the reason why the Divine Water Country was still connected to the country even though it had been severed for so long. It was also the reason why Wei Pai had set his eyes on the Tiefu River's righteous god Yanghua. As the only remaining god of the Divine Water Country, Wei Pai was able to escape from the calamity back then. He was at death's door until he became the righteous god of the Dali dynasty. Of course, Wei Pai's own forbearance was also very important. If he did not save himself, the heavens would not save him. Wei Pai's tone was indifferent. His words directly dispelled the little boy in green's hopes of getting lucky. "That Imperial River Water God treats you like a fool. Are you so happy being a fool?" The green-clothed child angrily got up and walked a few steps away. He turned his head and saw that Wei Ba's back was facing him. He stood where he was and began to kick and punch the eyesore's back before he hurriedly ran away. Before Wei Pai left Luapa Mountain, he smiled at the two little fellows sitting on the bamboo chair and said, "Your master will be back soon." Wei Pai swaggered off. The girl in pink was extremely excited. But for some reason, when she turned her head, she found that the little boy in green, who should have been as happy as her, was sitting on the bamboo chair in a daze. She asked softly, "What's wrong?" The little boy in green murmured, "You're already so stupid. In the end, I was still called a fool by Wei Pai. Do you think our master will be very disappointed when he sees us this time?" The girl in pink stood up angrily. She no longer paid attention to this fellow who treated her kindness as ill intent. She went to get a bucket of water and a rag and began to carefully wipe the bamboo house. The little boy in green bent over and held his cheeks. He had once looked forward to a scene. That was when the Imperial River Water God brothers came to Luapa Mountain as guests. He could confidently sit on the side and drink, watching Chen Pingon and his brothers, regretting that they had not met earlier, calling each other brothers and exchanging toasts. In that case, he would be very proud. After the banquet, when he returned to Luapa Mountain with Chen Pingon, he could boast to him about his Jianghu deeds and how glorious he was on Imperial River's side. But he realized that it was a little difficult. The little boy in green was a little disappointed. He looked down at the melon seed shells on the ground. It seemed that there were a few fish that had escaped the net. The bored little boy in green picked them up and ate them. It seemed that the taste was better than usual. The girl in pink, who was wiping the stairs of the bamboo house, happened to see this scene. She asked in surprise, "Are you already so poor? Don't tell me you gave all your family's assets to your Imperial River Water God brothers?" The little boy in green's mood had improved a lot. He rolled his eyes at her. "I'm not stupid. Don't you know how to leave some for your wife? I don't want to become an old bachelor like old Chui." You don't know how precious money is when you're young, so you should obediently be a bachelor when you're old. This principle, when our master returns home, I will also tell him, lest he still likes to be a child of wealth." There was a bang. The little boy in green was sent flying out of the cliff. The girl in pink was already used to this and was not worried about his safety. A long green snake suddenly appeared, riding on the clouds. Then it climbed up the cliff and returned to the appearance of the little boy in green, swaggering toward the bamboo house. Honest words are unpleasant to the ear. No wonder loyal officials and good generals have such a hard time meeting a good end since ancient times. There was another bang. The little boy in green was sent flying again. When he returned to the top of the mountain for the second time, he saw a barefoot old man in scholarly robes standing on the second floor of the bamboo house. The little boy in green immediately shouted, "Old Chui, I didn't say anything this time." He was sent flying down the cliff again. The girl in pink was already wiping the railing on the second floor, somewhat puzzled. The old man surnamed Chui smiled. "Your skin is itching for a beating. You remember." The girl in pink was unable to refute and did not plead for mercy for the little boy in green. On the mountain path of Luapa Mountain, the little boy in green cursed as he ran up the mountain. On that isolated island in the sea near the central divine continent. On this day the scholarly man rejected yet another visitor, causing a grand chancellor of the secondary saint lineage to be shut out. If this was before, even if the scholarly man was unwilling to open the door, he would still show his face. This time he did not even show his face. The Grand Chancellor could only leave in disappointment. He could not help but feel anxious in the depths of his heart. He did not know why that scholar was so unreasonable this time. The scholarly man stood in the thatched house where Zhao Yao had lived back then. There was a path on the mountain of books. He stood in one corner, flipping through a Confucian book that he had casually pulled out. The Confucian sage who wrote this book had already lost his literary vein. As he had died in the river of time at a young age without any warning, his disciple had yet to truly grasp the essence of the literary vein. In less than 100 years his literary legacy was severed. He put down the book and walked out of the thatched house. He came to the top of the mountain and continued to gaze at the sea. How did Zhao Yao come here back then? It was because of the protection of a remnant soul. Otherwise, even a grand heavenly master of Mount Longhu and a grand chancellor of the academia had to first knock on the door before entering. How could Zhao Yao have just gone with the flow and arrived here by coincidence? He retracted his gaze and looked at the cliff. Back then Zhao Yao had been there wanting to take a step out. Of course he did not care. It was just that at that time, there was a middle-aged Confucian with white hair on his temples who had winked at him. Only then did he persuade Zhao Yao. After Zhao Yao had left the island, he had a conversation with the Confucian who had sent Zhao Yao here. He asked, "Since you care so much, why don't you show yourself to him?" That person replied, "Zhao Yao is still young. If he sees me, he will only feel more guilty. Some of the knots in his heart need to be untied by himself. After walking a long path, he will think it through sooner or later." He asked, "Then Qi Jingchen, are you not afraid that Zhao Yao will not know your thoughts even when he dies? Zhao Yao's talent is not bad. It won't be difficult for him to establish a sect in the central divine continent. You have stripped away the literary qi from your life-bound characters and only used the purest qi of heaven and earth to hide it in the wooden dragon paperweight. You are waiting for the day when Zhao Yao's heart will blossom again. Are you not afraid that Zhao Yao will benefit other literary lineages or even Taoism?" Qi Jingchun replied, "It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as this student of mine is alive. Whether or not he inherits my literary lineage is not that important compared to Zhao Yao being able to peacefully pursue his studies for the rest of his life." He sighed, "Qi Jingchun, it's a pity for you." Qi Jingchun only smiled at that time and did not say anything. At this moment, this scholar of the central divine continent who had once split open the Yellow River Paradise with a single sword felt that there was one less close friend in life. Aquarius continent, Mount Yunxia. Kai Qinqian, who had already occupied a mountain residence by himself, was cultivating on the Pu. After opening her eyes, she stood up and walked to the viewing platform with a wide view. Fairy Kai, who had been progressing triumphantly on the path of cultivation and whose temperament had become colder and colder, seemed to have thought of something and smiled. Back then there was a scholar whom she admired and respected the most. When he gave her the first painting of the River of Time, he did something that made Xianxia feel like the world had turned upside down. Mr. Qi, who was perfect in her heart, actually asked a student for advice. He asked her sincerely, "If you send this painting to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, will it be superfluous? Will it not be beautiful?" Xianxia could still remember clearly how she felt at that time. It was almost like a nascent soul cultivator going through a tribulation. She was struck by lightning. After Mr. Qi saw her dazed expression, he laughed and said, "When it comes to the matters between men and women in the world, I really know 6 out of 7 orifices, but I know none of them." Xianxia kept a straight face and tried her best to keep it straight. Qi Jingchun said helplessly, "If you want to laugh, just laugh." In the end, Xianxia didn't laugh. Deep in her heart, she was a little sad. She looked at Mr. Qi in a daze. After coming back to her senses, Xianxia gave her answer. "If you don't like it, doing this may not be useful. It doesn't matter whether it's superfluous or not. If you already like it a little, you might like it even more after seeing it." At that time, after hearing Xianxia's words, Mr. Qi seemed to have a lot of burden on his shoulders. He immediately smiled. Mr. Qi's smile at that time made Xianxia feel that no matter how knowledgeable this man was, he was still in the human world. Xianxia leaned on the railing and smiled. She was looking into the distance, but in fact the spectacular scenery outside the viewing platform was not in her eyes. Secretly liking such a man, even if she knew that he wouldn't like her, Xianxia felt that it was the most beautiful thing. On the path of cultivation, no matter if it was 100 years or 1,000 years in the future, Xianxia was willing to think of him in the quiet moments when there was no one around. In the middle of the Aquarius continent, there was an immortal ferry that connected to the southern border of the Zhou dynasty. Lu Qingshan bought a big pot of wine and sat by the river. He drank big mouthfuls after mouthfuls. Lu Boqi knew that this day would come sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. First, there was a conflict with a Qi cultivator, which was a small matter. Then there was an even bigger nightmare, which was the farce in Qinghuan country. She took the wine pot from Lu Qingshan's hand and said in a low voice, "I've barely studied, so I can't say anything. You're a scholar, so you might not listen to me. But no matter what, I hope you know something." Lu Boqi, the female champion of the saber division, held the wine pot with one hand and pressed the saber at her waist with the other. Her expression was sharp. There are many stupid and bad people in the world. It has nothing to do with how many books they've studied. When they meet a little good person or thing, they will hate it so much that they will either own it or destroy it. In the future, if you're willing to talk to such people about your principles, just say it. But if it doesn't make sense in the end, I'll do it. Lu Qingshan just kept shaking his head, shaking it with all his might. "I understand all of this. I just want to know why Big Brother did that. I want to talk to my most respected Big Brother about my principles as a son. What should I do? I know that I'm not as good as Big Brother in all aspects. I just want to go home and talk to him about this. Is that okay?" Lu Boqi shook her head for the first time. She had always gone along with Lu Qingfeng, but she didn't give in to Lu Qingfeng on this matter. "Don't talk about this. You'd better bear with it." Lu Qingshan murmured, "Why?" Lu Boqi said, "I don't know the reasons and principles behind this matter. I also don't want to talk nonsense to ease your mind. But I know that your big brother will only be in more pain than you right now. If you feel that rubbing salt on his wound will make you happy, you can go. I won't stop you, but I will look down on you. So Lu Qingshan is such a good for nothing. His heart is even smaller than a woman's." Lu Qingshan's face was blank. Lu Boqi was a little nervous. She asked directly, "Did I say it too harshly?" Lu Qingshan stared at her blankly for a long time. Then he suddenly laughed. He wiped his tears and snot away. "It's okay." Lu Boqi then returned the wine pot to Lu Qingshan. "You can drink now." Lu Qingshan didn't stand on ceremony. He took the wine pot and gulped down the wine. He drank until he vomited by the river. Lu Boqi patted his back gently. "If you still want to drink, I'll buy more for you." Lu Qingshan shook his head gently. In the end, Lu Boqi carried Lu Qingshan on her back and walked on the street in front of everyone. On the road outside a county of Qinghuan country after the heavy rain, it was muddy and puddles of water formed. A carriage driven by an old man from the county office slowed down. After a while it sped up and rushed towards the county. Sitting in the carriage with the county magistrate was He glanced at Lu Qingfeng, who was resting with his eyes closed. Wang He was one of the 2 people that the imperial tutor Tui Dong secretly sent into Qinghuan country. Now he was the county magistrate in name, but he was actually Lu Qingfeng's secretary to prevent some assassinations. From this, one could see how much Tui Dong valued this county magistrate of a small country. Wang He knew that there were a few women and children walking on the road behind the carriage. Wang He also closed his eyes. He, the fallen general of the Lu dynasty, finally started to look forward to what position this Qinghuan civil servant could reach in the Dali imperial court. The northern border of the Zhuing dynasty. Chaos was everywhere. On a mountain road, there were a few immortal masters from small sections. They hid their identities and pretended to be mountain cultivators. They had already set their eyes on a convoy of officials who were escaping to the south. They were coincidentally met by Ma Kuxuan. One of the Qi refinement warriors was dragging a beautiful woman out of the carriage by her hair. He said that he wanted to have a taste of the county magistrate's wife. At first Ma Kuxuan did not want to interfere. He continued on his own path. In the end he was stopped by a Qi refinement warrior. Ma Kuxuan killed 1.5 with 2 punches. The last person fled in panic. Ma Kuxuan ignored him. The pitiful Qi refinement warrior was half dead. Ma Kuxuan stepped on his chest. Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "Is this how a bad person should be? If you are a bad person you should at least have some judgment. Do you still need me to teach you this?" Ma Kuxuan stepped on that person's chest. Ma Kuxuan continued on his way. He did not expect that among the relatives of the disheveled woman, there was a young man who felt extremely humiliated. He angrily asked Ma Kuxuan why he did not kill the last person. Was this not nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Ma Kuxuan killed that young man with a punch. Only then did he pass through the silent convoy. He only said, "Stupid people who commit stupidity deserve to die more than bad people." After he left, the military cultivator from the Martial Mountain appeared. He frowned and said, "That ignorant young man did not deserve to die." Ma Kuxuan smiled and said, "Everyone should have died. Shouldn't you thank me for being chivalrous for once?" The woman lay on her son's corpse and wailed. She was filled with hatred and fear towards that crazy young man who did not care about human lives. The Immortal sect closest to the capital of the Li dynasty, Changcheng. It was very quiet. The security was tight. Prince Songhe and his mother stood at the top of the mountain. They smiled and asked, "Uncle, are you trying to usurp the throne?" Songhe quickly shook his head and said, "But is there a need to go through so much trouble? Can't you just directly carry out an assassination? Can't the death warriors of the Great Sui Kingdom and the remnants of the Lu dynasty do the job?" "Mother, I think that at this moment, not to mention the Dali border army, even in the imperial court, there are many people who are urging Uncle to ascend the throne. Those who side with me and Mother are mostly civil officials. They are not of much use." The Dali woman who had lost all her power smiled and said, Don't underestimate your uncle. His heart is big and he doesn't care about the dragon throne." Songhe did not believe it. Whether or not he cared about it was one thing. In the secular dynasty, who would care about the butt of the dragon throne? The woman comforted him. "The people of Dali can be used." Songhe turned his head and said, "The people of the people? Mother, didn't you always say that those people are ignorant ants?" The woman covered her mouth and laughed. "It's fine for us mother and son to talk about such things. But in other situations, remember, if you know, but you cannot say it. In the future, when you become the emperor of a continent, you also have to learn to pretend to be stupid." It's the same with the wise and mighty uncle, and it's also the same with the civil and military officials. Songhe asked, "Then what about the people on the mountain?" The woman was actually a little hesitant. Songhe said, "I actually don't understand why father always wants to compete with those immortals. If I were a Qi cultivator, especially when my realm is high, who would be willing to be restrained by a human monarch? If I really become the emperor in the future, if I change the established national policy, do you think there will be more immortal forces who will surrender to me and surround my dragon throne? Maybe I can rely on this to gradually balance the imperial tutor and uncle?" The short but extremely exquisite woman in the palace dress sighed. Don't say such stupid things in the future. It's best not to even think about it." Songhe said, Okay, I'll listen to mother. The woman smiled sweetly. Was the most likable in this aspect. He was obedient, so mother and son were of the same mind. As for the other one, she deliberately did not let herself think too much. Dragon Spring Sword Sect. Wan Xiu stood in her courtyard, eating the pastries bought from Dragon Riding Alley. In the courtyard, the chicks grew into hens and gave birth to a nest of chicks. The number of chicks and hens increased. That Xianxia, who had been enlightened, showed signs of taking over the mountain and acting wildly in the mountains in the west. Fortunately, it had suffered before and did not dare to be too presumptuous. When it saw people in the streets, it would obediently tuck its tail between its legs. Wan Xiu finished eating the pastries, put away the embroidered handkerchief and clapped her hands. She swept up. She came to the cliff where someone had carved the words, Tian Kai Shin Xiu. She walked down from the top of the cliff. When she reached the bottom of the cliff, she went back the way she came. On this day, Qin Pingon took Li Baoping and Pei Qian to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom for a stroll. Cui Dongshan stood in his study and glanced at the immortal scrolls that were casually piled up. Then he looked at the books that Qin Pingon had borrowed from the library. There were also Qin Pingon's carving knife and a few bamboo slips on the desk. They were all for the convenience of copying the words on the books. They were not put away. Cui Dongshan was a little happy. Li Baoping, Pei Qian and Li Huai treated this place as their own territory. Didn't Qin Pingon have such signs? However, Cui Dongshan was still in a bad mood today. For no reason, Cui Dongshan was even more helpless. Whatever he could do, he had done it both openly and secretly. But it still seemed very difficult. He left the study and sat cross-legged on the green bamboo corridor. He pressed his palm against the floor and smiled. Little fellow, come out. Cui Dongshan suddenly raised his sleeve. A little fellow was pulled out. It was dizzy and swaying. When the little lotus figure realized that it was Cui Dongshan, it wanted to run back underground. However, it realized that no matter how it jumped, it could not do so. It wanted to run out of the corridor and try in the courtyard. However, it seemed to have hit the wall and fell back into the corridor. Cui Dongshan laughed. Little fool. The little lotus figure sat on the ground with its head drooping. Cui Dongshan looked at it. He thought of himself. Back then, when he was studying, he accompanied a poor old scholar in a poor alley. Although he was not considered a master, he was already a chi cultivator. If the old scholar had not set so many complicated rules at the beginning, how could the master and disciple be in such a miserable state? They could not even eat their fill. Then finally one day he wanted to earn some money back. As for whether he would be expelled from the school by the old scholar according to the agreement, he did not care. A man could not hold his pea to death. But when he came back with a big bag of silver, the old scholar said 2 sentences expressionlessly. The first sentence was that they were no longer master and disciple. The second sentence was that he hoped that no matter where the money came from, he would send it back to where it came from. This was because the money was his disciples' ill-gotten gains. But after that, Cui sure loved to swindle and rob people. He was an old elementary scholar and couldn't even teach his first disciple well. He didn't have the ability to do so. At that time, the young Cui Dong was just like the little lotus figure now. He lowered his head and did not speak. Perhaps his mentality was very different, but his pitiful appearance was the same. Cui Dongshan remembered the young Cui Dong. He did not cry and beg the old scholar not to expel him from the school. He only said 2 sentences, I can return the silver, but I hope you can leave 1 or 2 silver ingots. He owed half a year's worth of money for his studies, so he would treat it as a quid pro quo. The second sentence was that the young Cui Dong told the old scholar to take the silver and buy a few good brushes. Even if he had some knowledge, how could he write an article if he did not want to throw away the brushes? That day, the old scholar asked Cui Dong to wait in the house with 4 bare walls. The old Xiuzai walked out of the house and sighed secretly in the shabby alley. In the end, he shamelessly borrowed some money from one of his neighbors and scolded the shrew, who didn't like his poor appearance. He said a lot of nonsense in a strange tone. The old scholar did not talk back and just smiled. The old scholar spent all the money and bought half a roast chicken wrapped in oil paper. He swaggered back to the house and did not mention anything about chasing Cui Dong away. He just asked Cui Dong to sit down and eat the roast chicken. The 2 of them sat across from each other at the broken table. Cui Dong ate for a while and asked the old scholar why he did not eat. The old scholar said that he had a toothache recently and could not eat greasy food. The young Cui Dong lowered his head and continued eating. He asked the old scholar, "Did you borrow money to buy a brush?" The old scholar patted his stomach and said, "Since I'm here I can't run away. It doesn't matter if I write later, I can write more articles in one go." The young Cui sure actually knew that the poor and pedantic scholar was just trying to hide the fact that his stomach was growling from hunger. The old scholar finally said softly, "Shaoli, this half a roast chicken, whether it's you or me, we can only use money to buy it. But the knowledge in my teacher's stomach is untimely. You can take as much as you can. You don't have to spend money. Of course, it doesn't seem to be worth much. We scholars, as long as we don't starve to death, we still have to be reasonable." In fact, that day was the first time Cui Dong left the school of the Sage of Literature, although it was only for a short period of less than 2 hours. But later on, his junior apprentice brothers Wu and Qi Jingchun, as well as all the students and registered disciples of the Sage of Literature, did not know about this. Cui Dong did not say anything and the old scholar also did not say anything. Today Cui Dong Shan used his finger to knock on the head of the little lotus and smiled. "I want to talk to you about something serious. It has to do with my teacher. Do you want to hear it?" The little guy hesitated for a long time and nodded. Cui Dong Shan slowly said, "My teacher has a mountain called Luopa Mountain. There is a pond there and there is a golden lotus seed in it. It is very likely that it is your chance to prove your Tao. For example, you can break through the Yuanying bottleneck and become the first of the 5 realms in the Aquarius continent. At that time, Luopa Mountain will also benefit greatly. Through you, it can stabilize and condense a large amount of Ling Qi and chance. In the matter of cultivation, there are some barriers that I think are first come first served. If you are late, you won't even have the chance to squat in the latrine." The little lotus blinked and then raised his arm and clenched his fist, probably to encourage himself. Cui Dong Shan shook his head, "But I want you to do one thing. In the future, when my teacher is not by your side and someone tells you this, when you feel that you are particularly useless, when you feel that you should do something for my teacher." Cui Dong Shan said, "Don't do it." The little lotus was even more confused. Cui Dong Shan pointed to his heart and then to the little guy and smiled, "You are the paradise in my teacher's heart." The little guy tilted his head, indicating that he did not understand. Cui Dong Shan turned his head and looked up. In you he saw the most beautiful scene in his heart, and at least one of them. "How should I say it? You are like my teacher looking back at all the hardships he suffered when he was young and produced a flower. Seeing you, my teacher will feel at ease. So in the world he is not alone, there are also fools like him exactly the same. And then your luck was so good you met. Perhaps one day, due to the complicated ways of the world, my husband will be helpless and change as well. At that time, if you haven't changed, my husband will be slightly more at ease. He will change less and slower." Cui Dong Shan retracted his gaze. "But if you do as I say, you will lose a huge chance." The little lotus shook his head, as if to say that it was fine. Cui Dong Shan smiled brightly. He leaned forward and extended his little finger. "Then let's make a pinky promise." The little lotus with only one arm raised that arm and made a pinky promise with Cui Dong Shan. The difference in the size of their fingers was very interesting. Cui Dong Shan bent over and smiled. "Hang for 100 years, yes, if possible 1,000 years, 10,000 years." The little guy nodded vigorously. Cui Dong Shan suddenly said fiercely, "If you go back on your word one day, I will beat you to death, put you on the chopping board, kacha, cut you into 8 pieces, boil soup, add onions and garlic, sprinkle oil and salt." Halfway through, Cui Dong Shan laughed to himself and made a funny face. As if he was not satisfied, he stretched out his hands, opened his mouth and made a strange face. The little lotus chuckled and simply lay on the ground, dancing with joy. Cui Dong Shan also laughed heartily. In the long years after, there had always been such a little demon in Luopa Mountain. It was carefree, naive and innocent. No matter how high Qin Pingan's achievements were in the future, every time he went out to travel and returned to his hometown, he would spend some time alone with the little guy, simply and confide in him. For 18. He probably sensed that Qin Pingan's state of mind was fluctuating. Mao Xiaodong did not call Qin Pingan to the study room. Instead he chose a quiet night and took Qin Pingon to walk around the academy. Mao Xiaodong was always like this. No matter how he acted or how he taught people, he always abided by one thing. What he taught you was his own principles. Be it the students of the academy or younger brother Qin Pingon, you should listen to it first and take it as a suggestion. It might not be suitable for you, but at least you can use it to broaden your horizons. Qin Pingon and Mao Xiaodong walked through the headmaster's hall, where the statues of the three sages were hung, the library where the occasional candlelight shone, and the houses where people were either snoring or talking in their sleep. Finally, they walked to the peak of Mount Donghua and looked down at the night view of the capital city of the Great Sui Kingdom. Rich places were brightly lit and continuous. It was as if they could feel the singing and dancing even from a distance. Even in a poor and cold place, there was still moonlight to accompany them as well as daily necessities. Qin Pingon suddenly said, "Mountain Master Mao, I've thought it through. Refining the 5 natal items to gather the 5 elements is to rebuild the longevity bridge. But I still want to practice martial arts. After all, practicing martial arts is also practicing swordsmanship. As for whether I can nurture my natal flying sword and become a swordsman, let's not think about it first. So next, except for the few key aperture points that may be suitable for the natal items of the 5 elements, I will still give the pure martial genuine qi in my body to nurture as much as possible." Mao Xiaodong nodded and said, "I think this plan is feasible. As for whether the final result is good or bad, don't ask about the harvest first. Just ask about the cultivation." Qin Pingon nodded. Actually, Mao Xiaodong did not say it clearly. The reason why he approved of Qin Pingon's action was that Qin Pingon only opened up 5 mansions and gave the rest of the territory to Wu Fu with both hands. It was not a dead end. The human body was a small world. In fact, there was also a saying that it was a paradise. Below the level of Jindan, all the acupoints and mansions, no matter how well you managed them, were still in the category of a paradise. Only after forming the Jindan could one have a preliminary understanding of the mysteries of the paradise. A certain Taoist classic had already stated clearly, revealing the mysteries of heaven. The cave in the mountain is connected to the heavens, connecting all the mountains, resonating with each other from afar. The qi of heaven and earth is one. Only by becoming a Jindan expert can one be considered a member of my generation. Naturally, there was a reason why this saying was so popular in the world and was regarded as a standard by all qi refinement warriors. Mao Xiaodong didn't mention it because as long as Qin Pingon moved forward step by step, he would reach that step sooner or later. If he said it too early and suddenly had a beautiful vision, it might shake Qin Pingon's state of mind that had calmed down with great difficulty. Imparting Tao had never been easy. How could one not be cautious? To carve a beautiful jade, one had to remove the impurities and preserve the essence with every cut. One must not hurt the tendons, bones, and spirit. How difficult was it? How could one not consider it carefully? Taking a step back, wasn't Qin Pingon the same way when he treated the young lady named Pei Qian? It was just that Qin Pingon might not be aware of it for the time being. Mao Xiaodong said softly, "Regarding the evil of human nature that teacher mentioned, all of us disciples had our own understanding in our early years. Some of us were silent like teacher, denying themselves and changing their tune. Some were hesitant and self-doubting. Some used this to fish for compliments and flaunted their own mavericks. They claimed that they wanted to go against the trend and never wallow in the mire, inheriting teacher's literary vein. With all these, the human heart is changeable. Our branch's literary vein has almost been cut off. Internally, it is already a chaotic scene with all kinds of living beings. Think about it, how complicated would it be if the sage of rites and the secondary sage had their own literary vein and truly had disciples all over the world? Qin Pingon's shoulder was lightly patted by Mao Xiaodong. There's still a long way to go. Qin Pingon smiled bitterly. There are only 2 shoulders. Mao Xiaodong laughed and said, "This is called watching people carry a burden without difficulty and watching the tide from the shore find the water too small." Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. The first half of the sentence was an old saying from his hometown. That night, Pei Qian and Li Huai hid outside the small courtyard. The 2 of them agreed to put on black scarves and pretend to be assassins to secretly assassinate Cui Dongshan, who liked to sleep in the green bamboo corridor. They couldn't read so many Jianghu novels for nothing. They had to apply what they had learned. Pei Qian generously lent a bamboo sword to Li Huai. The two of them discussed at Li Huai's school and felt that they had to climb over the wall instead of through the gate. Otherwise they couldn't show the demeanor of a master and the danger of Jianghu. Lu Guan and Ma Lian wanted to join and be the lackeys of Princess Pei Qian. Unfortunately they were firmly rejected by Pei Qian, who said that they were just inexperienced young heroes and couldn't kill the big devil. They would only be courting death. The two of them arrived at the quiet path outside the wall of the small courtyard. Using the same path as before, Pei Qian leaped onto the top of the wall first. Then he tossed the mountaineering staff which had made a great contribution to Li Huai, who was anxiously standing below. Li Huai didn't make any mistakes when he jumped on the wall. Pei Qian looked at him with admiration. Li Huai straightened his chest and stroked his hair like someone else. When the two of them landed, Pei Qian was as silent as a cat while Li Huai made a big noise in the middle of winter. Pei Qian said angrily, "Li Huai, what's wrong with you? Why are you making such a big noise? That's called fighting on the battlefield, not sneaking into the tiger's den to assassinate the big devil." Li Huai admitted that he was in the wrong and didn't talk back. He asked in a low voice, "Then how do we leave the courtyard?" Pei Qian stared at him and said, "Go through the gate. Anyway, we failed this time." The two of them left the courtyard through the unlocked gate and came to the path outside the courtyard wall. Cui Dongshan, who was lying on the other side of the corridor, rolled his eyes. Pei Qian held the mountain walking stick and said, "I'm an iron-blooded and cruel man in Jianghu." Li Huai imitated him and said, "I'm a merciful killer. I kill without blinking. I set off a bloody storm in Jianghu." Pei Qian was a little dissatisfied. "Why are you talking so much? You're losing momentum. Look at the most famous heroes in books. Their nicknames are at most 4 or 5 words. Do you think it's reasonable to have more?" Li Huai felt that it made sense. He pretended to wear a bamboo hat and imitated a certain someone. He reached out his hand to adjust the bamboo hat and held the bamboo sword at his waist with one hand. "I am a merciful killer and swordsman." The two of them climbed up the wall one after another. This time they didn't make any mistakes. Then Pei Qian and Li Huai did a roll in the courtyard one after the other. This was a premeditated step. Otherwise they would find it too boring to just run up the steps and give Cui Dongshan a knife and a sword. After getting up from the ground, the two of them tiptoed up the stairs and stretched out their hands to hold down the bamboo blade and bamboo sword. Pei Qian was about to slash the notorious great devil of the Jianghu to death when Li Huai suddenly shouted, "Devil, die!" Pei Qian suddenly stopped and turned to glare at Li Huai. Li Huai was stunned. "What's wrong?" Pei Qian asked. "Aren't you an assassin who comes and goes without a trace? Why would an assassin yell before killing someone?" Li Huai suddenly understood. Pei Qian stomped his foot. "We have to do it again." Li Huai apologized profusely. The two of them didn't care about the devil at all. The two of them ran to the courtyard gate again. Cui Dongshan sat up and said helplessly, "I'm a big devil waiting for death. I'm even more tired than you." After leaving the courtyard, Pei Qian scolded, "Li Huai, if you mess around again I won't take you to Jianghu anymore." Li Huai promised, "It won't go wrong." Pei Qian suddenly asked, "I'm just a nominal disciple now. My position in the gang is even lower than yours. After making this contribution, do you think Bao Ping Jiejie will promote me to be a small branch leader?" Li Huai nodded. "Definitely. If Li Baoping doesn't know how to reward or punish, it doesn't matter. I can give you the position of a small branch leader. I'll just be an assistant." Pei Qian said like an old man, "I didn't expect Li Huai to be such a warm-hearted true swordsman even though your martial arts are ordinary." Li Huai retorted, "Assassin, swordsman." As a result, the two of them were hit on the head by a chestnut. "So late. Why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing here?" Pei Qian saw that it was Qin Pingon and immediately kicked Li Huai. Li Huai said heroically, "I invited Pei Qian to help me get rid of evil for the people and assassinate the big devil Cui Dongshan." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Okay, the big devil will be dealt with by a swordsman with unparalleled martial arts. You two are not strong enough now. Let's talk about it later." Pei Qian took back the bamboo sword from Li Huai and went to sleep in the side room of the courtyard. Previously he slept with Li Baoping in the school dormitory, but today was an exception. Qin Pingon brought Li Huai back to the school dormitory. Qin Pingon met a teacher who was patrolling the academy at night. Coincidentally, he was familiar with him. He was actually the gatekeeper with the surname Liang, a nameless nascent soul cultivator. Thus, Qin Pingon exonerated Li Huai and found a reason to avoid punishment. The old teacher was easy to talk to and didn't mind at all. Instead, he pulled Qin Pingon and chatted for a while. Li Huai felt very proud and wished that everyone in the academy could see this scene and envy him for having such a friend. After Qin Pingon said goodbye to the old teacher, he touched Li Huai's head and said something that Li Huai didn't understand at that time. I can do this kind of thing, but you can't think that you can do it often. Li Huai said, don't worry, I will study hard in the future. Qin Pingon said, whether you study well or not and whether you have the ability to understand are one thing, but the attitude towards studying is, to a large extent, another thing than the achievement of studying. It is often more important on the road of life. So, it is not a bad thing to study hard when you are young. In the future, even if you don't study and don't deal with the books of sages, when you do other things that you like, you will get used to working hard. Li Huai didn't quite understand. As Qin Pingon walked, he casually drew a line in front of him. For example, this is a line in everyone's road of life. All of our temperament, state of mind, reason and cognition will involuntarily move closer to this line. Other than the teachers and teachers of the academy, most people will one day move further and further away from reading books and sages on the surface. But our attitude towards life and context may have long existed a line. In the future, our life will move forward along this line. Even we don't know about it, but the influence of this line on us will be with us for life. Then Qin Pingon drew a circle around the front of the line. I have walked a long road and know many people. I also understand your temperament, so I can plead with the old teacher to let you not follow the curfew tonight and be exempted from punishment. But you can't do it yourself because you are younger than me. You're much younger than me. You can't compete with the rules, because you don't know the real rules. Li Huai stared blankly at Qin Pingon. Suddenly he pulled a long face and said, I don't really understand what you're saying. I can only barely remember it. Qin Pingon, why do I feel like you're leaving the academy? It sounds like you are saying your last words? The two of them had already walked near Li Huai's school. Qin Pingon kicked Li Huai's butt and laughed angrily. Get lost. Li Huai rubbed his butt and walked to the door of the school. He turned his head to look. Qin Pingon was still standing at the same spot and waved at him. It was always like this. Qin Pingon returned to Cui Dongshan's courtyard. Lin Shui and Xianxia were cultivating. Once a qi cultivator embarked on the path of cultivation, before becoming an earth immortal of golden core, they would not differentiate between day and night. A cultivator could not help but cut off the mortal world and be pure of heart and few desires. Qin Pingon sighed softly. He began to practice the heaven and earth pillar and walking upside down in the courtyard. He used a breath of pure vital qi to nourish his internal organs, meridians and bones. Legend had it that after becoming the seventh golden body of a martial artist, one's qi would be channeled to the 9th level and could reach the perfect state where no qi could enter or exit the nose. When one reached the 10th level of a martial artist, which was the final stage of the level of the old man surnamed Cui, Li Er and Song Zhangqiang, one could truly form a small world of their own, like an ancient god descending to the mortal world. Those who were good at using qi could make the river flow against the current. They could burn the lake and boil the sea. They could also be in the midst of a great plague and remain untainted. That was the principle. Qin Pingon suddenly remembered the trip to the inverted mountain and the tall woman he met on the street. At that time, Qin Pingon's eyesight was shallow and he could not see much. Now that he thought about it, she was most likely a 10th level martial artist. Martial artist Dao, heaven and earth is one. Cui Dongshan was not in the courtyard. He appeared at the peak of Mount Donghua. He stood together with Mao Xiaodong. Cui Dongshan said some words that were not very polite. When it comes to teaching and preaching, you are far inferior to Qi Jingchun. You are only mending the walls and windows of the house, but Qi Jingchun is helping the students build houses. It was rare that Mao Xiaodong did not argue with Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan said slowly, Zhao Yao has never had to worry about food and clothing since he was young. He is naturally intelligent and has a gentle temperament. We have to teach him to give up some things and understand the difficulties and hardships of this world. Only then can he truly understand what is in his heart and what is in his hands. Song Jisun seems domineering and sharp, but he is actually inferior and timid. We have to teach him some legalism knowledge similar to Confucianism to strengthen his heart and make him understand the rules clearly. When it comes to governing a country, we have to abandon petty cleverness and obtain great wisdom. We will not deviate too far from Confucianism and will ultimately walk the right path. As for my master, he is used to having nothing. His heart is extremely hard, but he has no one to rely on. He has to learn to pick up some things and then constantly read and understand people. Then he will use the principles that he constantly ponders as the ballast of a small boat drifting in the sea of bitterness. This is called teaching according to one's aptitude. There is no discrimination in education. Mao Xiaodong finally opened his mouth and said, I do not deny that I am inferior to Qi Jingchun, but this is not a reason why I am inferior to you, Cui Dong. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, compared to someone like me, don't you think you are too shabby? Mao Xiaodong twitched the corner of his mouth and disdained to speak. Cui Dongshan laughed and said, when will you officially enter the upper 5 realms? I will prepare a congratulatory gift for you when the time comes. Mao Xiaodong was unwilling to answer this question. His heart was heavy. Will there be a big problem over at the Great Wall of Sorqi? The 100 schools of thought are so active now. They are betting on the various dynasties of the 9 great continents. This greatly violates common sense. Why do I feel that? Mao Xiaodong did not continue speaking. Cui Dongshan sighed and said, the whole world feels that the felons resisting the demon race is something that the 9 great continents are used to. It is the responsibility of the sword cultivators. As for the truth and the result, let's wait and see. Mao Xiaodong turned to look at him. Cui Dongshan looked into the distance. Put yourself in their shoes. If you are a remnant of the demon race that left behind the great continent, do you want to return to your roots? If you are a remnant of the felons who are confined to a circle, do you want to turn around and tell the great continent what you have been holding in your heart for countless years? Mao Xiaodong frowned and said, the Great Wall of Sword Qi has always been guarded by the saints of the 3 sects. Cui Dongshan laughed. Not to mention the entire desolate world, even half of it, as long as they are willing to work together and are willing to pay any price, they can take down a Great Wall of Sword Qi and swallow a few continents of the Great Continent. Is it difficult? Mao Xiaodong said, I don't think it is easy. Cui Dongshan did not deny it. He only said, you will know the answer if you read more history books. Mao Xiaodong hesitated for a moment. In the South Swirl continent closest to the inverted hanging mountain, there is a Qin Chunan who can carry the sun and moon on his shoulders. Cui Dongshan said slowly, there are also some people in the history books. If they die early, their names will be passed down through the ages. If they die late, their names will go down in infamy for 10,000 years. Mao Xiaodong was about to say something when Cui Dongshan turned to him and said with a smile, I am talking nonsense here. Are you taking it seriously? Mao Xiaodong said, if it turns out that you are talking nonsense, then I will treat you to a drink. Cui Dongshan laughed. As expected of a scholar who is about to enter the pure jade realm. The higher your cultivation, the more magnanimous you become. Mao Xiaodong looked around. In the vast world, the territory was vast. Naturally, there were wars and chaos in every continent. However, on the whole, it was still like the capital of the Great Sui dynasty. Singing and dancing were peaceful. Children could only read about the rivers of blood flowing through the rivers and the thousands of li of starvation. Every day, the adults would haggle over every ounce of firewood, rice, oil, and salt. The scholars who studied bitterly all thought about becoming field servants in the imperial court and ascending to the emperor's hall in the evening. Many scholars who had already become officials, even if they were already in the large vat of officialdom, things remained the same but people had changed. Occasionally, when they flipped through books in the dead of night, perhaps they would still feel ashamed to face the teachings of those sages and virtuous men. They yearned for those high mountains and bright moonlight, the bright universe. Cui Dongshan looked at the nominal disciple of the sage of literature who he used to look down on. He suddenly stood on tiptoe and patted Mao Xiaodong on the shoulder. Don't worry. In the vast world, there are still people like my master and your junior brother. Besides, there is still some time. For example, Little Treasure Bottle, Li Huai, Lin Shui, they will all grow up. By the way, what's the saying? Mao Xiaodong said one of his teacher's famous sayings, the student surpasses the master. Cui Dongshan coughed and said, To tell you the truth, the reason why old Xiao was able to say these words was because of me. I might as well tell you the reason for this. At that time old Xiao and I were passing by a dye house and met a beautiful young lady. Mao Xiaodong grabbed Cui Dongshan's shoulder and threw him off the peak of Mount Donghua. He scolded, "Little bastard, are you addicted to talking nonsense?" In the wilderness, 3 moons hung in the sky. It was a huge abyss shaped like an ancient well. It was known as the Hall of Martyrs. It was said that this place was once the battlefield site of a great demon ancestor in ancient times. He had a great battle with a young Daoist who rode a bull from afar. In this world, the battle was described in a soul-stirring way. Only a handful of demons knew the truth. In fact, the battle was real, but it wasn't between the demon and the young Daoist who rode a bull. It was an even more tragic battle from a long time ago. However, at that time, an extremely senior demon had climbed up the well for thousands of years and finally broke free with great difficulty. After going through untold hardships, he climbed out of the well and reached the mouth of the well. Then the Daoist stood on the mouth of the well and gently pressed down with a finger, knocking him back to the bottom of the well. Now above the 4 walls of this well, there were huge seats arranged in a circle. There were a total of 14 seats and the seats were uneven. There was a broken mountain that hung upside down like a high platform. There was also a bejeweled jade palace that seemed to be part of the legendary ancient celestial court. There was also a huge corpse floating in the endless void. There was a huge skeleton throne made of white bones. There was a white bone demon that was as white as jade. It was holding a cup of wine, and beneath its feet was a head that it gently twisted. There was a pillar that was thousands of feet tall, carved with ancient runes. It towered in the void and there was a long scarlet snake coiled around it. Dim dragon pearls slowly rotated. There was nothing on a tattered gray robe that fluttered in the windless air. There was a tall and sturdy figure wearing golden armor and a visor. Golden light constantly flowed out from the gaps of the armor like flowing water. It was like a blazing sun that had been restrained in a deep well. There was a woman wearing an imperial crown and a black dragon robe. She had the head of a human and the body of a flood dragon. Her long tail dragged straight into the abyss. There were countless ethereal women that were the size of rice grains compared to her enormous figure. They held pipa in their arms and colorful ribbons lingered around their graceful bodies. There were hundreds of them. The woman was bored. She held her chin with one hand and stretched out 2 fingers with the other, crushing the pipa women one by one. There was a Daoist in a snow-white Daoist robe whose face could not be seen clearly. He was 3,000 feet tall. Compared to the other neighbors on the other thrones, he still appeared extremely small. However, a crescent moon appeared behind him. There was a burly giant with 3 heads and 6 arms, who was bare-chested and exposed his stomach. He sat cross-legged on a chair made of stacked golden books. On the chair there was a shocking wound on his chest. It was caused by the sword Immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. None of the great demons here had participated in the earth-shattering battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Most of the hidden existences were awakened from their endless slumber. A small number of them had been famous for thousands of years, but they had never cared about the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They had always chosen to watch coldly from the sidelines. The 2 great demons that had visited the blind old man in the 100,000 mountains were also not qualified to have a seat here. The 14 seats surrounded a hovering stone in the middle. When the figure of an old man slowly appeared in the middle, 2 more ancient great demons hurriedly appeared, as if they absolutely did not dare to be behind the old man. The old man surveyed his surroundings. There was still one empty seat with only a saber there. That seat was the newest to appear in the Abyss Martyr's palace. It was also the 3rd highest throne after the old man. The old man did not say anything. In this desolate world, true experts were revered more than anywhere else. The owner of the saber had secretly fought 2 life-and-death battles with Alliance of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, they still called each other brothers and drank together. Once, when he had nothing to do, he went to the 100,000 mountains to help the blind old man move mountains. Second only to the old man was a middle-aged man, dressed in a scholarly robe. He sat upright and still. He did not reveal his true form as a demon and appeared as small as a mustard seed. This person's seat was even higher than the sword. Including the scholarly great demon, All the great demons present stood up to show their respect to the old man. The old man said, "There's no need to wait for him. Let's begin the meeting." Only then did the demons slowly take their seats. The old man looked at the scholarly great demon. "Whatever you say next, everyone present will do it. If anyone disagrees, I'll persuade them. If anyone agrees after the matter." The scholarly great demon added with a smile, "If they agree in public but oppose in private." The old man nodded. "Then I'll talk to them personally." In the desolate world, a youth who looked like a sword-bearing boy followed behind a burly man. The man's clothes were clean and tidy. The youth behind him was dressed in ragged clothes. The youth's eyes were different. In this world he would be mocked as a bastard. In this barren and vast world filled with miasma, it was a symbol of strength to be able to walk around in human form. This man had fought with Al Liang before, and they had also drunk together. The youth's body was tied with a Mahist mechanism known as a sword rack. At a glance, when it was filled with swords, the youth's back looked like a peacock spreading its tail. In the vast world, Zhou Xian of the Central Divine Continent's Great Duan dynasty was dragged by her friend Lu Yuzhou to travel the world. Zhou Xian never went to the martial temple, only the Confucian temple. Along the way she killed demons and devils with her bare hands and hammered golden core evil cultivators. Lu Yuzhou only needed to watch from the side and applaud. Back then, when she passed through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the inverted hanging mountain, Zhou Xian broke through to the fifth realm. When she passed by a small country in the Central Divine Continent, she silently reached the sixth realm just by practicing her fists as usual. Her vast and dense martial arts fate flowed in all directions. A nearby martial temple was on the verge of collapse. The martial arts fate continued to flow like a flood, causing the martial arts fate of the country to grow by countless times. In the blue underworld, a youth covered in wounds and grief climbed up the mountain to beat the heavenly drum. After a moment of silence, a young Daoist priest with a lotus crown on his head appeared beside the youth with a smile and accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master. A Baekokkyung building with 5 cities and 12 floors shook from top to bottom. From then on, the Daoist ancestor had a new disciple. In the Aquarius continent, the Great Sui Kingdom's Cliff Academy, Pei Qian and Li Baoping sat on a high branch at the peak of the mountain and looked under the tree together. Qin Pingon was practicing his fists. (419). 3 days later, Qin Pingon was leaving the Cliff Academy in the morning. Li Baoping found that Li Huai, Pei Qian and the others had been sneaking together recently. Even youngest uncle was missing from time to time, which made Li Baoping a little disappointed. One day, Li Baoping came to Cui Dongshan's yard early in the morning to see youngest uncle off. Pei Qian didn't sleep with her yesterday, but borrowed the auspicious symbol and the small silver gourd from her. Li Baoping found that the whole yard was empty. Did youngest uncle sneak away again? Li Baoping turned around and was about to run to the foot of the mountain. But she found Cui Dongshan yawning and walking from a distant path. Li Baoping walked quickly in the same place as if she could fly out like an arrow at any time. She asked anxiously, "Where is youngest uncle? How long has he been gone?" Cui Dongshan looked confused. "He left a long time ago. Don't you know what happened in the middle of the night last night?" Li Baoping stopped in his tracks and frowned. His face was still round, but his chin was starting to sharpen. Cui Dongshan sighed. Seeing that the little girl was about to burst the dam, he quickly comforted her. "Don't think too much. It must be that my master is afraid to see you like this. It was the same last time. Your youngest uncle had changed into new clothes and boots, but he still didn't go to the academy. I was the only one with him at that time and he kept looking back at me." Li Baoping sniffled. Cui Dongshan asked tentatively, "How about I accompany you to the lake to relax and talk about my master?" Li Baoping thought for a while and nodded. The two went to the lake. The sky was just beginning to brighten and there was no one around. If it was in the past, there would be some students of the academy reciting the sage poems here. Today it was especially quiet. Cui Dongshan led Li Baoping to a high platform by the lake. Cui Dongshan suddenly asked, "Little Baoping, I think your youngest martial uncle left without saying goodbye. Don't worry. As long as you don't recognize him as your youngest martial uncle, I will accompany you and don't recognize this teacher. Don't you think I'm very loyal? Li Baoping glared at him and said, What are you talking about? In this world there are only youngest martial uncles who don't want Li Baoping. There is no Li Baoping who doesn't want youngest martial uncles. Cui Dongshan pretended to be enlightened and said, Oh, I see. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers. All of a sudden, a brilliant golden halo lit up on the small paths around the lake. It was a lightning pool drawn by the immortal flying sword Jin Sui. At that moment Cui Dongshan removed a portion of the camouflage. Li Huai suddenly appeared on the small path by the lake in the distance. She saw this guy holding a white deer. Imitating someone, he wore a bamboo hat and a narrow saber with the auspicious symbol hanging from his waist. A small silver gourd swayed around his waist. Li Baoping stared blankly. After walking for a while, Li Huai opened his mouth in a clear voice. I, Li Huai, have been in closed-door training for 3 days. I finally learned a good martial art. This time I'm going down the mountain to roam the Jianghu. I want to properly experience the abilities of heroes from all over the world. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers again. Not far from the high platform 2 figures appeared. Poor Zhu Lian and Shi Rou playing the role of bandits. They were violently beating up the 2 weak scholars, Yu Lu and Lin Shi. Li Huai shouted, Stop. Zhu Lian blocked Li Huai's path and shouted, You also have to leave the passage money and hand over the money to buy your life. Li Huai laughed loudly, Little thief without eyes, you dare to rob me, Hero Li. Today I will roar when I see injustice. If you have the ability, then feel free to come and take it. Zhu Lian floated out a series of small steps as if he was treading water. His fists lightly landed on Li Huai's chest. Li Huai didn't move, he looked up to the sky and laughed. Zhu Lian looked like he was struck by lightning. His body was like a sieve, he said with a trembling voice. This young hero has such deep internal strength. Then he flew out and twitched twice. He was probably dead. Just like in the Ranger romance novels? Huan Huan Bo. Huan Huan Xing Bar? Ba Gong Xian 11? Yeah. Lang Wei Shi Gao Shu Shi Rou shyly followed and lightly slapped at Li Huai. Li Huai waved his hand from afar and laughed. Shi Rou seemed to have been injured by the energy. She spun a few times in the air and fell to the ground in the distance. She raised a hand and pointed at Li Huai. She suppressed the shame and anger in her heart. Just who are you? I have never heard of such an unfathomable expert in Jianghu. Li Huai stretched out a hand and placed it in front of his chest. He imitated the monk's words and said, I've sinned. It's because my martial arts are too high that I couldn't stop myself. Li Huai stopped his movements and came near the high platform. He looked around. Remember, I am Li Huai, the branch leader of Longquan County's headquarters, Donghua Mountain Branch, and the branch leader of the academy. Hero Li, known in Jianghu as the Invincible Dual Fists and the Peerless Dual Fists and Feet. Our branch leader is the current Wulin Jianghu Alliance leader who shook the world and unified the world. Li Baoping. Li Baoping crossed her arms in front of her chest and nodded lightly. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers. Li Huai, Bai Lu, Zhu Lian, Shi Rou, and Yu Lu and Lin Shi all disappeared. At the same time, Yu Lu and Xianxia appeared on both sides of the lake. One of them was standing and playing the flute while the other was sitting and playing the zither. They were like a pair of immortal heroes in Jianghu. The sound of the flute was faint and the sound of the zither was melodious. It was getting more and more passionate. On the shore of the lake opposite Li Baoping's high platform, after Cui Dongshan smiled slightly, a dark and thin figure appeared in an instant. He ran wildly and used his walking stick to support himself on the ground. He leaped high into the air and pounced into the lake. In the air he pulled out the bamboo blade and bamboo sword at his waist. His body spun and landed on the ground. He looked very impressive and very domineering. Every time Pei Qian landed on the surface of the lake, a golden flower would appear under his feet. Therefore he didn't have to worry about falling into the water. Pei Qian first performed the white ape dragging blade style with the bamboo blade. His momentum was as strong as a tiger's. He ran straight in a straight line. After running for more than 100 feet, he shouted loudly towards Cui Dongshan's high platform and slashed down heavily with his saber. Then with a tap of her toes she stepped on the golden flower that Cui Dongshan had helped her control. She suddenly twisted her body and placed the bamboo blade back at her waist. After landing she continued running forward with the crazy fiend sword technique that she had created. In order to be able to beat the wildest dog in the future, Pei Qian felt that she practiced martial arts very diligently. She felt that this unique set of martial arts was unparalleled in the world. Pei Qian practiced this set of sword style to her heart's content. He stood still and put away his bamboo sword. Pei Qian stood on the surface of the lake about 7 or 8 feet away from the high platform. He flipped his wrist and suddenly a small gourd appeared in his hand. He raised it high and said loudly, "There's nothing good in Jianghu except for the wine. Where's the wine? Come come come. Who's going to drink the wine of Jianghu with me?" Cui Dongshan laughed heartily. He waved his sleeves and rushed towards Pei Qian. He stretched out his arms and flicked his fingers. While grabbing the small silver gourd, he drew out 2 streams of water essence from the lake to make wine. One lingered around the silver blade strengthening gourd and the other lingered around the gourd in Pei Qian's hand. The 2 of them stood side by side, one big and one small. They both raised their heads to drink wine. Then Cui Dongshan and Pei Qian seemed to have practiced it countless times. They started to stagger in drunkenness. Then the 2 of them walked sideways like crabs. They spread their arms and their sleeves billowed like waves. In the end, the 2 of them imitated the little girl in the red dress and walked on the spot. This scene made Li Baoping, who was standing alone on the high platform, smile from ear to ear. Cui Dongshan suddenly sat down and waved his sleeves. Something appeared out of nowhere and started to sing. It was a song about eating stinky tofu that Qin Pingon and Pei Qian had adapted from a folk song in Longquan County. Cui Dongshan sang loudly, "Waiter, I've read some books and learned a lot of words. I've accumulated a lot of knowledge, but I can't sell it for much." Pei Qian had already put away the gourd in his hand. He stuck out his chest and raised his head high. He walked in circles around Cui Dongshan. "Stinky tofu is delicious, but I can't afford it. There are demons and monsters on the mountain and water ghosts in the lake and river. I was so scared that I turned around and found that I'd been away from home for many years. I was so scared that I had to eat a piece of stinky tofu to calm myself down. Which family's little girl is from? She smells like orchids. Why is her face covered in tears? Don't you think she's pitiful? Eat stinky tofu. Stinky tofu is as fragrant as orchids. Teacher, what should we do? There's a small paper kite basking in the sun on the branch. Climb the tree and pluck the kite. Go home and eat stinky tofu. Burning incense in front of the grave is like a young immortal, but the bones of his descendants have been in the grave for hundreds of years. Don't you think it's funny?" Cui Dongshan was talking nonsense. Pei Qian was stunned. Anyway, he didn't care anymore. He casually said, "Hey, who's the stinky tofu for? You have your reasons and I have my fists. Jianghu is so chaotic. When will the grudges end?" Cui Dongshan was still changing the ballad. Pei Qian pretended to be a drunkard again. He swayed left and right. "Stinky tofu goes well with wine. I'm full and not thirsty. It doesn't matter what Jianghu is like. People all say that immortals are good, but I don't think the mountain is free at all." Pei Qian glared at Cui Dongshan, who kept changing the ballad. He also hummed and shouted, "If you continue to do this, I'll be full of stinky tofu." Cui Dongshan didn't embarrass Pei Qian anymore. He stood up and asked, "We've eaten stinky tofu and drunk wine. Where's the sword Immortal?" Pei Qian was also surprised. He asked, "Yes, we have the wine. Where's the sword Immortal?" They looked at the high platform and said in unison, "Why don't you try shouting?" Li Baoping took a deep breath and said loudly, "Youngest uncle." Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers. Li Huai and the others showed up. Everyone looked at the top of Mount Donghua. Li Baoping also turned to look. A snow-white figure swept over from the top of the mountain. He landed on the lake with great momentum. His golden robe was fluttering. He was like a white-robed immortal standing on the surface of a dark mirror. Qin Pingon didn't carry the sword Immortal on his back. He only had a sword-cultivating gourd hanging on his waist. Qin Pingon reached out his hand. Cui Dongshan took out a long sword from the object in front of him. He wiped it with 2 fingers and imitated Li Baoping's catchphrase. "Go." The long sword was unsheathed and cut through the sky. Qin Pingon reached out and held the sword. He drew an arc with the tip of the sword and held it behind his back. He put 2 fingers together in front of him and made a sword gesture. He laughed loudly and said, "People say that the snow is food and the bricks are mirrors. They're fools. I'll go against the current and hit the wall. After drinking all the wine in Jianghu, I know the truth of the world. I have one sword after another and each sword will be faster. One day when I use my sword it will be the best sword in the world." Qin Pingon began to walk on the lake like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. The sword in his hand moved freely like the wind sweeping autumn leaves. His body turned slightly to the right and his left step landed lightly. He held the sword in his right hand and turned it along with him. He pulled it back slightly to the right and followed the sword with his eyes. Suddenly his right foot turned into a bow step. The sword drew an arc upward. His eyes were sharp. Immortals lift up their clothes and the sword comes out of their sleeves. Because of the momentum, the sword draws an arc. The fixed style is to look at the sword's tip. There are mountains and rivers on the sword's tip. Qin Pingon walked with big strides. The long sword was with him. The sword was continuous, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. He suddenly stopped. He shook his wrist and the tip of the sword flicked upward. The tip of the sword was like a white python spitting out its tongue. After the sword left his hand, it flew around Qin Pingon like a little bird. Qin Pingon moved forward with his essence, qi, spirit and the fist's will. Qin Pingon's last punch landed heavily on the sword's hilt. The flying sword flew in circles in front of Qin Pingon. The sword's light flowed unpredictably like a bright moon on the lake. Qin Pingon stretched out an arm. His 2 fingers accurately touched the flying sword's hilt. He waved his big sleeve and the flying sword flew more than 10 feet away. As Qin Pingon walked slowly, the flying sword followed him and drew circles. From small to big, it shone brightly on the lake. Visiting the water deity temple at night, visiting the city god's pavilion in the day, a small boat in the flood dragon ditch, immortals carrying swords on their backs. People say that reason is the most useless. But I say that the book contains the sword immortal's will. Every word has the sword's light. Let the sage see my sword's qi rushing into a bowl. Li Baoping clapped her hands hard. Her face was red. Qin Pingon took off the blade's strengthening gourd and threw it casually. He reached out his hand to control the sword. The tip of the sword touched the wine gourd. He waved the sword more freely than Pei Qian's crazy sword art. But no matter how he waved the sword, the blade's strengthening gourd stopped at the tip of the sword. Qin Pingon did not know that Cui Dongshan had already removed the thunder pool created by the golden sword's qi. Although outsiders could not hear him, many people in the academy could see him controlling the sword. A group of people stood at the gate of the academy. Qin Pingon had already carried the deity of sword and the big bamboo box. Pei Qian had a bag slung over his shoulder. He held the mountain walking staff in his hand and the sword at his waist. Zhou Xian and Shi Rou stood at the side. After Li Huai and Pei Qian whispered to each other for a while and agreed that they would definitely roam the Jianghu together in the future, Li Huai whispered to Qin Pingon, "When you arrive at Longquan County, you must remember to take a look at my house." Qin Pingon nodded and smiled. "No problem." Then he said to Li Baoping, Lin Shi, Li Huai and the others, "You can all go to school. You don't have to see me off. I've already wasted a lot of time. I don't think the teachers want to see me in the future." Li Baoping did not insist on seeing her youngest uncle to the gate of the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. She nodded. "Be careful, youngest uncle." Qin Pingon rubbed her head. "You don't have to remind me." Li Baoping smiled. Qin Pingon bowed to Mao Xiaodong. Mao Xiaodong nodded and smiled. "Come here often." In the end, it was Cui Dongshan who said he would see Mr. to the end of White Thatch Street. Pei Qian and Baoping Jijia also whispered to each other. Their heads were close together. Finally, Pei Qian beamed with joy. "Great, I got the young branch master." Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan walked slowly at the front. They walked out of the main street and turned into White Thatch Street. Finally, at the end of White Thatch Street, Cui Dongshan finally stopped and said slowly, "Mister, I don't think the world has become worse than before. There are more and more cultivators on the mountain, and there are more and more people at the foot of the mountain. What do you think?" Qin Pingon nodded. "That should be the case." Cui Dongshan raised his head and looked at the sky. He murmured, but it's undeniable that the mountain peaks that rise above the earth are like swords pointing straight at the canopy of the sky. Every 100 or 1,000 years they do appear less and less. So I hope that all our joys and sorrows don't become the pecking outside the chicken coop, the chirping of sparrows in the nest, and the mournful cries of cicadas on the branches. Cui Dongshan pointed to the sky. Higher up in the sky there will always be 1 or 2 cries of cranes. It's far from the ground but it makes people feel sad. After looking up and hearing it, it's hard to forget. Qin Pingon smiled. I think it's good that you can think this way. Qin Pingon hesitated. Mister, you haven't read much and your knowledge is shallow. I can't give you an answer for now. But I will think about it. Even if I can't give you an answer in the end, I will tell you. Mister, you can't understand it, but I've stumped you. When that happens, I won't laugh at you. This was probably the first time in Qin Pingon's life that he admitted that he was Cui Dongshan's mister. Cui Dongshan smiled brightly and suddenly bowed deeply. He stood up and said softly, "Flowers bloom on the ridge of the hometown. Mister, you can slowly return home." Qin Pingon said helplessly, "It's already autumn." Cui Dongshan shook his head vigorously. "I hope Mister's state of mind is like spring all year round." For 20. Sorry for the long wait. A chapter of 14,000 words. Qin Pingon was very familiar with the road from the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom back to Longquan County in Dali. He tried his best to choose small paths in the mountains. There was no one around. Other than using the heaven and earth stakes to walk, he would let Zhou Xian help him punch every day. The bigger the fight, the more serious it was. Zhou Xian started at level 6 and finally reached the peak of level 7. The more he fought, the more Pei Qian was worried. If Master did not wear that robe, how much more money would he have to spend on clothes? The first time they sparred, Qin Pingon called for a halt halfway through the fight. It turned out that his boots were torn, so he had no choice but to take off his boots and fight with Zhou Xian barefoot. After leaving the border of the Great Sui Kingdom, Qin Pingon changed into a pair of straw sandals. Pei Qian was overjoyed. Then Qin Pingon made a pair for her. Little Charcoal could not smile anymore. The straw sandals were sturdy. They were more reliable than ordinary boots when going up and down mountains. However, they still hurt his feet. Fortunately, Qin Pingon did not insist that Pei Qian wear them all the time. When Pei Qian used a needle to prick the blisters on the soles of his feet, Zhou Xian was making sarcastic remarks. The old and the young were used to fighting with words every day. At that time, Qin Pingon sat by the stream. He took off his straw sandals and stepped into the water. His thoughts drifted far away. He was not homesick, but compared to his first trip home, there were many more things he missed. The ancestral house in Mud Bottle Alley, the bamboo house in Luopa Mountain, the purchase of the mountain that Wei Pai mentioned, the business of the 2 shops in Dragon Riding Alley, the repair of the clay bodhisattva and the heavenly official statues in the tomb of the Immortals. There were many things that Qin Pingon had never thought about before. After returning to the Longquan County, he would first go to the Lake of Letters to see Gu Kan. Then he would go to the Tsai Nation to visit the couple and the old nanny who was good at cooking. He also had to see the Shushui Nation's sword Saint Song Yuxiao. He still owed the old senior a hot pot. Qin Pingon also wanted to show off to the old senior that his beloved girl also liked him. He was not as scary as the old senior song made it out to be. Cui Dongshan, Lu Tai and even Lu Qingshan of the Lion Garden. Qin Pingon naturally yearned for their scholarly elegance, but it was not enough for Qin Pingon to blindly lean towards them. This was called liking the new but never wearying the old. Therefore, the more he accumulated, the more money he had. Qin Pingon felt that it was a good habit. Just like his talent for naming, it was one of the few things that could make Qin Pingon a little proud. Qin Pingon suddenly turned to Pei Qian and said, "In the future, you and Li Huai can roam the pugilistic world together. You don't have to be too restrained and you don't have to learn from me." Pei Qian blushed and said, "I want to learn from Master, but I can't do it even if I want to." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "Pei Qian, in the future I will compile a book of flattery. It will definitely sell well in the pugilistic world. When the time comes, the money that I earn will be split equally with you." Pei Qian said seriously, "You can't go back on your word. We will split the money 50-50. Zhou Xian stretched out his hand and pointed at Pei Qian. In this life you only care about money. You won't be able to climb out of it. Pei Qian imitated Li Huai, shook his head and made a face. I won't listen. Tortoise chanting scriptures. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. I heard from Li Huai that the two of you have decided to go around searching for treasures in the future? Zhou Xian teased. What a celestial couple. You're so young and you've already decided to be together? Pei Qian said angrily. I am Li Huai's pugilistic friends. There's no love involved. Old chef, don't talk nonsense here. Then Pei Qian immediately changed his attitude and said to Qin Pingon with a smile. Master, you don't have to worry about me siding with an outsider in the future. I'm not one of those pugilistic women who will faint at the sight of a man in the books. I've dug up all the valuable treasures with Li Huai and made an agreement with him to split them equally. When the time comes, I will definitely put my share into Master's pocket. Qin Pingon dismissed it with a smile. Afterwards, the group of people smoothly walked to the Yellow Ting Country's county city. It was located on the banks of the Imperial River. When Qin Pingon and Cui Dongshan came here together, they saw several sword cultivators crossing the streets on their swords. It was a mess. At that time, Qin Pingon did not stop them. Based on his own strength at that time, he was unable to do anything and could only watch from the side. As the old saying goes, a small temple has a big evil wind. Not to mention the southern territories of Dali, even the Great Sui Kingdom's borders and Qingwan country's capital city seemed like even Qi cultivators did not dare to be so unscrupulous. On the other hand, the immortal genealogists and wild cultivators of these small vassal states were very indulgent. Even the common people who were affected by the disaster could only blame their bad luck afterwards. This was because there was nowhere to seek justice. The imperial court was unwilling to intervene as it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. The local government did not dare to intervene. Even if there were chivalrous people who were indignant, they were powerless. In this county city, Cui Dongshan had subdued the little girl in pink in the Chao family's library, who had given birth to her true form as a fire python, and the green-robed child who was acting like a tyrant in the Imperial River Water God's territory. The little girl in pink was a literary spirit that was born from the world's famous essays and popular poems. As for the green-robed child, according to what Wei Pai said in the letter, he seemed to have some connection with Lu Chen. As a result, this Daoist sect leader who was currently in charge of the Beko Keikyung building wanted to bring the green-robed child to the Qingming world. However, the green-robed child did not agree. Lu Chen left behind the golden lotus seed. At the same time, he requested that Qin Pingon help the green-robed child, a water snake, to walk the river and become a dragon in the North Continent in the future. Qin Pingon did not object to this. He did not even have much doubt about it. The county city was still bustling. It seemed that the people of the Huang Ting Kingdom did not feel much about the tribute from the Gao family of the Great Sui Kingdom to the Song clan. Their days were still leisurely. However, it was said that the Dali cavalry had been on a southern expedition. One of the cavalry troops had traveled south along the border between the Great Sui Kingdom and the Huang Ting Kingdom. It was not a serious offense, but it did not cause too much of a stir in the imperial court of the Huang Ting Kingdom. As they traveled deep into the hinterland of the Huang Ting Kingdom, they could often hear the discussions of the people in the streets. They were proud of the people of the Dali people for the Dali cavalry's invincibility. They were skeptical about the wise decision of the Huang Ting Kingdom's emperor at the beginning, but now they were all full of approval and praise. At the same time, the Purple Sun residents of the Huang Ting Kingdom, the Imperial River, the Hanxi River and the Five Peaks became the first to be recognized by the Dali imperial court as immortal residences and landscape gods. As dusk approached, Pei Qian was undoubtedly the happiest when they entered the city. Although there was still a long way to go before they reached the Dali border, they were getting closer and closer to the Longquan County. It was as if every step she took was returning home. Recently, she was glowing with a cheerful aura. Zhou Xian did not feel too much. He probably still saw himself as a rootless duckweed, drifting here and there, never landing on the ground. He was just changing the scenery to see. However, Zhou Xian was still curious about the Longquan County, which had once been a small grotto heaven. Especially after learning that there was a limitless grandmaster in Luopa Mountain, Zhou Xian wanted to see it. Only Ro was filled with apprehension. Qin Pinggan's intermittent chatter, coupled with Cui Dongshan's description of the Longquan County as a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, made Ro feel that she would be a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth if she brought the remains of an immortal there. In particular, Cui Dongshan deliberately teased that it was not easy to live in the remains of an immortal, which made Ro even more worried. Qin Pinggan first bought some miscellaneous items when he entered the city, then chose a downtown restaurant, drank a few cups with Zhou Xian, bought 2 jars of wine and then went to find an inn to stay at. When Qin Pinggan once again walked on the bustling streets of this county, he did not encounter the free and easy sword cultivators who played games in the mortal world. Otherwise, Qin Pinggan would not mind directly punching them out of their flying swords when they wantonly hurt people. As for whether there would be any subsequent disturbances that would implicate a few ancestors of the mountain, Qin Pinggan did not mind. After walking through the inverted mountain and the map of the 2 continents, one would know about small vassal states like Huangting country. Generally speaking, a Jindan Earth Immortal was already the leader of a country's immortal master and was out of reach. Moreover, if he really encountered a nascent soul cultivator, Qin Pinggan did not dare to say that he could win in a single battle. With Zhou Xian, a martial artist in the remote travel realm, holding the line, and Ro who could swallow a nascent soul sword cultivator's natal flying sword unscathed, running away would not be difficult. For example, back then, the group of people stayed in the private residence of the old assistant minister of the Huangting country's Ministry of Revenue. Old Assistant Minister Cheng was a great scholar of Huangting country who was famous in the northern literary world of Aquarius continent. That Qin Pinggan later learned that the old assistant minister had actually traveled the world in the history of Huangting country with different identities and appearances. At that time, the old assistant minister had treated Qin Pinggan and his group with great hospitality when they happened to pass by. There was a large cliff near the elegant residence. It was a scenic spot that was frequented by tourists and the scenery was marvelous. Later on, Cui Dongshan revealed the heavenly secret that the old assistant minister was a descendant of the ancient Shu country that had been in hibernation for a long time. Back then, with the personal recommendation of his student, he had already been recruited by the Dali imperial court as the deputy mountain chief of the Lu Academy in Cloud Mountain Forest. As for the old dragon's eldest daughter, she was the founder of the #1 sect in Huangting country, Purple Yang Manor. His youngest son was the water god of Hanxi River. Among them, the old dragon's eldest daughter was a female Jindan flood dragon. Limited by her own natural endowments, she attempted to break through the bottleneck of the Jindan stage and ascend to the nascent soul realm. Unfortunately, she was still a little short of success. Within 100 years she could forget about advancing any further. Flood dragons were blessed by the heavens on their path of cultivation. However, after forming their gold core, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. The 5 greatest fated chances of the Li Zhu Grotto heaven back then were the golden carp of Zhou Xian, the prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, the 4-legged snake that refused to stay in Qin Pinggan's ancestral residence no matter what, the fire dragon that transformed into a bracelet and coiled around Wan Xiu's wrist, Zhao Kuang's wooden hornless dragon paperweight that was temporarily dormant, and the loach that Qin Pinggan had personally caught and gifted to Gukan back then. The reason why they were so coveted was that they could ascend to the nascent soul realm without any obstacles. Whoever could raise one of them was equivalent to having a retainer whose combat power was equivalent to that of a Jade Plane realm cultivator. In the Aquarius continent, where there were only a handful of cultivators in the upper 5 realms, which cultivator would not be envious? Moreover, these 5 flood dragons that were very close to the bloodline of a true dragon, once they recognized their master, their souls would be linked to each other, and they would be able to continuously nourish their master's corporeal body. Imperceptibly, it was equivalent to giving their master a sturdy physique equivalent to that of a pure martial artist in the golden body realm. When Qin Pinggan was about to lead the way into an inn, he and Zhou Xian turned their heads to look at the main street. A tall and slender woman with a cold expression came slowly and walked in front of Qin Pinggan and the others. She revealed a smile and said in fluent Dali official language, "Young Master Qin, my father is a good friend of your Dali North Peaks god Wei Pai." He is currently the deputy mountain head of Linlu Academy, and he had once received young Master Qin. Before leaving Huangting country, my father told me that if young Master Qin passes by this place in the future, I must do my best as a host and not neglect you. Not long ago I received a letter from home from Mount Piercing Cloud, so I have been waiting in the vicinity for a long time. If this snooping has offended young Master Qin, I hope you can forgive me. Here I sincerely invite young Master Qin to my Purple Sun Palace as a guest for a few days. Qin Pingon asked, since I'm in a hurry, will it bring trouble to Senior if I politely decline Senior's invitation today? The tall woman, who was the eldest daughter of Old Jiao and the founding ancestor of Purple Sun Palace, smiled and said, of course not, but I really hope that young Master Qin can stay in Purple Sun Palace for a day or two. The scenery there is not bad and there are some mountain specialties that can be taken out. If young Master Qin doesn't agree, I won't be scolded by my father and the mountain god. But if young Master Qin is willing to give me face, I will definitely be remembered by my father and Wei Pai. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and nodded with a smile. All right, then shall we trouble Senior for a day or two? The tall woman, who was a descendant of the ancient Shu country's Jiao dragon, took out a small boat that was as small as a woman's finger and threw it on the ground. Mist filled the air and suddenly, a pocket-sized ship with engraved railings and painted rafters appeared. It was 3 stories high and could easily carry 40 to 50 people. Fortunately, when she threw this magic treasure, the woman had already waved her sleeves silently, and the pedestrians on the street were gently pulled to the sides of the street. At the same time, she took out a stack of talisman papers of different colors from her sleeves. After she let go, the talisman papers floated to the ground and slender and beautiful girls appeared. They were dazzling, and it was impossible to recognize that they were just a stack of talisman paper dolls just a moment ago. They were nimble and quickly moved a boarding plank from the ship. The tall woman smiled and said, young master, please board the ship. Pei Qian looked at them intently. He felt that if he also had 2 treasures like the ship and the talisman papers in the future, he would have to buy them even if he had to sell his pots and pans. Qin Pingon patted Pei Qian's head and led him to board the ship together with the tall woman cultivator. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the ship slowly rose into the sky and sailed away with the wind. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already traveled dozens of miles. Standing on this immortal ferry that belonged to the ancestors of Xiang Manor, the imperial river that meandered for nearly 1,000 miles was below their feet. Qin Pingon stood beside the railing and together with Pei Qian, they looked at the picturesque scenery on the ground. Qin Pingon couldn't help but think of his hometown as well as the counties and small towns along the way to Longquan County, and the beautiful mountains and rivers that Qin Pingon had walked through. He also thought of some people from his hometown. Among his classmates who left the Li Zhu heavenly abode with the school's groom, Li Huai and Lin Shi eventually followed Qin Pingon and Li Huai. Between Dong Shuijing and Shi Chuanjiao, one chose to stay in his hometown, while the other followed his family and moved to the capital of Dali. Actually, Qin Pingon had a good impression of them. One had a simple and honest temperament, and it was probably because of their similar backgrounds that made Qin Pingon feel close to him back then. The other had braided hair and was lively and cute, and he could tell that she was smart and intelligent. Qin Pingon didn't feel that their choice was wrong. In the depths of Qin Pingon's heart, he hoped that the mountains and rivers of his hometown would remain the same. Whether it was Dong Shuijing and Shi Chuanjiao who stayed in their hometown, or Lu Xianyang, Gu Ken and Zhao Yao who were already far away from their hometown, their hearts were still filled with the green mountains and rivers of their hometown. Of course, on this journey back home, Qin Pingon still had to make a trip to the mansion of the female ghost with the beautiful wedding dress hanging high in the wind. He had to tell her some of the words that he had kept in his stomach back then. In the twilight, Dong Shuijing hung up the closed sign for the wonton shop, but he wasn't in a hurry to close the shop's doors. After doing business for a long time, he knew that there would always be some visitors who had made appointments with the shop when they went up the mountain to buy a bowl of wonton. Therefore, even if Dong Shuijing hung up the wooden sign saying closed, he would still wait for about an hour or so. However, Dong Shuijing wouldn't let the 2 newly hired waiters wait with him. When customers came, Dong Shuijing would personally cook. Even if the 2 waiters who were born in poverty wanted to share the joys and sorrows with the shopkeeper, Dong Shuijing wouldn't let them. Dong Shuijing's wonton shop became more and more famous. Many rich people in the newly established county city of Longquan invited Dong Shuijing to open 2 more shops in the county city, but Dong Shuijing declined all of them. Other than the wonton shop on the mountainside with the mountain god temple at the top of the mountain, Dong Shuijing had used a large sum of money from selling one of the town's ancestral houses to buy a house half a street in the new county city. Except for one house, he rented out the rest. Dong Shuijing was also one of the first local people to pick up leftovers. Among the neighbors of the 2 ancestral houses, there were many lonely old people who were born and raised in the town. They were stubborn. Even if outsiders offered a sky-high price to buy their ancestral objects, they still wouldn't sell them. They said that they could sleep in a pile of money at night, or that they could take them with them to the next life after they died. The disciples of the Immortals on the mountain were patient. Those old guys who might become a pile of bones in the soil in a few years only felt that it was unreasonable, but they didn't dare to force them to buy. They could only go back disappointed with a large sum of money. However, after Dong Shuijing came to visit them, no one knew whether it was because the old people cherished this young man they had watched grow up or because Dong Shuijing had a glib tongue. In short, the old people sold the wonton shop to Dong Shuijing at a price far lower than that of outsiders. Dong Shuijing went to the bun shop on the Oxhorn Mountain several times and made an immeasurable income. Plus the unexpected harvest from his own hard work, Dong Shuijing found Governor Wu, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Chao, who had visited the wonton shop one after another, and bought many pieces of land silently. Unconsciously, Dong Shuijing had become one of the few rich and powerful families in the new county city of Longquan. Indistinctly, there was a frightening saying, Dong Banqing, in the mountains of Longquan County. Today, after Dong Shuijing finished chatting with the 2 young men and left, the shopkeeper, who had grown into a tall young man, stayed in the shop alone and made a bowl of steaming hot wonton for himself as a reward. As dusk fell, autumn became more intense. After eating the wonton, Dong Shuijing cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks and came to the outside of the shop. He glanced at the path leading to the mountain and didn't see any pilgrims, so he planned to close the shop. However, he didn't expect that there were no pilgrims returning home on the mountain. Instead, a young man in a scholar's robe came from the foot of the mountain. Dong Shuijing was familiar with him, so he let him in with a smile, made a bowl of wonton, and served him a pot of home-brewed rice wine. From the beginning to the end, the 2 deliberately talked in the dialect of Longquan. Dong Shuijing spoke slowly because he was afraid that the other party wouldn't understand. The guest was a weirdo named Zhou Xian. He claimed to be a wanderer who came to study at the Dali Academy in the Cloud Mountain Forest. He couldn't speak the official dialect of Dali very well, but he still wanted to learn the dialect of Longquan from Dong Shuijing. After Zhou Xian finished eating the wonton, Dong Shuijing poured 2 bowls of rice wine. Water and glutinous rice were the key factors for the rice wine to be mellow. Longquan Prefecture had no shortage of good water, and Dong Shuijing had asked for glutinous rice from the kiln supervisor surnamed Chao. The glutinous rice was shipped to Longquan from a land of fish and rice in Dali, and the price was much lower than the market price. As a result, a sizable rice wine brewery had appeared in Longquan Prefecture City. Now it was already being sold to the capital regions of Dali. Although it wasn't making a lot of money at the moment, its prospects and financial situation were pretty good. The restaurants in the capital regions of Dali had gradually recognized the Longquan rice wine. Coupled with the existence of the Li Zhu cave and various rumors about immortals, the wine was even more fragrant. Dong Shuijing had asked County Magistrate Yuan for help in the matter of selling the rice wine. This small profit but quick turnover deal involved Wu Yuan's approval, County Magistrate Yuan's opening of the capital regions, and Supervisor Chao's glutinous rice. Wu Yuan, the prefectural governor, County Magistrate Yuan, and Supervisor Chao. Among the 3, Wu Yuan had the highest rank. Although he was only a rank 4 prefectural governor, he wasn't a true feudal official. However, as the youngest prefectural governor of Dali, Wu Yuan was an existence that the Dali imperial court didn't want to underestimate. After all, Wu Yuan's teacher was the imperial tutor of Dali, Tui Dong. It was a pity that after Wu Yuan had been promoted, his reputation was much worse than before he left the capital. It was said that before Longquan was promoted to a prefecture, County Magistrate Wu, who was sent here by the imperial tutor with high hopes, was ostracized by the large clans in those regions. Zainu clang 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 clang. He was rebuffed. However, Wu Yuan had a good teacher. Others couldn't be envious of him. However, Wu Yuan was already a big joke in the imperial court of Dali. On the contrary, the latter two, County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Chao, were favored by the Dali bureaucracy. It wasn't just that these two young talents were direct descendants of the two great pillars of the state. Both of them were doing well in their respective fields in Longquan Prefecture. County Magistrate Yuan was responsible for the construction of the Immortal's cave on the western mountain. The smooth construction and completion of the Tomb of the Immortals and the civil and martial temple on Laosi Mountain was also due to his efforts. The large clans that stayed in Longquan Prefecture didn't recognize Wu Yuan as the prefectural governor, but were willing to recognize the county magistrate who had an even lower official title. As for the Kiln Affairs Supervisory Office where Supervisor Chao worked, on the surface, it was a small yamen that was in charge of the production of imperial porcelain from the Dragon Kiln. In reality, it was a secret mission to supervise all the powers in Longquan Prefecture. Yuan and Chao, the two most noble surnames in Dali, were like fire and water. The Dali cavalry was divided into 3 groups when they marched south. Behind the scenes of 2 groups stood the figures of the 2 great pillars of the state. For Dong Shuijing to be able to rope in these 3 people at the same time through an inconspicuous small business, it couldn't be denied that it was a magnificent feat of accidentally. In reality, Dong Shuijing was the one who had come up with the idea for the rice wine business. However, the specific plan, the interlocking steps, was someone else who had given Dong Shuijing advice. Dong Shuijing later asked that person why County Magistrate Yuan and Supervisor Chao, who were descendants of prominent aristocratic families, didn't refuse this small profit. For example, at the end of last year, Dong Shuijing earned 70,000 taels of silver from the 3 families, while Yuan and Chao only earned 140,000 taels of silver in total. Compared to the merchants in the marketplace, it was a huge profit. In the future, the dividends would indeed increase steadily. However, after Dong Shuijing learned about the general properties of the 2 surnames, he really couldn't understand it. That person then told Dong Shuijing that the businesses in the world were divided into big and small, high and low, as well as dirty and clean businesses. Making a lot of money in some businesses that involved killing people was a skill. Making a small amount of money in a clean and small business was also a skill. Moreover, many small businesses, when done to the extreme, would have the opportunity to become a real money-making business. A business that could solidify the foundation of a tycoon for 100 years. In the end, that person took out an ordinary copper coin, placed it on the table and pushed it towards Dong Shuijing, who was sincerely asking for advice. He said, "Even the god of wealth in the vast world, the Lu family of the pure snow continent, started their business from the first copper coin. Think about it carefully." That person, who was still holding his sword horizontally behind his back, swaggered away, saying that he was going to the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. If he was lucky, he might be able to meet the founder of the Shang family. That young-looking old man once won the trust of the world with the Dao integration great magical power of descending a heavenly wood, and was finally recognized by the Sage of Rites. Dong Shuijing thought for a long time before remembering that that person ate 2 big bowls of wontons, drank a pot of rice wine and finally left the shop with a copper coin. However, Dong Shuijing, who was used to haggling over every penny, not only didn't feel that he was losing money, but he even profited. Zhou Xian saw that Dong Shuijing was drinking wine and seemed to be daydreaming. He asked with a smile, "Something on your mind? Why don't you tell me? I can't help you, but I can listen to shopkeeper Dong complain a little." Dong Shuijing shook his head and said jokingly, "I'm just thinking about the future, no complaints. Every day when I return to the manor in the county capital, I'm half dead from exhaustion. After counting the money, I can fall asleep immediately. When I wake up, it's a new day, busy and fulfilling." Zhou Xian sighed, "I really envy you." Dong Shuijing was speechless. He didn't think that Zhou Xian was making a fuss about nothing. Every family had their own problems and it had nothing to do with money. Dong Shuijing didn't reply and drank a mouthful of his self-brewed rice wine. The wine pots in the wonton shop were all stripped of the Dong family workshop's red paper, or else it would easily cause trouble. This simple shop that was used to cultivate one's temperament quickly became foul. Now there were still very few people who knew how much wealth Dong Shuijing had in the entire Longquan County, where all kinds of deities and crooks mixed together. After Zhou Xian paid the bill, he said that he wanted to continue climbing the mountain and spend the night in the mountain god temple. Tomorrow he would watch the sunrise from the top of the mountain. Dong Shuijing handed the shop's key to Zhou Xian and said that if he regretted it he could stay in the shop. At least it would be a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Zhou Xian rejected the kindness and went up the mountain alone. Dong Shuijing went down the mountain and met Su Ruo, who should have just returned from the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. He said that he wanted to have a bowl of wonton to fill his stomach, and then go to the ferry at Oxhorn Mountain to continue his journey to the capital of Dali. Dong Shuijing had to return, opened the door of the shop, and directly made 2 big bowls for this hero of Moism. He didn't take the rice wine as he didn't want to be polite with this person. Dong Shuijing sat opposite him and watched Su Ruo wolfing down the food. Su Ruo said vaguely, "Guess who that young man is?" Dong Shuijing didn't think much about it. His relationship with Zhou Xian didn't involve too much profit. Dong Shuijing also liked this kind of interaction. He was born to do business, but business was always not everything in life. However, since Su Ruo asked this question and Dong Shuijing wasn't stupid, the answer naturally came to light. The prince of the Great Sui Kingdom of the Gao family of Guiyang? He came to Dali as a hostage? Su Ruo nodded. Dong Shuijing hesitated and asked, "Can you not do business with Zhou Xian?" Su Ruo smiled and said, "Why not? The reason why I said this is that I hope you understand something." Dong Shuijing said seriously, "Please say it, mister." Only at times like this, Dong Shuijing was willing to call Su Ruo mister. Su Ruo glanced at the counter of the shop. Dong Shuijing immediately went to get a pot of rice wine and placed it in front of Su Ruo. Su Ruo took a sip of the rice wine, which had a lingering aftertaste. When you start a small business you need to be diligent. When you become big, of course you still need to be diligent. However, the word information will become more and more important. You need to be good at digging out the details that no one cares about and the information hidden behind the details. One day you will be able to use it and you don't have to hold a grudge against it. Dong Shuijing nodded. Su Ruo asked again, "What do you think of Wu Yuan, County Magistrate Yuan, Supervisor Chao and Zhou Xian's temperament?" Dong Shuijing said slowly, "Governor Wu is gentle, County Magistrate Yuan is strict and Supervisor Chao is romantic. Zhou Xian is elegant." Su Ruo asked again, "Why so?" Dong Shuijing already had a draft in his mind, so he said without hesitation, "Governor Wu's husband, the imperial tutor Cui Dong, is now showing off his abilities. Governor Wu must be cautious and not get carried away, or else it will easily cause unnecessary jealousy and attacks. The Yuan family has always been cautious. If I remember correctly, the family motto of the Yuan family is to hide wind and gather water. The Chao family has many descendants from the border army, so they are heroic. As a prince of the Great Sui Kingdom, it is inevitable that Zhou Xian is a little disheartened after being stranded here. Even if he is angry, he should at least show it on the surface." Su Ruo said, "These are correct, but they are still superficial. If you can think of these, so can many people. Therefore, this is not considered information that can make you rich. You need to think deeper and higher and think about the more far-reaching structure of the court and the trend of the dynasty. It may not be useful for your current business, but once you develop a good habit it will benefit you for life." Dong Shuijing nodded and said, "I understand." Su Ruo said with a smile, "I am not a real lone person. What I can teach you is actually very shallow. But you have the talent to go from shallow to deep. In the future I will see you less and less often. Moreover, I am also information that belongs to you, Dong Shuijing. I am not boasting, but this exclusive information is not small. So in the future if you encounter any obstacles, you can naturally do business with me. You don't have to be embarrassed." Dong Shuijing grunted. Su Ruo took out a Taiping no incident token. "With your current family business, you are not qualified to have this Taiping no incident token. However, I have earned a few Taiping no incident tokens over the years. It would be a waste to keep them in my hands, so I gave them away. Just take it that I have a unique insight and have taken a liking to you early on. In the future I will ask for dividends from you. Tomorrow, go to the prefectural governor's office, and after that the local yamen and the Ministry of Rights will record it. Dong Shuijing did not refuse. He kept the token of peace and carefully put it in his pocket. It was not an exaggeration to say that this token of peace and safety was priceless. In the vast territory of the northern part of the Aquarius continent, countless kings, generals, ministers, genealogical immortal masters, wild cultivators and gods of the mountains and rivers hoped to have a piece of it. Su Ruo said teasingly, "I heard that your future father-in-law went to the Tongyi continent. On his way back to the North continent he appeared in this hometown town. Didn't you take the opportunity to visit him?" Dong Shuijing did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, "When I heard the news, Uncle Li had already left the town." Su Ruo smiled and asked, "Do you want to know how your rival Lin Shui is doing in the Cliff Academy?" Dong Shuijing nodded and said, "I do." Su Ruo smiled and did not say anything. Dong Shuijing asked straightforwardly, "How much money?" Su Ruo stretched out her hand and took a pot of rice wine from behind the counter. She said, "He has not entered the Middle Five State, but he is famous in the capital of the Great Sui Kingdom. If you do not work hard and let Lin Shui become an immortal in the Middle Five State, there will be many opportunities for him. He may be able to earn hundreds of thousands of taels of gold and silver with just a flick of his finger. It will be easy for him to catch up." Dong Shuijing hesitated for a moment. "Of course I do not want to lose to Lin Shui, but some things are not about earning more or less." Su Ruo smiled and stood up with the pot of wine. She said, "It is better to have more than less. Many things that seem to be unsolvable with money are, in the end, because there is not enough money." Dong Shuijing stood up as well. "Sir, why have you not told me the true meaning of being a person of credit? Why have you only taught me the skills of a merchant?" Su Ruo asked with a smile, "Only?" Dong Shuijing was confused. Su Ruo did not say anything more and left the shop. Dong Shuijing cleaned up the mess on the table, closed the door of the shop, and went down the mountain to the new city of Longquan County. The young man who thought he reeked of money, traveled under the moonlight and stars in the night sky. In the Longquan sword sect, the sect master Wan Qiong had taken in more than 10 new registered disciples, which finally made the deserted mountains more lively. There was a lot of discussion about how many people the sage Wan Qiong would take as her inner disciples. The reason why there were these temporary registered disciples in the Longquan sword sect was that the Song clan attached great importance to Wan Qiong, the master of swordsmithing. The imperial court had specially selected 12 young boys and girls with excellent aptitudes, and sent 1,000 elite cavalrymen to escort them all the way to the foot of the mountain where the Longquan sword sect was located. At that time Wan Qiong was forging swords in the furnace and did not show up. It was a black-robed young man who had just stepped into the Gold Core realm who was in charge of receiving people. After learning that this black-robed young man was a genuine Earth Immortal of the Gold Core realm, the eyes of the children were filled with passion. In fact, Wan Qiong's title as a sage, the elite armored soldiers of the Dali Imperial Court as his retinue, and the signboard of the Longquan sword sect, had left a deep impression on these children. The legendary path of cultivation and becoming an immortal on the mountain was actually full of unknowns and dangers. If they could join the Longquan sword sect and be chosen by Sage Wan, and eventually become an inner disciple, it meant that they would at least step into the middle 5 realms of immortals, and their lives would be extremely smooth. Among the 12 people, one of them was identified as an extremely rare innate sword embryo, who would definitely be able to nurture a natal flying sword. The other 3 had the aptitude of an Earth Immortal, and the other 8 also had the potential to step into the middle 5 realms of cultivation. From this, it could be seen that the Song clan had spared no effort in supporting Wan Qiong. After the 12 people settled down, Wan Qiong only showed up once during the swordsmithing period. After confirming the aptitudes of the 12 people, she handed them over to the other direct disciples. What followed would be a process of continuous selection. For the Longquan sword sect, the aptitude to become a qi cultivator was only a stepping stone. In Wan Qiong's eyes, the aptitude for cultivation and the fundamental disposition were more important. When these people arrived at the mountain, they learned that sect master Wan had an only daughter named Wan Xiu. She liked to wear cyan clothes and tie her hair in a ponytail, which was unforgettable at first glance. Some of the youths were even more excited but dared not to show their thoughts. These juniors of the Longquan sword sect all liked to address Wan Xiu as eldest senior sister. Wan Xiu, who was amiable to everyone but not particularly close to anyone, tried to persuade them several times, but still could not change their mind, and so they just called her eldest senior sister. As time went by, some of the disciples who had stood out from the crowd, and some who were beginning to feel the strain, found that the eldest senior sister was the strangest existence in the already strange sect. No one had ever seen this eldest senior sister cultivate. Every day she would either stay in seclusion, or help the sect master forge swords in the forbidden area of the sword furnace. Otherwise she would wander among the mountains. Apart from the Xianxia mountain where the sect was located and a few mountains further away, there were also the Baotou mountain, the Rainbow Cloud Peak, and the Immortal Grass mountain near the Xianxia mountain. It was not until later that people learned that these 3 mountains were rented by the sect from someone for 300 years, and did not actually belong to the Longquan sword sect. Apart from traveling alone among the mountains and rivers, Wan Xiu also raised a yard full of old hens and fluffy chicks. Occasionally she would look at her fellow gold core disciple from afar, explain the steps of cultivation in detail, teach them the unique breathing technique of the Longquan sword sect, and split up a set of superior sword technique that was said to have come from the Wind Snow Temple. The eldest senior sister, Wan Xiu, never approached anyone. She held a handkerchief in one hand, on which a small mountain of pastries was placed. She ate slowly, and when she came she would unwrap the handkerchief and leave immediately after finishing her meal. Some of the smarter disciples would notice that whenever the eldest senior sister left, the second senior brother, who was already an earth immortal, would breathe a sigh of relief. Apart from the eldest senior sister, Wan Xiu, there was also the second senior brother who was almost half a master, the third senior sister who lived alone by the Dragon Beard River all year round, and the fourth senior brother whose surname was Xia and who was born with a pair of long eyebrows. The young senior brother Xia had never been kind to the juniors, but he was the one who was in charge of the discipline of the Longquan sword sect. At first, some of the juniors complained that the fourth senior brother was too harsh and cold, and did not care about the friendship between the juniors. But later they heard a rumor from a small town, which made them feel like they were struck by lightning. The fourth senior brother Xia, whose ancestral home was in the Peachleaf Valley, was still alive and well. He was a Daoist heavenly lord from the North Continent, an immortal of the 12th realm. Before they ascended the mountain among the 12, only a few of them knew that the earth immortals in the world were divided into Gold Core and Nascent Soul. As for the realm after Nascent Soul, no one had heard of it, and they mistakenly thought that it was the peak realm of Qi cultivators. After they ascended the mountain, the second senior brother, who was one of the first disciples of Wan Qiong, who was a stern Gold Core earth immortal, gave them a general explanation of the realms of Qi cultivators. Only then did they know that there were the upper 5 realms, the Jade Unadorned realm and the Immortal realm. After that, except for a few ignorant or naive children, the others did not even dare to breathe when they saw the fourth senior brother, who liked to scold others with a straight face. The fourth senior brother would only smile when he was with the eldest senior sister, Wan Xiu. In the entire mountain he was the only one who did not call her eldest senior sister, but called her sister Xiu. But Wan Xiu did not seem to be very close to this junior brother. This made many youths feel much better in their hearts. Anyway, none of them were favored by the eldest senior sister, so there was no need to feel disappointed. On this day Wan Qiong showed up again. She only said 2 things and then returned to the sword furnace. The first thing was that as long as he became a disciple, Wan Qiong would forge a sword for him personally. It should be known that Master Wan was fully deserving of the title of the best swordsmith in the Aquarius continent. Therefore, not to mention the 12 people except for the fourth senior brother who still looked indifferent, even the second senior brother and the third senior sister, who had rushed back to the mountain to listen to their master's teachings, could not help but look excited. The second thing was that the Dragon Spring Sword sect had bought a new mountain. Wan Qiong gave a few words of encouragement, saying that when someone reached the nascent soul realm in the future, he would be qualified to hold the opening ceremony in the Dragon Spring Sword sect and occupy a mountain alone. Moreover, as the first cultivator of the sword sect to ascend into the earthly immortal realm, according to the agreement from before, Only Donggu was allowed to make an exception and choose a mountain to be his residence. The Dragon Spring Sword sect would announce this to the world. But Donggu refused and begged his master to open a mountain only after he reached the nascent soul realm. Wan Qiong agreed. Su Xiaoqiao, who was used to being called the third senior sister by her junior brothers and sisters, went down the mountain again and went to the shop by the Dragon Beard River, where the sword sect thrived. Wan Xiao went with her for the first time, which made Su Xiaoqiao feel a little flattered. The fourth senior brother Xieling wanted to follow them, but Wan Xiao just looked at him without saying a word. Xieling knew the difficulty and stayed on the mountain obediently. When they walked down the mountain, Wan Xiao asked, "In fact, you are the first disciple of my father. Just because Donggu reached the core formation realm first, you are called the third senior sister by those people. Do you feel bad?" Su Xiaoqiao, who was expelled by the Wind Snow Temple, answered honestly, "I feel bad, but I have no objection to Donggu being the second senior brother." Wan Xiao did not say anything. Su Xiaoqiao, who had his thumb cut off when he held the sword, was silent for a moment and asked, "First senior sister, can I really reach the nascent soul realm one day?" Wan Xiao admitted, "It's difficult. Compared to Donggu, who will reach the nascent soul realm in 100 years, you have a lot of variables. It's a little easier for you to reach the core formation realm. My father will help you and not favor Donggu over you. But if you want to reach the nascent soul realm, it will be much more difficult for you than for Donggu." Su Xiaoqiao looked sad. 4 ordinary immortals. Becoming a gold core realm cultivator was already a great fortune for them to go back to bed after burning incense for their ancestors' memorial tablets. But in this Dragon Spring Sword sect, in the eyes of Su Xiaoqiao, who had seen the scenery on the top of the Wind Snow Temple, gold core realm cultivators were far from enough. Unexpectedly, Wan Xiao added, "As for your junior brother Xieling, he will be the first disciple of the Dragon Spring Sword sect to reach the Jade Unadorned realm. If you are jealous of Xieling now, I believe you will only be more and more jealous for the rest of your life." Su Xiaoqiao pursed his lips, his steps heavy. Donggu was the lowliest among the 3 founding disciples of his master Wan Qiong. He was born as a mountain animal, but now he had become the second senior brother and an earth immortal in the Dragon Spring Sword sect, who was respected by everyone. Xieling was born and raised in the small town. He was the youngest and had never suffered any hardship. However, he was the one with the most fortune. Not only was his family's ancestor a Daoist heavenly lord, but he was also able to get a Daoist sect leader who had a high status to personally give him an exquisite pagoda that was comparable to a divine weapon. Su Xiaoqiao was the only one who had the toughest life, the most diligent in cultivation, and the most uneven Dao. Wan Xiao broke a twig on the side of the mountain road, casually held it in her hand and said slowly, "You think comparisons are odious, don't you?" Su Xiaoqiao's eyes were red. Wan Xiao suddenly said with a smile, "Even though you might not be as good as Xieling and Donggu, even when your golden body decays and you die of old age, I still like you a little more. But it seems that this is useless for your cultivation." Su Xiaoqiao turned his head and wiped the corners of his eyes with the back of his hand, then turned to Wan Xiao and said with a smile, "Eldest senior sister, thank you." Wan Xiao stopped and nodded. "Thank me? Then remember to bring me some pastries next time you go up the mountain. You know the shop in Dragon Riding Alley." Su Xiaoqiao was dazed for a moment, then smiled like a flower. "My eldest senior sister." Wan Xiao also smiled. She only sent Su Xiaoqiao to the foot of the mountain. Under the archway of the Dragon Spring Sword sect, which was given by Emperor Dali, or more precisely the former emperor, Su Xiaoqiao said goodbye to Wan Xiao, then stepped on his flying sword and flew away. In the Dragon Spring County, this was the treatment that only the disciples of the Dragon Spring Sword sect could enjoy. If it were other earth immortals who dared to fly in the sky, Wan Qiong wouldn't care about the temperament of a saint. The first few groups of Dali cultivators who came to test the waters, and the later sword cultivator Chao Jun, had all experienced Wan Qiong's rules, and were either killed or injured. Wan Xiao stood at the foot of the mountain looking up at the plaque. Her father didn't like the addition of the 2 words, Dragon Spring, to the Dragon Spring Sword sect. Su Xiaoqiao and the other 2 founding disciples knew it very well. Her father hoped that one of the 3 could remove the 2 words, Dragon Spring in the future and only stand at the peak of the mountains of the Aquarius continent as Sword Sect. At that time that person would be the next sect master. Wan Xiu thought she could understand her father's knot in his heart. But every time her father privately asked her to put more effort into cultivation she agreed, but her mind was full of pastries and bamboo shoots stew. This made Wan Xiu feel a little guilty. She then put away the thought and decided not to ask her father if she should change the meals of her junior brothers and sisters, or if she could add more meat dishes to their meals. Her poor junior brothers and sisters didn't have the luck to eat such delicious food. She was indeed not good enough as the eldest senior sister that even she didn't want to admit. Wan Xiu was full of regret and turned back to climb the mountain. Wan Qiong quietly left Xianxia Mountain and came to the governor's office in Longquan County. The governor Wu Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He didn't exchange any pleasantries with Saint Wan Qiong and directly told her about an official matter. Within the borders of Dali, some mountain forces that were likely supported by other countries were getting restless. Especially since the beginning of spring this year, there were 3 major conflicts. Among them 7 people were killed and the imperial court was enraged. After Wan Qiong learned about the details of the conflict and the wishes of the Dali imperial court, she thought for a moment. I will let Xiu Donggu and Su Xiaoqiao come forward and listen to the person in charge of this matter from the Dali imperial court. Wu Yuan was obviously a little surprised and troubled. Miss Xiu is also leaving Longquan County? In fact, Wan Qiong and the Song clan had long had a secret agreement. The duties and rewards of both parties were clearly written in black and white. But all these years, it was the Dali imperial court who gave and never took. Even if this time Longquan Sword Sect worked for the Dali imperial court according to the agreement, the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had already explained in the secret letter sent by the Flying Sword that as long as Saint Wan was willing to send Donggu, an earth immortal of Jindan realm, it would be enough to show his sincerity. He must not ask too much of Longquan Sword Sect. Of course, Wu Yuan didn't dare to make the decision on her own. So when she learned that Wan Xiu was also leaving the mountain, Wu Yuan felt that it was inappropriate. Wan Qiong should know why Wu Yuan and the Dali imperial court felt troubled. She smiled and said, "Don't worry, I will tell Xiu not to get involved as much as possible this time. And even if there is any accident I will not vent my anger on Dali." Wu Yuan still did not dare to agree without authorization. Wan Qiong said so, but he did not dare to take it seriously. The world was complicated. If there was a slight mistake, the relationship between the Dali imperial court and Longquan Sword Sect would be damaged. Once the Song clan's efforts were wasted in the whole Dali, only Mr. Cui Dong could bear it. So Wu Yuan did not hesitate and said that he must report to the Ministry of Rights. Wan Qiong nodded and said, "Yes, Your Excellency, please give me an answer as soon as possible." Then Wan Qiong asked, "I want to choose a few people from the remnant Lu felons as registered disciples of Sword Sect. You can report it to the imperial court and see if they agree. In case of conflict with those groups of stubborn felons, you can be mentally prepared." Wu Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "Okay." After talking about business, Wan Qiong came and went like the wind without any delay. Governor Wu was left with a frown on his face. He was mulling over how he should tell the imperial court about these 2 matters. In the hands of the imperial tutor Cui Dong, the Dali imperial court built a very secret underground organization. All the related personnel were called stubborn felons. Every time they were ordered to leave the capital they were in a group of 3. One was a Qintianjian, one was a physiognomist and one was a Yinyang warlock. They were responsible for searching for all the good materials suitable for cultivation for Dali. Once chosen by the stubborn felons, even if they had been selected by the Qi trainers but had not been brought up to the mountain, they had to make way for the stubborn felons. This was probably the origin of the name of the stubborn felons. After Cui Dong became the imperial tutor and Dali flourished, there were many fights in history because of this matter. It was just that after several times, the immortal genealogist of Dali and Yamazawa Wild stopped fighting because the embroidered tiger always supported the stubborn felons to the end. In the mansion of a Yuanian cultivator, an old Jindan cultivator had been testing a young man at the foot of the mountain for 6 years, concentrating on carving the unpolished jade and preparing to accept him as a direct disciple to inherit his legacy. In the end, a group of stubborn felons found that the young man was a good seedling. The old Jindan cultivator met the unreasonable stubborn felons and was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. The old Jindan cultivator was even willing to pay a large amount of immortal money, but the stubborn felons insisted on taking the young man away. The two sides argued endlessly and finally triggered a fierce battle. Two of the stubborn felons were killed on the spot and the last one escaped. What the old Jindan cultivator did was reasonable, and it was enough to give face to the Dali imperial court. Moreover, the mountain where the old Jindan cultivator lived was one of the few immortal caves in Dali. But in the end it was still surrounded by a total of 6,000 Dali cavalry, nearly 100 martial secretaries, hundreds of extremely expensive and rare Mahist mechanisms, and more than 100 chi trainers and pure martial artists recruited by the Ministry of Justice. It was called a martial arts show. The battle was fierce and Dali even sent out Dali, the god of North Mountain. In the end, the largest immortal sect on the northern border of Dali was beaten to the point that half of its mountain was cut off. Its vitality was greatly damaged and it became a second-rate force at the bottom. Among them, the Yuanian cultivator died in the battle, and the old Jindan cultivator was beheaded by a Dali military general. Then a swordsman was asked to carry the dried head, which died with grievances, and spread it to many mountains on the border. After that, the immortals on the mountains in Dali became much more restrained. Even some arrogant forces that had long attached themselves to the Dali imperial court began to give instructions to their direct disciples. It was said that after the battle ended, the imperial tutor Xiuhu, who rarely left the capital, appeared on the top of that mountain. But he did not kill the remaining rebels on the mountain. He only asked someone to set up a stone tablet, saying that it would be useful in the future. Today the stone tablet on the mountain peak was still blank without any words. It was unknown whether the imperial tutor had forgotten about this old matter, or it was not the right time. On the top of a mountain where immortal caves had taken root for many years in the northern border of Dali, there was an old man in a Confucian robe who had just climbed the mountain. He stood next to a blank stone tablet with no words carved on it. He stretched out his hand and pressed on the stone tablet, turning his head to the south. There was only the old man on the top of the mountain without anyone accompanying him. All the people who had experienced the bloody battle of that year. The older generation of the immortal sects were gathered in an area not too far from the top of the mountain, trembling with fear. As for the new young disciples, they were strictly ordered not to leave their houses. Whoever dared to move without permission would be directly broken on the longevity bridge and thrown to the foot of the mountain. All the elders of the sects in the north of Dali, who used to be incomparably aloof, looked at each other at this moment. They could see the fear and helplessness in each other's eyes. They were afraid that the imperial tutor of Dali would suddenly give an order to settle accounts after the autumn, and eliminate the roots of the mountain that had just regained some vitality with great difficulty. "421. In less than 2 hours the splendid cruise ship, which had been transformed from a small boat carved from a core, broke through a sea of clouds and landed among the misty peaks. They had arrived at the Xiang mansion. Looking down from above, the scale of this immortal sect was not inferior to that of the royal palace of Immortal dynasty. In the middle, there was a large expanse of magnificent buildings that shone with a purple-gold color under the sunlight. After Qin Pingan's group disembarked, the tall female cultivator who called herself True Monarch Cave Spirit, Wu Yi, put away the small boat that was carved with the core into her sleeve. As for the chattering young girls, they all transformed into talismans, yet they weren't put away by True Monarch Cave Spirit. Instead, with a casual flick of her sleeve, the talismans were tossed into a nearby gurgling river, and they transformed into waves of dense spirit energy that fused into the river water. A tall and thin old man immediately appeared on the other side of the river. He knelt down and kowtowed to the female cultivator, shouting, "Little god of the incense accumulation temple greets cave spirit ancestor. I thank ancestor for your great kindness." Zhou Xian slapped Pei Qian on the head and said softly, "Your kindred spirit has appeared again. Aren't you going to hold Yan Huan's arm?" Pei Qian rolled his eyes. Wu Yi's expression was indifferent. If there's nothing else, return to your incense temple. The god hurriedly stood up and left, turning into a green smoke mixed with specks of golden light that swept into the river and disappeared in a flash. Wu Yi smiled and explained, "That's the bad thing about going out. It's hard to have peace." Qin Pingon nodded to express his understanding. Wu Yi asked casually, "Young Master Qin, among the people who went with you last time, such as my father's favorite girl in the red cotton-padded jacket, why are they all gone?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "They are all studying in the Great Sui Kingdom." Wu Yi seemed to be a little regretful. Her father had once revealed that the tall young man named Yu Lu was the crown prince of the fallen Lu dynasty who had concealed his identity. His body was rich with dragon qi and he was simply the most delicious food in the world. Back then she didn't know why her father didn't eat it. She didn't dare to act rashly under her father's watch, so she missed it. She just didn't know if she would have the chance to eat a full meal in the future. Maybe she would be able to break through that damned bottleneck of the Jindan stage. In order to break through to the nascent soul realm and reach the end of the great Tao that belonged to the flood dragons, his younger brother did not hesitate to become the deity of the Xianxia River while he diligently cultivated the unorthodox Daoist techniques. It could not be said that it was useless, but his progress was extremely slow. It was simply enough to drive one crazy. Could it be that he would have to live in his father's shadow for the next 100 or 1,000 years? They were constantly on tenterhooks, afraid that one day their father would starve, or that he would be seriously injured from a fight, and would need food to replenish his body. Would he use their 2 children to fill his stomach? Back then she and her poor younger brother accompanied their father to meet the Dali imperial tutor, Tui Dong. That experience was not good. Their father was beaten by Xiu Hu with an ancient inkstone and forcefully lost 300 years of cultivation with his ancient supernatural power. After that, their father vented his anger on her and her younger brother, beating them up miserably. However, the outcome was not bad. Their father finally left Huangting country, and she and her younger brother no longer needed to worry about him. The two of them felt as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. After all, in the thousands of years, the number of children and grandchildren that were eaten by this ruthless father was uncountable. Moreover, Xiang Prefecture and Hanxi River had each become a vassal territory recognized by the Dali imperial court, and were extraordinarily independent of Huangting country. Of course, Wu Yi was only a pseudonym. As the old ancestor of Xiang Prefecture, her true body was a descendant of Gu Shu. If it was not for the letter that her father sent her, she would not have bothered to pay attention to Qin Pingon, who had a martial artist of the distant travel realm as his retainer. It was nothing more than a single plank bridge and an open road, each going their own way. Why would she need to be so attentive and personally welcome him and even force a smile to a young man? Wu Yi brought Qin Pingon and the others along the main road by the river. It was abnormally flat, paved with large pieces of green stone. Their faces were clearly reflected in it. Pei Qian, who was holding a walking stick, kept staring at the green stone ground that was as bright as a mirror. He looked at the charcoal girl inside and grinned, enjoying himself. Wu Yi had not really chatted with Qin Pingon on the ship earlier, so she used this opportunity to introduce the history of Xiang Prefecture to Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon's response could only be said to be barely polite. In matters like this, let alone Lu Baqiao of the Wind and Thunder Garden, even Li Huai was better than him. Perhaps it was because he had established an underwater palace and refined the water word seal. Qin Pingon could feel the essence of water when he stepped on it. The essence of water was hidden in the green boulder under his feet. Qin Pingon looked around and understood. The descendants of the serpents in the world would definitely cultivate close to the water. Even the descendants of the serpents whose great Tao seemed closer to the mountains would still need to obediently leave the mountain as long as they formed their Oris core. Whether they walked on the river or walked on the blasphemous river, they still could not leave the water. Presumably, the cultivators of the entire Xiang Prefecture would never be able to guess why this founding ancestor would choose this place to establish a prefecture and spread his family. The Xiang Prefecture was one of the top immortal residences in the Huangting Kingdom. However, it was not like ordinary immortal residences that were built on the peak of a mountain. Instead, it was placed on the bank of a beautiful river with a wide view. The river that was formed from the convergence of mountain forests and streams was called the Iron Seal River. It was the upstream of the third largest river in the Huangting Kingdom, the White Swan River. could be said to be the source of the mighty White Swan River. The White Swan River was second only to the Xianxia River and the Yu River. As a result, there were orthodox gods of the rivers of the Huangting kingdom that were conferred the title. They were able to build a golden body and ancestral temples, helping the successive emperors of the Huangting kingdom to oversee the 800 kilometers of water. It should be known that in the vast world, the matter of conferring the gods of mountains and rivers was of utmost importance to the country. It could also determine whether an emperor would be able to sit firmly on the dragon throne. As the quota was limited, the gods of the 5 mountains were first come, first served. They were usually given to the founding emperor to choose. Generally speaking, the emperors of the later generations would not be changed easily as it involved too many people and was extremely damaging. All the gods of the rivers, as well as the gods of the mountains and the eunuchs of the lands under the 5 mountains, could not be wantonly squandered by the successive emperors who sat on the dragon throne. Even the most foolish and tyrannical monarch would not be willing to play around with this matter. Even the most vile and despicable officials in the imperial court would not dare to allow the emperor to do as he pleased. As long as the national treasury was plentiful and could be exchanged for enough divine money, and with the permission of one of the 72 academies of Confucianism, a gentleman would appear and speak with the heavenly law. He would personally go to the mountains and rivers of the country and give advice to the country. Then the imperial court could legitimately create an orthodox god for its own mountains and rivers. In turn, it would nourish the fate of the country and stabilize the fate of the country. This was called the phenomenon of peace and prosperity. It would definitely be congratulated by the civil and military officials, and the whole country would celebrate. The emperor would often be pleased and would pardon the prisoners because he was destined to be praised as the master of resurgence and a wise monarch in the history books. However, this kind of glorious behavior at the foot of the mountain had always been ridiculed by the cultivators on the mountain as adding another layer to the coffins of the common people, adding wood to the dragon throne of the emperor. As for why there were often so many obscene shrines within the borders of the various countries, was it because the imperial court was too weak to eradicate them? In fact, to a large extent, many obscene shrines that were tacitly approved by the imperial court were not recognized by the Confucian academies and could not invite a gentleman to open his mouth. Therefore, the imperial courts of various countries would turn a blind eye to such obscene shrines that were full of incense. Some imperial courts would even secretly fund the endless divine money of the obscene shrines behind the academy's backs and secretly encourage the local scholars and poets to take the lead in burning incense so that the local people would follow the trend and flock together. The Iron Ticket River also had an orthodox river god. It was the humble old man who came and went in a hurry earlier. For hundreds of years, this river god whose golden body was enshrined in the incense accumulation temple had always been the puppet of the Xiang prefecture. One of the experiences of the lower 5 realms of the Xiang prefecture was often this Iron Ticket River god, who was laughed at by his colleagues as, "Die then die for me, I'll help you pick up your wallet." He would send the river spirits to their deaths. Those pitiful minions were almost equivalent to stretching their necks to be chopped by those chi refinement warriors. Only those who were lucky could escape. As time went by, the spiritual monsters that were naturally born in the Iron Ticket River were no longer enough. The river god had to pay for the increase of the water essence. When the harvest was not good, he had to bring gifts to visit and beg the immortals of the Purple Sun Mansion to throw some immortal money into the river to replenish the water essence and accelerate the growth of the water ghosts and spiritual monsters, so as to not delay the training of the inner disciples of the Purple Sun Mansion. It sounded very cheap and could almost be said to be struggling at death's door. In fact, countless river gods of the Huangting country were envious of this. The reason was very simple. The Iron Ticket River was just a river god. The firmness of its golden body was not inferior to the White Swan River, the 3rd most powerful river god of the Huangting country. What did it rely on? Naturally, it relied on the leftovers that were dug out from the fingernails of the Xiang prefecture every year. It was accumulated year after year, and the influence of the incense from the incense accumulation temple where the golden body was located. The cultivators of the Xiang prefecture had always disliked outsiders disturbing their cultivation. Many high officials and dignitaries who came because of its reputation could only stop at the incense accumulation temple 200 miles away from the Xiang prefecture. After stopping, they naturally had to burn incense and worship the gods. There were also some unspeakable matters that required the help of the Iron Ticket River god to communicate with the Xiang prefecture. This was because the Xiang prefecture was good at making money. From cultivators of the Three Realms to the Dragon Gate realm, every time they were invited to travel, there would be a rough price. However, the cultivators of the Xiang prefecture had always been arrogant. Even if ordinary dignitaries were rich, these immortals might not be willing to meet them. This required the help of the incense accumulation temple of the Iron Ticket River, which had a close relationship with the Xiang prefecture. During this period, the Iron Ticket River god definitely did not dare to profit from this. He would not earn a single copper coin. However, every time the officials and dignitaries outside gave money to the immortals of the Xiang prefecture, the latter would come out and settle the matter. After the matter was settled, a sum of incense money that had nothing to do with the Xiang prefecture would naturally be sent to the incense accumulation temple. Near the Xiang prefecture. Outside the prefecture was a white jade square. It was already filled with the people of the Xiang prefecture who were waiting for the return of the patriarch. The Xiang prefecture was divided into the inner and outer sections. The inner sect cultivators were the direct disciples of the founding ancestor Wu Yi, as well as the disciples of the previous Xiang prefecture masters and their disciples. In addition, there were also the elders of the Dragon Gate realm who had lived for a long time and the cultivators of the Sea Viewing realm who were in charge of various matters. The outer sect was relatively more diverse. Other than the Qi cultivators with average qualifications, there were also cultivators of the mountains and lakes who sought refuge with the Xiang prefecture, pure martial artists, and servants who had served the Xiang prefecture for generations. The outer sect, which was in Immerse, naturally had more people than the Qi cultivators who focused on cultivation. There were close to 1,000 people. In the square, everyone stood according to their respective positions. There could not be any mistakes in their positions. Probably to prevent Qin Pingon from mistakenly thinking that he was trying to intimidate them, Wu Yi smiled and explained, "I have not shown up in the Xiang prefecture for more than 100 years. In the early years, I announced to the outside world that I had chosen a blessed spot to cultivate in seclusion. I was really sick of the social interactions that I could not avoid, so I simply hid and did not see anyone." When Wu Yi stepped from the bluestone path to the edge of the white jade square, everyone knelt and kowtowed in unison, shouting in unison, "Congratulations to the patriarch for coming out of seclusion." When it landed in Pei Qian's ears, it was like thunder. Pei Qian's eyes lit up at the sight of such a grand spectacle. Wu Yi raised his hand. Pei Qian was amazed at what he saw. The 1,000 people who were kneeling on the ground with their heads bowed suddenly stood up as if they had eyes on their heads. Wu Yi walked straight ahead. Qin Pingon purposely followed behind to avoid sharing the glory of the Xiang prefecture's patriarch. He did not expect Wu Yi to stop as well. He told Qin Pingon through the ripples in his heart and said with a sincere smile, "Young Master Qin, you don't have to be so polite. You are a rare guest in the Xiang prefecture. My small territory is located in the countryside and is far away from the saints. However, I still have to treat my guests well. So, young Master Qin, you can just walk with me." Wu Yi was arrogant by nature. She was the Earth Immortal of Huangting country who was known for being unruly and unruly. Originally, when she met Qin Pingon, she pinched her nose and acted accordingly. Since Qin Pingon's words and actions were appropriate and he didn't abuse his authority in front of her just because he was familiar with her father, Xiu Hu and Wei Ba, it made Wu Yi feel much better in her heart. Qin Pingon smiled and shook his head, saying, "This is the first time true Master Wu has returned to the Immortal Mansion in 100 years. If it were any other time, I would be bold enough to walk with true Master Wu. However, today is definitely not the day. I hope true Master Wu can go first. We will follow closely behind." Wu Yi smiled and did not insist. She walked ahead alone. He was a young man who knew his limits. However, he was too rigid and pedantic, almost like a scholar. She did not dislike him, but she did not like him either. As Wu Yi walked forward, the crowd on the square immediately parted to form a path. Only 5 or 6 people were qualified to walk behind Wu Yi. The more respected one's position in the Xiang mansion, the closer to the front. For example, the middle-aged cultivator who came to the right of Qin Pingon was the current mansion master of the Xiang mansion. He was an earth immortal in the Golden Core realm. The two cultivators who were about the same level as Pei Qian Zhu Lian and Shi Rou were old cultivators in the Dragon Gate realm who were even more senior than the mansion master of the Xiang mansion. One was in charge of rewards and punishment while the other was in charge of money. Therefore, the mansion master of the Xiang mansion had always been a figurehead without any real power. He was nothing more than a figurehead who dealt with the imperial court of the Huangting country and other mountain caves. However, there were a total of 7 mansion masters in the history of the Xiang mansion. Only one of them became an earth immortal by relying on his talent. The other 6, like the current one, relied on the immortal money of the Xiang mansion to reach their realm. Their real combat power was far inferior to the earth immortals of the Golden Core realm in the Big Sects, especially the earth immortals who were wild cultivators who had fought their way out. Of course, the heritage of the Purple Sun Manor was not limited to this. There were also several former manor lords or disciples that Wu Yi had taken in the early years. The Grand Masters of the Purple Sun Manor of the future were currently in secluded cultivation. There were also some cultivators past their prime who no longer had any hope of reaching the Great Dao. Their golden cores had already been eroded by time. They could only hide in a few mansions that were filled with spiritual qi in the Purple Sun Manor. Everyone in the Xiang mansion was guessing the identity of the young man with the bamboo box. Could he be a new disciple of the cave spirit sect ancestor? Then could he be the next mansion master? Wu Yi led Qin Pingon into the Xiang mansion and went straight to the Purple Qi Palace in the middle. She told the mansion master to hold a big banquet in the evening to welcome the distinguished guest. After entering the Purple Qi Palace, Wu Yi asked everyone to wait at the Sword Chastise Hall. She said that she would personally arrange a place for young Master Qin to stay. Distinguished guest? The group looked at each other. Could he be a disciple of an earth immortal nascent soul realm cultivator in Dali, or a descendant of a wealthy family like Yuan Chao in Dali? As expected, Wu Yi personally settled Qin Pingon and the others down. Then she went to the Sword Chastise Hall where the big shots of the Xiang mansion gathered. She sat on a dragon throne made of red sandalwood and began to have everyone present report on matters. For example, the income and expenditure of the Xiang mansion in the past 100 years, the cultivation progress of some of the talented disciples, and the condition of some of the old people in the mansion. She basically listened but did not comment. Otherwise, she would not have disappeared for 100 years and become a hands-off manager. She also would not have chosen a puppet mansion master even though she was still alive. In fact, everyone knew that the Grand Ancestor did not like to listen to these trivial matters. Everyone reported seriously, but it was just a formality. Wu Yi also did not hide her boredom. Her body was slanted and she held her chin with one hand, nodding occasionally. Generally speaking, the Xiang mansion could be described as thriving day by day. That was more or less it. Wu Yi could not be bothered to care about those flies and dogs outside of cultivation. The reason why she built the Xiang mansion and became the founder was that she came up with the idea on the spur of the moment. She was simply too bored. Furthermore, the many descendants of the Flood Dragon liked to open a mansion to show off, and used it to store the treasures that they plundered from everywhere. The Huangting country could be considered as the ancient Shu country. One of the old territories after the Li dynasty, the Divine Water country, which seemed to have been destroyed overnight, was also a place that the Flood Dragons yearned for even in their dreams. Dong. Because of the strong water luck. Furthermore, the ancient sword immortals liked to come here to kill the Flood Dragons. In the battle, many fell, so there were many magic treasures. Although most of them were collected by the powerful dynasties like the Divine Water country, there were still many treasures. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. In the National Treasury, there were many national treasures that had been passed down in an orderly manner. After that, they had passed from one old dynasty to the emperor of another new dynasty. However, there were still many treasures that had been left behind that had been quietly collected by her father. She was the one who knew how rich her father's family was. The small boat magic treasure that she had was just a small gift that her father had casually given her back then, as a small gift for her to enter the cave-dwelling realm. However, her father's collection could be said to be the most exaggerated among all the Earth Immortal cultivators in the northern part of the Aquarius continent. The Fu family in the southern part of the Old Dragon City might be slightly better, but that was the accumulation of the entire Fu family for more than 2,000 years. Her father, on the other hand, relied on his own strength. Therefore Wu Yi hated, feared and respected this father that she could never understand his inner thoughts. The hate was on the surface, the fear was in the bones and the respect was in the deepest part of her heart. Presumably that younger brother of hers had a similar mentality. Wu Yi raised her head. It turned out that someone had asked how the Purple Sun Mansion should treat that young Master Qin. Wu Yi thought for a while. You don't have to interfere in this matter. I will instruct what to do. Wu Yi's arrangement was very interesting. She placed Qin Pingon and the other three in a 6-story building that was completely equivalent to a treasure vault. Every floor was filled with the treasures of this true Lord Cave spirit and the past generations of Purple Sun Mansion cultivators. Before Wu Yi left, she only said that she hoped that they would not casually enter the top 2 floors. The other 4 floors were free to wander around. Because this building occupied a large area, other than the first floor, every other floor had rooms, beds and study rooms. Among them, the 3rd floor even had a martial arts practice hall, where 3 3-meter-tall mechanical puppets were placed. Therefore Qin Pingon and the others didn't have to worry about having a dazzling array of heavenly materials and earthly treasures without a place to rest. Just the 1st floor alone made Pei Qian want to grow another pair of eyes. This trip to the Purple Sun Mansion had broadened Pei Qian's horizons and made her extremely excited. In the past she always felt that in the future, other than the treasure box that Yao Jinji gave her, getting 1 or 2 more treasure shelves was already the limit of Pei Qian's imagination. Now that she had entered the Purple Qi Palace building, she knew that a real rich person could be so rich. Now, even without Qin Pingon's reminder, Pei Qian would not touch those strange ancient treasures without permission. She decided not to sleep tonight. She had to finish looking at the hundreds of treasures on the 4th floor. Otherwise she would definitely regret it for the rest of her life. Pei Qian and the equally excited Shi Ro were admiring the scenery on the 1st floor. Qin Pingon and Zhu Lian stood on the 4th floor, looking down at half of the Purple Sun Mansion. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "In the past I've talked to someone about what the mountain in my heart should be like in the future. Looking at it now, it was just a pauper's blind imagination. The Purple Sun Manor is a living example." Qin Pingon quickly added, "Actually, I wasn't poor at that time." Zhu Lian asked, "Young master, this true Lord Cave spirit doesn't seem to be an ordinary golden core Earth Immortal?" Qin Pingon nodded. "He's equivalent to half a nascent soul cultivator." After all, they were still freeloading on someone else's mountain. Qin Pingon did not explain to Zhu Lian in detail. Zhu Lian had a rough idea. Since Wu Yi was in the Purple Sun Mansion, there must be an immortal formation. It was equivalent to a small world, almost equivalent to a nascent soul cultivator. Zhu Lian joked. "If a mountain cultivator could sweep this building clean, wouldn't they be rich? I heard that the Aquarius continent has a pure Jade Realm cultivator." Qin Pingon took out a jug of wine and handed it to Zhu Lian. He shook his head. "The existence of the Confucian Academy is too much of a deterrent to all Earth Immortals, especially Upper 5 Realms cultivators. They might not be able to take care of everything, but once the Confucian Academy takes action and sets their sights on someone, it means that no matter how big the world is, there is nowhere to hide. Therefore the conflicts between many great cultivators are suppressed." Zhu Lian took a sip of wine and smiled. "Why is it that the vast world doesn't restrict us pure martial artists so much? Is it because there are too few 8th and 9th Realms martial artists? I heard that if a martial artist killed an emperor, the Confucian Academy might not necessarily send people to hunt him down." Qin Pingon replied softly, "There are a lot of ancient secrets that have been sealed away. Cui Dongshan isn't too willing to talk about this and I'm not too interested either. Back in my hometown in Longquan County, when I first went on a long journey, the supervisor of kills and the newly established county magistrate were already the highest officials. I always felt that they were too far away from the emperor. Later, a consort of the Dali Imperial Palace, Song Jisen's mother, sent people to kill me. I've always remembered this debt. Last time when I met my neighbor Song Jisen at the Cliff Academy, I also chatted with him. But I'm not afraid you'll laugh at me. Even now when I look at Zhou Xian, I still can't imagine that he's a dolly prince. Zhou Xian is a bit better. After all, the first time we met he was dressed brightly and had a retainer by his side. But Zhou Xian, no matter how I look at him, he still looks like that sloppy guy from back then. Zhu Lian raised the wine pot and lightly clinked it with the blade strengthening gourd in Qin Pingan's hand. Qin Pingan took off the blade strengthening gourd and didn't do anything. Only now did he take his first sip of wine. Zhu Lian sighed. If Zhou Xian becomes Emperor Dolly one day, won't it be even more unimaginable for young master? Qin Pingan nodded. Definitely. The two of them were silent for a moment. Qin Pingan suddenly said, Cui Dongshan once had a very interesting theory. He said that the three sex sages are trying to use a different method to slow down the flow of the river of time that's destined to be unstoppable. Zhu Lian's interest was piqued. He asked curiously, how? Qin Pingan leaned on the railing and patted it. The Immortal Mountain is one thing. Zhu Lian was confused. Qin Pingan continued, the mortal city is one thing. Qin Pingan said slowly, war is another thing. Qin Pingan finally said, the knowledge of 100 schools of thought that can immerse one's mind seems to be one thing too. Zhu Lian felt a headache coming. Cui Dongshan's words are so mysterious. I'm even more confused. Qin Pingan drank his wine and smiled. I don't understand either. Zhu Lian asked softly, then does young master want to understand these mysterious great Daos? Qin Pingan thought for a while and shook his head. If I don't have to understand, then I don't. Zhu Lian nodded. Young master already knows enough. Indeed, there's no need to investigate everything and try to trace back to the source. Qin Pingan turned his head and said, Zhu Lian, can you change your habit of sucking up to others? Zhu Lian raised his arm and shook the wine pot in his hand. He laughed. Why should I change? If I change, will there be wine to drink? Qin Pingan smiled. That's true. Zhu Lian asked tentatively, previously young master said that you wanted to go to the North Continent to train alone. Can't you bring me along? How boring would it be to not have a cook by your side or a lackey who would suck up to you? Qin Pingan nodded and said, you just stay at Luapa Mountain obediently. I still hope that you can reach a higher level on the martial path. Since that old man Chui's punching method is suitable for me, it's more suitable for you. In the future, if you can ascend to the pinnacle of the mountain, then when Pei Qian travels the Jianghu for the first time, no matter how far he goes, or even if he goes to another continent to play with Li Huai, as long as you secretly escort him, I can be very assured. Zhu Lian could only give up on persuading Qin Pingan to change his mind. Qin Pingan asked, Zhu Lian, can you tell me about your younger days? For the first time Zhu Lian blushed. Countless messy accounts and countless romantic debts. I'm afraid that young master will lose the mood to drink if I talk about these. Qin Pingan jumped onto the railing and sat down. Tell me about it. Actually, I've secretly read the few books you gave Pei Qian about the martial world. I think they're very well written. However, it's the martial world in the imagination of the scholars in the study room. It's not realistic enough. I believe it's not as interesting as your personal experiences. Zhu Lian also jumped onto the railing and sat down, grinning. All right, allow this old servant to tell you. Young master, you don't know how young and romantic this old servant was back then. In Jianghu there were many fairies and heroines who admired me to the point of death. Their infatuation never changed. The more he listened, the more Zhu Lian realized that his young master's look of disdain became more and more obvious. In the end, Qin Pingan patted Zhu Lian on the shoulder and left without saying anything. This hurt Zhu Lian a little. His young master was good in everything else, but when it came to love he was too much of a gentleman. He was too different from those who walked the path. Zhu Lian probably didn't know that Qin Pingan was muttering in his heart as he walked into the building. You have Miss Ning, you have Miss Ning. If you dare to let your imagination run wild, you'll be beaten to death by Miss Ning without a word. Don't tell me you can't even think about it? No, as long as you see Miss Ning, how can you hide from her? You'll be seen through in an instant. You'll still be beaten half to death. Do you dare to fight back? A simple and elegant two-story ship sailed from the turbulent White Swan River to the gentle Iron Ticket River. At the bow of the ship stood a cold-looking woman in palace attire. Beside her was a personal maidservant and 3 men of different ages and appearances. An old man smiled bitterly and said, "Madam, our visit to Xiang Manor this time might not be a pleasant one." The old man and the other 2 were all guests of this madam's manor. They had known each other for a long time and their temperament was similar. The friendship between gentlemen was as light as water. Even some alliances were to eliminate evil and defend the path of righteousness. For example, according to the madam's secret report, they had chased down the fox demon that had caused a disaster for 100 years at Centipede Ridge. The atmosphere was completely different from that of Xiang Manor and Xianxia Temple. That madam had a faint look of worry on her face. She only sighed. The young maidservant beside her had accompanied her for 100 years. Although she was a water ghost and an otherworldly item, she had received the blessing of incense and had drowned in her early years. It was a blessing in disguise and she was able to embark on the path of cultivation. The maidservant was considered one of the madam's close people. Therefore, in this kind of situation she still had the right to speak. She said softly, "The situation forced us. Hanxi River and Yu River have already received the peace and quiet token issued by the Great Li Song clan. Only our White Swan River has been given the cold shoulder to this extent. This isn't much, it's just that we don't have any dealings with the Great Li's imperial court. It's just that madam's trip to the capital this time, according to His Majesty's words, White Swan River might have a great calamity behind it. We can forget about keeping ourselves clean." The old man was puzzled and asked, "Great disaster?" The maidservant was also full of worry and her tone was a little low. His Majesty also hinted that Yujiang River's water god had already received the peace and quiet token, but he was still not satisfied. He shamelessly ran to Feizhu Grotto Heaven's imparting Cloud Mountain. It seemed like he had a secret relationship with Beiyue god Wei Pai. It's very likely that the Dali Imperial Court will make a move on our White Swan River. The Lingyun sect that had already sealed off the mountain is a warning. His Majesty can't do anything about this and can only let the Dali barbarians do whatever they want. The old man said helplessly, "That guy's shamelessness is indeed famous." A tall man stood slightly further away with his arms around his chest and looked at Taiju River. Although he successfully went from the peak of the 5th state to a 6th state martial artist 2 years ago, the current mess of state affairs made the hot-blooded man, who originally planned to join the border army after he reached the 6th state, feel disheartened. The Dali barbarians' hooves trampled on the territory of Huangting country wantonly. They never needed to inform or greet the current emperor. What was even more unacceptable to the man was that in the court, from the civil and military officials to the people in the countryside, to the Jianghu and the mountains, there were very few people who were filled with righteous indignation. They were all opportunistic and wanted to curry favor with the Dali officials stationed in Huangting country. The Song clan's 7th grade officials were actually more prestigious than the Huangting country's 2nd grade officials. Their words were even more effective. And the thing that really made the man give up on joining the border army was a piece of news that spread in the capital of Huangting country. All those years ago he and his friends had pursued that fox demon, yet they'd fallen into a trap set up by the latter at Centipede Ridge. However, for some unknown reason, that great bear demon that should have appeared and joined forces with its lover didn't appear. Instead, it stood by and watched the fox demon's lover, who was skilled in vicious dual cultivation techniques, die. That was why they joined forces and successfully captured the fox demon, who called herself Madame Qingya, making a great contribution to the Huangting country's imperial court. That fox demon was restrained by a secret technique and lost most of its divine abilities. It was locked up in the imperial court's prison that was specially used to suppress mountain cultivators and demons. At that time, the man and his friends had a good drink at the White Swan River's water god's residence. But soon the gossip spread throughout the capital. The fox demon that should have been skinned and had its tendons pulled out as a warning to others was taken into the emperor's harem and kept as a mistress. The man was furious. This time he visited the White Swan River's water god's residence with 2 cultivator friends. The White Swan River's water god, who stood at the bow of the boat, told them the truth. The rumors were true. In the face of a national disaster, the emperor was very happy. When the Zhou Xian entered the capital to meet the emperor, that fox demon was indeed standing by the emperor's side. It was just that it had become submissive. Fortunately, the emperor of the Hong family was not foolish enough to completely remove the taboo set by the consecrated cultivators. That scene at that time made the river god, who had once had a short-lived marriage with the Hong family's ancestor, frown. In her impression, the current emperor didn't have a reputation for being lecherous. However, things had changed with the passage of time. The other party was the ruler of a country after all, so she couldn't say anything. Moreover, as a righteous god of the river, she had been on the divine platform for a long time. Through the hundreds of years of incense, she had long seen all kinds of living beings. She was already used to these absurd things in the secular world. It must be that the current emperor was under too much pressure. After all, although the Song clan had acknowledged the vassal status of the Huangting country, who knew if a young royal family with the surname Song would suddenly appear one day and make him scram from the dragon throne? Since that was the case, how could he resolve his worries? Probably only the pleasures of the bed were left. The water god actually knew the accumulated feelings of that martial artist, Sun Dengxian. However, there were some things that she couldn't say. Because once she said it, the so-called friendship between gentlemen and the incense that had accumulated in the past would vanish. The general trend was that if the Huangting country's Hong family's emperor didn't turn to the Dali barbarians, would he really have to go to war for the sake of his so-called face? Then he would anger the Song clan and be easily crushed by Dali's cavalry at the border without any suspense? At that time, not only would the emperor be reduced to a prisoner, how many people in the Huangting country would suffer the calamity of war? Hundreds of thousands, or millions. The world was turned upside down, the mountains and rivers changed color, and it was a scene of devastation. No one in the Huangting country could stay out of it. The foundation of those innocent people was not too particular. They just wanted to live a year without worrying about food and clothing. They could wear extra clothes when it was cold and eat when they were hungry. It was already a rare peaceful life. This time she insisted on visiting the Xiang manor and even dragged the three of them along. How could the water god not know that Sun Dengxian was unhappy? However, she had no choice but to come. She even needed the three of them to help hold the line and protect her, lest the unpredictable Xiang manor's ancestor simply detained her there. The addition of 3 people did not help the situation at all. However, it was still enough to make the Purple Sun Manor a little more wary. This lady could only hope that this time would be successful. When she returned, her water god manor would naturally repay Sun Dengxian and the other 2. After sailing into the Iron Ticket River, they became more and more silent. When they passed by the fragrant river temple, the old river god appeared by the river. As a subordinate, he first bowed to the river god. However, the words he said after straightening his back were not too pleasant to hear. He asked with a smile, "Madam Xianxia, this chapter is not finished, please turn the page." What a rare guest. I wonder what advice you have for patrolling my Iron Ticket River this time? If Madam is still unwilling to let go of the current Navy commander of our Iron Ticket River, I don't dare to say anything. However, this commander is now a nominal cultivator of the Xiang Immortal Manor. Could it be that Madam is going against the current this time to go to the Xiang Immortal Manor to settle the grudge from back then? The ferry continued to move forward. The river god did not say a word. The Iron Ticket River god did not mind. He turned his head to look at the ferry that continued to move forward. He did not forget to add fuel to the fire and waved his hand vigorously, shouting loudly, "Let me tell Madam a great piece of news. Our Xiang Immortal Manor's ancestor cave spirit is now in the manor. Madam, as a righteous god of a river, I believe that the Xiang Immortal Manor will definitely open their doors to welcome Madam's arrival. Madam, take care. When you return to the White Swan River, if you are free, you must come to my fragrant river temple." When the ferry was far away, the river god spat fiercely at the Iron Ticket River and cursed, "What the hell is this, pretending to be noble and virtuous? A foreign nascent soul of unknown origin, the true body of a white swan after throwing a cup of water into it, just recommended himself to sleep with the emperor of the Huangting country back then. By relying on his skills in bed, he luckily became a Xianxia. Is he worthy to talk business with our ancestor cave spirit? In these hundreds of years he has never paid half a piece of snow to our Xiang Immortal Manor. Now he knows how to mend the pen after the sheep is lost? Haha, It's a pity that our Xiang Immortal Manor's ancestor cave spirit is personally in charge now. Otherwise, a bitch like you would be willing to give up your skin and flesh and shamelessly climb into the Manor Master's bed. You might really become happy. The river god turned and swaggered back to the fragrant river temple. He suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and smiled slyly. He wondered what it would feel like to touch this woman's golden skin after she took off her palace dress. If the White Swan River was in trouble, perhaps he would really have a chance to have a taste? Xiang Immortal Manor, Sword Chaser Hall. Wu Yi had almost reached the limit of her patience. She was about to let the group of people who were still incessantly asking for credit and rewards to leave. Suddenly, an outer sect housekeeper stood behind the door of the Jianqitang Hall and said respectfully, "Ancestor, the river god of the White Swan River has brought a valuable gift to seek an audience. I hope that Ancestor can grant me the honor of meeting him." The corners of her mouth curled up into a smile that was not a smile. Looking at the crowd, she asked, "My front foot had just arrived and this Bai Gujiang auntie followed behind. Was it that fellow from Jixiang Temple who tipped me off? Does he want to die?" Everyone present was well aware that this was the sign of the ancestor's anger. For a moment, all the old immortals with high positions in the Xiang Immortal Manor were on tenterhooks. Whenever the ancestor was angry, the earth would shake and the mountains would shake. Either the outsiders who did not have eyes would be annihilated, or a large group of people who did not do their job well would lose a layer of skin. An old cultivator of the Xiang Immortal Manor who had a good relationship with the river god of the Iron Voucher hurriedly braced himself and stood up, saying a few words of praise for the river god whose life was hanging by a thread. Reporting to Ancestor, the river god of the fragrant river temple would definitely not dare. This guy's cultivation is lowly and can't do anything. Only when it comes to being loyal to our Xiang Immortal Manor can it be said that he is not the least bit careless. Therefore, I dare to guess that the ancestor must have ridden the immortal boat and returned from a long journey. That river god raised his head and widened his pair of dog eyes and saw the ancestor's peerless demeanor. Thus, he eagerly rushed over and wagged his tail to beg the ancestor for pity. She tapped a finger on the armrest of the chair. This explanation does make sense. Everyone immediately felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Even the old man of the Xiang Immortal Manor who did not get along with the old cultivator could not help but secretly praise him in his heart. It was not that the old cultivator was righteous and was willing to say a few words of justice for an outsider of the Xiang Immortal Manor. It was because he was in charge of the financial transactions of the Xiang Immortal Manor's outer sect. Every year he would receive a lot of extra income from the obedient and sensible river god of the Iron Voucher River. Such a matter could be major or minor. Generally speaking, even if such a trivial matter were to be known by perfected Lord Cave Spirit, the ancestor who was dedicated to cultivating the great Tao, she might not be willing to move her eyelids or say anything harsh. Perhaps the informant and the pitiful wretch who was exposed would be annoyed and chased away by her. Each of them would be beaten 50 times and thrown out of the gates of the Xiang Immortal Manor together. The reason was simple. That would put her in a bad mood. Although the ancestor did not like to care about the worldly affairs of the Xiang Immortal Manor, as long as someone provoked her and got angry, she would definitely dig 3 feet into the ground and pull out the radish from the mud. At that time, the radish and the mud would suffer and be consigned to eternal damnation. Truly, she would not recognize anyone. In history, there were a few Dragon Gate consecrators who had made contributions. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were cautious and conscientious and risked their lives for the Xiang Immortal Manor. They did not lack in contributions and hard work. There were also a few direct disciples of the ancestor. Without exception, all of them had great potential as Golden Core Earth Immortals. However, after the incident they were all captured by the ancestor personally and were never heard from again. Wu Yi still did not give his own opinion. He asked casually, "Do you all think we should meet her?" Everyone had different opinions. Some said that this White Swan River god was extremely daring. Relying on her little relationship with the Hong clan, she had never paid tribute to the Xiang Immortal Manor. Since she dared to come to the Xiang Immortal Manor, there was no harm in finding a random reason to capture her and imprison her under the Xiang Immortal Manor's water prison. Later on, they could support an obedient puppet to succeed the White Swan River god. It was the best of both worlds. There were also people who refuted. They said that this Madame Xiaoluan was one of the few righteous deities in the Yellow Court Nation. Currently, there were undercurrents surging in the Yellow Court Nation. Although the Xiang Immortal Manor could be considered to have come ashore, it would be best for them to act more prudently in the near future. Why should the Xiang Immortal Manor squabble with a nearby river god? If this were to spread out, they would become a joke. Wu was very annoyed. He patted the armrest of the chair and said to the current Golden Core Realm Master, "This Madame Xiaoluan does not have enough face for me to receive her. Huangliang, go and meet her. Find out what she wants to do. If the words she says are not to your liking, or if the price she offers is too low, capture her and throw her into the water prison. If she is docile enough or the price is fair, then do business with her." Although the Xiang Immortal Manor is a big family, who would be willing to go against money? If the conversation goes well, you can invite her to the banquet tonight to welcome young Master Chen. Remember her seat. Put it at the place closest to the main entrance. The Xiang Immortal Manor's Manor Master Huang Mang cupped his fists and accepted the order. Wu Yi's gaze swept across everyone and he said with a playful smile, "When I'm not here, I don't care what you do. But now that I'm in the Xiang Immortal Manor, if any of you act selfishly, then you're treating me like a fool." Huang Mang, the mansion lord, did have some dirty thoughts. Madame Xiaoluan, the river deity, was famous for her beauty, and he had long coveted her beauty. Moreover, this river deity's dual cultivation technique could greatly nourish a cultivator's divine soul. Once he was imprisoned in the water dungeon, he could slowly grind away his edges and corners. When the patriarch left the Purple Sun Mansion one day, wouldn't he, the mansion lord, be free to do whatever he wanted? However, Wu Yi's words made his scalp tingle. He was horrified and frightened. He lowered his head and cupped his fists again. Huang Mang would not dare to disregard the old ancestor's kindness in cultivating me. How would I dare to seek my own death? Wu Yi put on a fake smile and did not say anything. Huang Mang slowly left the sword-beating hall. When he walked out, he was sweating profusely. The rest of the people left one after another, but they were somewhat gloating. Wu Yi suddenly frowned and reached out to catch a flash of light. It was a flying sword message that completely ignored the Xiang Immortal Manor's array. Such a shocking move, without a doubt, must be from her father, who went to be the deputy mountain master of the academy. After reading the letter, Wu Yi rubbed the space between her eyebrows. She had a headache and an uncontrollable anger. She smashed the handle of the red sandalwood dragon chair with a slap. She was already polite enough. How much more hospitality did she want? Did she want to worship that Qin Pingon as the old ancestor? However, when she thought of her father's gloomy face, Wu Yi's expression changed. In the end, she sighed deeply. Forget it. I'll just endure it for a day or two. Dusk fell. The entire Purple Cloud Palace was brightly lit, as bright as day. The Xiang Immortal Manor held a grand banquet tonight. The venue was the vast snow hall, which was used to entertain the first-class guests. The White Swan River god, Madame Xiaoluan, brought her personal maidservant, Sun Dengxian, and the other two. Under the lead of a young female cultivator from the Xiang Immortal Manor, they went to the vast snow hall banquet. The matter had been settled. For some reason, Madame Xiaoluan felt that the manor master Huang Mang was a little reserved. He was far from the high-spirited person he used to be when he appeared in various immortal mansions. Their residence was arranged in a remote area of the Xiang Immortal Manor by Huang Mang. It was impossible for it to be the Purple Cloud Palace that belonged to Wu Yi's private residence. Moreover, there was only one third-realm female cultivator among the outer disciples of the Xiang Immortal Manor who was responsible for their food, clothing, housing, and transportation. Even so, a mere third-realm cultivator did not give a good face to a righteous goddess of the Great River. The Xiang Immortal Manor was a big bully. Apart from Madame Xiaoluan, the maidservant and the three men looked a little ugly at that time. Only Madame Xiaoluan remained calm. What happened next was even more outrageous. The maidservant and Sun Dengxian could not keep their faces straight and snorted coldly. After the third-realm female cultivator entered the Purple Cloud Palace, trembling with fear, every step she took was as if she was walking on thin ice. The rumors about the Purple Cloud Palace were all very awe-inspiring. In the end she only walked half the way. She gave the group of guests a rough direction and told them to let Madame Xiaoluan go to the vast snow hall by herself. Anyway, the seats were easy to find. It was just near the door. Madame Xiaoluan comforted the two of them. Seeing that it was not very effective, she could only smile bitterly and take the lead. In the end they went around a screen wall and met another group of people in a long corridor. It was Qin Pingon and the other three. Previously, an old cultivator of the Dragon Gate realm had personally invited Qin Pingon. However, Qin Pingon had already asked for the way and said that he did not need to trouble the old senior to lead the way. The old cultivator, who was in charge of the life and death of all the cultivators of the lower 5 realms in the Purple Sun Mansion, originally wanted to insist. However, when he thought of the words of the Sword Chaser Hall's old ancestor and the aftertaste of his own thoughts, he felt that it was better to go along with this young Master Qin. He excused himself and turned to busy himself with his own matters. The two parties just happened to meet at the intersection of 2 corridors. Qin Pingon was the first to stop and let Madame Xiaoluan and the others go first. Madame Xiaoluan smiled and nodded in greeting as a way of thanking the stranger for his courtesy. A white-clothed young man carrying a long sword in the Purple Cloud Palace? Madame Xiaoluan did not think much of it. Her maidservant could not help but take another look at Qin Pingon. Oh my, there was even a small vermilion wine pot hanging at his waist. He looked like an immortal master of the Purple Sun Mansion's inner sect. But why did he not have the domineering aura of the Purple Sun Mansion's cultivators? Sun Dengxian, who was walking at the back, was very depressed. He did not pay attention to Qin Pingon and the others. Suddenly he heard someone shout, "Great hero!" Sun Dengxian ignored him and continued walking. However, that person continued, "Great hero! We met in front of the ruined temple at Centipede Ridge." Sun Dengxian was stunned for a moment. He stopped and turned to look at the white-clothed young man with a bright smile. "You are." Qin Pingon quickly walked in front of Sun Dengxian and said with a smile, "Great hero, do you still remember when I was at the ruined temple? I brought 2 little fellows with me, one in green and the other in pink. After you subdued demons and devils, you kindly reminded me to be careful. You said that not everyone on the mountain would mind someone bringing a demon with them." Sun Dengxian was enlightened and laughed heartily. "Oh, so it was you." Qin Pingon scratched his head and was a little embarrassed. "These 2 years I grew quickly and changed my outfit. It is normal that you did not recognize me." Sun Dengxian slapped Qin Pingon's shoulder heavily. "Good kid, not bad, not bad. You have made a name for yourself and can eat and drink at Purple Cloud Palace. Wait a moment, our seats should not be too far away. We can have a good drink then." Qin Pingon was only happy and nodded in agreement. That year at Centipede Ridge, this man held a small silver talisman knife and chased after a beautiful woman who was the incarnation of a fox demon with others. They almost had a conflict with a group of officials who were traveling the Jianghu. In the end they were subdued by this man. They subdued that vicious fox demon. The fox demon seemed to call herself Madame Xianxia. Qin Pingon's memory of that chance encounter was especially deep. It could even be said that Qin Pingon's vague impression of the Jianghu, what was a chivalrous man, what was subduing demons and devils, and how he truly viewed the dangerous Jianghu, all originated from that chance encounter and observation. To be able to meet that straightforward man again in this Purple Sun Palace, Qin Pingon felt that it was a great surprise. Only Qin Pingon was completely focused on being happy. Pei Qian stared with wide eyes. That unknown 6th realm martial artist of Huangting country slapped down. This scene made Julian smile. Sure, Rose's eyelids trembled. She thought that if Cui Dongshan was here, this Jianghu brute would most likely be dead. Madame Xiaoluan, who was in front of Sun Dengxian, also heard the commotion behind them and stopped. Sun Dengxian turned his head and introduced Qin Pingon to them with a smile. He laughed heartily. "This little brother is the young man I mentioned to you before. He is young, but his fists are not ordinary. His courage is even greater. That year he was only a 3rd or 4th realm martial artist, but dared to bring 2 little demons to travel the Jianghu. But compared to those useless eunuchs, this young hero is much more experienced in the Jianghu." The graceful and beautiful Madame Xiaoluan smiled again. But the servant girl beside her had already used her eyes to indicate to Sun Dengxian not to dawdle and to quickly go to the vast snow hall to attend the banquet, so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. An old man reminded softly, "Little son, you can chat as you walk." Sun Dengxian was a bit resentful. Fortunately, Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Attending the banquet is more important." "Is your surname Sun?" "My surname is Qin Pingon. Hero-san can just call me Qin Pingon." Sun Dengxian was originally a heroic Jianghu wanderer, so he did not hold back. "Okay, I will call you Qin Pingon." Madame Xiao Wan continued on her way. Sun Dengxian stayed behind and chatted with Qin Pingon. At the end of the corridor, a reprimand suddenly sounded. "What is wrong with you? Do you want our ancestor and mansion lord to wait for you to sit down before starting the banquet? Madame Xiao Wan, you are really arrogant." It was an inner court steward of the Purple Sun Mansion who hurriedly turned to the end of the corridor. His expression was incomparably arrogant and he did not put a god in his eyes at all. After the steward reprimanded, he turned and left with a dark face. "Hurry up and follow, what a fussy woman." After the steward turned around, Madame Xiao Wan narrowed her eyes and gently exhaled. Her expression returned to normal. Sun Dengxian cursed softly. Qin Pingon did not say anything. All the cultivators of the middle 5 realms of the Purple Sun Mansion had already gathered in the vast snow hall. When Madame Xiao Wan walked to the threshold of the hall, she slowed down her footsteps because she already felt uneasy. The steward stood at the door and stared at the White Swan River goddess with all his strength. He lowered his voice and said, "Hurry up and go in and sit down." Madame Xiao Wan was expressionless as she stepped over the threshold. Behind her were the servant girl and the 2 Jianghu friends. The steward was still happy to say a few words to the White Swan River goddess, but towards the nonsensical things behind he could only sneer endlessly. However, when he saw Sun Dengxian who had a close relationship with someone, the steward's smile suddenly stiffened. Sweat instantly seeped out of his forehead. Sun Dengxian was somewhat puzzled and could not figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. He just took large strides over the threshold. Qin Pingon, who was a little slower than him, walked into the vast snow hall with a calm expression. End of this chapter. (422). Madame Xiao Wan and the other 3 were seated at a spot closest to the entrance of the boundless snowy hall, which was suitable for admiring the night view. As for Madame Xiao Wan's personal maidservant, who was respectfully called the Little Water God by all the spirits in the 800 miles of Baihu River, she didn't even get a seat in the Purple Sun Palace. The maidservant could only stand behind Madame Xiao Wan with a frosty expression. Ever since she drowned and became a water ghost, Madame Xiao Wan had personally promoted her to the position of Baihu River's Water God Palace's patrolling envoy. She could kill all the cultivators and spirits in the 5 lower realms first and report later. She had never suffered such humiliation before. This visit to the Purple Sun Palace could be considered as throwing away all the glory she had accumulated over the past 200 years. Anyway, there was no way she could pick it up in the Purple Sun Palace. Fortunately, she had been following Madame Xiao Wan for a long time and knew the severity of the situation. She didn't need Madame Xiao Wan to remind her to pay attention to the situation. She had already lowered her head and tried to make her expression more natural, not daring to reveal any dissatisfaction. After Madame Xiao Wan and the current palace lord of the Purple Sun Palace talked about important matters, Madame Xiao Wan's mood was still not relaxed. She reminded the 4 of them that there were still changes before they returned to the Divine River Palace, and she asked everyone to bear with it. At that time, Madame Xiao Wan was feeling guilty and her expression was bitter. Her words even contained a trace of pleading, which made the maidservant feel sad and almost cry. At this moment, Madame Xiao Wan's appearance, clothes and sitting posture were almost flawless. However, her eyes were a little dark. She was able to oversee the Baihu River and forcibly stretch the Baihu River, which was originally only 600 miles long, to nearly 900 miles long. Her power was so great that it was even greater than that of a high official in the secular imperial court. She had a close relationship with many immortal masters in the mountains of Huangting country, as well as martial arts grandmasters like Sun Dengxian. Naturally, it was not something that could be achieved by fighting and killing. She was the first among the 2 groups to enter the banquet. The hall was filled with deities, leaving only 2 empty seats. She was a guest of the Baihu River water god residence. Since she was informed that she would be seated at a cool seat near the doorstep, Madame Xiaoluan immediately knew who the remaining seats on the left of the main seat were for. As expected, he saw Qin Pingon walking into the boundless snow hall. Wu Yi, the founding ancestor of the Purple Sun Manor that even Madame Xiaoluan wasn't willing to meet. She stood up with a smile and walked down the stairs towards Qin Pingon's group. She held onto Qin Pingon's arm and laughed. We wouldn't dare to start a banquet without young Master Chen's presence. Qin Pingon, whose fist intent had already become natural, suddenly had his arm held by a woman who could be considered a stranger. For the first time his body was a little stiff, but he couldn't break away from Wu Yi's intimate action in front of everyone's eyes. It was really torturous. The cultivators of the Purple Yang Palace, including the palace lord Huang Liang, were all uncertain. They increasingly felt that the young man named Qin was the ancestor's lover. However, the possibility of this was not high. After all, the ancestor had never had a Dao companion since he founded the Purple Yang Palace. The ancestor was obsessed with the Dao and had no feelings for love. Or was he a member of the royal family of the Song clan who had traveled here? Otherwise, Ancestor Wu Yi's behavior at the banquet was too strange. Fortunately, after Wu Yi brought Qin Ping into his seat, she let go of his hand without a trace and walked to the main seat to sit down. She still had the familiar posture of looking at Qin Ping and said in a clear voice, "Young Master Qin, our Xiang mansion doesn't need to talk about other things, but this old Jiao's coveted wine is famous everywhere. It's definitely not an exaggeration. Even an old emperor of the Gao clan of Guiyang in the Great Sui dynasty had privately begged the Hong clan of Huangting country to ask for 60 jars from our Xiang mansion every year. The wine has been prepared on the table. After you finish drinking, the servants will serve it. No one will be left with an empty cup. Everyone drink to your heart's content. Tonight we won't leave until we're drunk." Dozens of beautiful young female cultivators from the Purple Sun Palace served wine and food as maids. They wore new colorful clothes and rushed out from both sides of the misty snow hall like colorful butterflies. It was a very eye-catching sight. Wu Yi was the first to stand up and raise her cup. "This first cup of wine is for young Master Chen's visit to our Purple Yang Palace. Your presence brings light to our humble dwelling." As a result, everyone could only stand up and raise their cups to toast Qin Pingon. In the Yellow Ting Kingdom, face was more important than the heavens. Even if the emperor of the Hong clan personally came to the Purple Qi Palace, Wu Yi might not be able to speak in such a manner. After Sun Dengxian and Qin Pingon took their seats, he didn't come back to his senses for a while. He sat in his seat in a daze. Fortunately, his friend kicked him and he quickly got up. Qin Pingon could only say thanks and drink his cup of wine. On the small and exquisite table in front of Pei Qian, there were also 2 jars of the wine that the old dragon coveted. However, the Purple Yang Palace was very considerate. They had already prepared a jar of sweet and refreshing fruit wine for the little girl. This made Pei Qian, who stood up and raised his cup, very happy. The Purple Yang Palace was really a good place. Pei Qian made up her mind. When she got back, she would definitely talk to her master about it and grind his ears. In the future, they would often come to the Purple Yang Palace as guests. Although that Wu Yi wasn't handsome and was much worse than Huang Ting and Yao Jinji, she was a good person and treated guests warmly. There was really nothing wrong with her. In any case, it wasn't like her master was going to marry her or become her master's wife. Looks weren't important. After that, Wu Yi didn't pay too much attention to Qin Pingon. It was just a sumptuous banquet for the ordinary immortals on the mountain. All kinds of delicacies were brought to the boundless snow hall by the hands of the young female cultivators who were as graceful as butterflies. The palace master Huang Liang was indeed the second in command of the Purple Yang Palace. He was good with words and took the lead to toast Wu Yi. His words were like pearls of pearls and won the applause of the entire hall. Wu Yi didn't speak much, but compared to her usual attitude at the Purple Yang Palace banquets, she was much more approachable tonight. It was as if she was a different person. She even took the initiative to talk about some interesting things that happened on the mountain. The people of the Purple Yang Palace naturally laughed. Actually, Wu Yi was a serious person. If it was Huang Liang who narrated the content, he might not be any worse than the storyteller. However, when it came from Wu Yi's mouth, it wasn't funny to Chen Pingon. However, the cheers and laughter in the boundless snow hall were really sincere and natural. Perhaps this could be considered as the Jianghu. Actually, the first time Chen Pingon had such a feeling was when he met the Emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom in the restaurant after the battle at the illusory lotus-blessed land. Madame Xiaoluan stood up slowly with a wine cup in her hand. Everyone seemed to have a tacit understanding and stopped making noise. For a moment there was absolute silence. Madame Xiaoluan smiled and said, Xiaoluan would like to propose a toast to Ancestor Yuan Jun on behalf of the Baihu River Water God residents. Wu Yi turned a deaf ear to it, but her eyes were fixed on Madame Xiaoluan. From her attitude, it was obvious that Wu Yi didn't want to give the Baihu River Water God residents any face. Xiaoluan, don't even think about fighting for face in the Purple Yang Palace. Sun Dengxian was so angry that his chest almost exploded. He clenched his fists and placed them on the table, his body trembling. Intentionally or unintentionally, Wu Yi glanced at Qin Pingon from the corner of her eye. The latter turned his head and whispered to Pei Qian. It seemed that he was warning the girl that when she was a guest in someone else's house, she must sit properly, eat properly, and not get carried away. The fruit brew was not wine, so there was no excuse to get drunk and ignore everything. Pei Qian straightened his back and shook his head, smiling and saying that he understood. As a result, he was hit by Qin Pingon. Wu Yi saw that Qin Pingon had no intention of getting involved, so she quickly retracted her gaze and yawned. With one hand holding the neck of the special wine coveted by the old flood dragon, she shook it gently and rested her cheek on the other hand. She asked in languid, Baihu River? Where is it? Wu Yi then turned to Huang Liang and asked, How far is it from our Purple Yang Palace? Huang Liang quickly got up and answered respectfully, Ancestor, the Baihu River Water God residence is only 300 miles away from our Purple Yang Palace by the Taijian River. Wu Yi pretended to be enlightened. That's not far. Not far. Even if they were close neighbors, there was a saying in the market that a close neighbor was better than a distant relative. To Wu Yi, 300 miles was indeed a distance that could be covered in a blink of an eye. It was equivalent to the distance taken by an ordinary teacher after a meal. Since that was the case, the Baihu River Water God residence's refusal to have any contact with Purple Yang Palace in the past hundreds of years was no different from Madame Xiaoluan's provocation in Wu Yi's eyes. However, Wu Yi had her own plans on this matter. That was why she allowed the Baihu River Water God residents to expand their territory without asking the cultivators of Purple Yang Palace or the Taijian River Temple to stop them. The harmonious boundless snow hall was filled with a murderous intent in an instant. Madame Xiaoluan held the wine cup in front of her with both hands, a tranquil smile on her flawless face. Please forgive me, Cave Spirit Origin Lord. I Xiaoluan will punish myself with a cup. Just as Madame Xiaoluan raised her arm, Wu Yi suddenly stretched out her palm and pressed it twice. Xiaoluan, how can a small Purple Yang Palace bear the punishment of a river god? Huang Liang, how are you the palace lord? If Xiaoluan doesn't come to visit, you won't take the initiative to visit the water god residence? Why must Madame Jiangshan take the initiative to see you? I think your arrogance as a palace lord is comparable to the Hong Emperor. Hurry up, what are you waiting for? Take the initiative to toast Madame Jiangshan. Forget it, Huang Liang, punish yourself with 3 cups. Huang Liang faced Madame Xiaoluan and drank 3 cups of wine in a row. The atmosphere in the boundless snow hall was so heavy that a pin drop could be heard. Xiaoluan still held the cup of wine that she didn't have the chance to drink. She bent down and put it down, then made a strange move. She went to the tables of the old man and Sun Dengxian and took 2 jars of wine and placed them in front of her. 3 jars of wine were placed side by side. She picked up one of the jars, opened the mud seal and hugged the wine jar that weighed about 3 caddies. She said to Wu Yi, the Baigu River Water God residence has drunk 3 cups of wine from Palace Lord Huang. This is the magnanimity of Purple Yang Palace to not be calculative with a woman like me. However, I also want to drink 3 jars of wine as a punishment to apologize to Cave Spirit Origin Lord. At the same time, I wish for Cave Spirit Origin Lord to ascend to the upper 5 realms and establish Purple Yang Palace as soon as possible. Next, Xiaoluan purposely suppressed the circulation of her golden body, which was equivalent to removing the cultivation of the Baigu River water god. She temporarily used the body of an ordinary martial artist to drink 3 jars of wine in one go. Xiao Wan's face was red. She raised the wine jar high 3 times and drank with her head tilted back. It was inevitable that some wine was spilled. She turned her head and covered her mouth with her hand. Pei Qian's mouth was wide open as she looked at the heroic heroine in the distance. If it was her, she wouldn't even be able to drink a small jar of fruit wine, let alone 3 jars of wine. She quickly picked up the wine cup and poured herself a cup of fruit wine to calm herself down. Qin Pingon smiled at Pei Qian and said, "That's enough." Wu Yi, who was sizing up Qin Pingon again, squinted her eyes. She turned to look at the Baigu River water god who still didn't dare to sit down and nodded. "You've drunk the toast and the punishment. Good. People who aren't from the same family don't enter the same house. In the future, your water god residence and our Purple Yang Palace will be considered half-relatives. Remember to visit more during festivals. However, I have to remind Madame Xiao Wan that you have such an opportunity today because of young Master Chen. Don't you feel bad?" Madame Xiao Wan was obviously uncomfortable and her breathing was rapid. She still smiled and said, "That's right. Then drink another jar. Just like what Cave Spirit Origin Lord said, this is a rare opportunity and we won't leave until we're drunk. I Xiao Wan will not let down the beautiful scenery and wine. I just hope that you won't laugh at me if I lose my composure when I'm drunk." As she spoke, Xiao Wan picked up another jar of wine. Her fingers that opened the mud seal were already trembling. After Qin Pingon stood up, he held the wine cup and looked at the Baigu River water god at the door. He looked down at his own wine cup and suddenly turned to look at Wu Yi, who was sitting on the main seat. He smiled and said, "Origin Lord, my alcohol tolerance is average. Why don't I drink with the river god goddess? Otherwise, if I drink a cup of wine and the river god goddess drinks a jar of wine, I won't be able to stand on my feet. I don't want to disturb the Xiang residents in the future. When I pass by the water god residence, I won't dare to visit the river god goddess anymore." Wu Yi's eyes were deep. She shook the wine jar and smiled, "Young Master Chen, I can't do that. Xiao Wan offered me 3 jars of wine but she only drank 1 cup with you. What is this? This is outrageous. Why? Does young Master Chen have tender feelings for the fair sex? If that's the case, it's such a coincidence. Wine can be the matchmaker and our Madame Xiao Wan has been single for many years. Young Master Chen is a dragon among men." Qin Pingon quickly interrupted Wu Yi's words. He picked up a jar of wine and opened the mud seal. He looked like he was begging Wu Yi, "Origin Lord, I can't win against you in an argument. I will accept my punishment. I will drink half a jar of wine as punishment and the remaining half will be my way to return the favor to the river god goddess." Wu Yi suddenly laughed out loud. Thus, the boundless snow hall was filled with deafening laughter again. Qin Pingon faced the main seat and drank half a jar of wine in one breath. He then turned to Madame Xiao Wan and raised the remaining jar high, to the river god goddess. Madame Xiao Wan drank it again. This time she didn't care about her etiquette. She quickly sat down and turned her head away. She used her arm to cover her mouth. After the farce, the banquet became lively again. The female cultivators in colorful robes busied themselves non-stop. Some had already left their seats and were toasting each other. After all, the cultivators of the 5 realms were gathered in the Xiang residence. Many of them came from the cultivation residences near the Xiang residence. The cultivation of the Sea-Gazing realm and Dragon Gate realm was very particular. It was common for cultivators to not see each other for decades. If they reached the legendary nascent soul realm, they would be as quiet as a dragon hiding in the clouds. The maidservant bent down and lightly patted Madame Xiao Wan's back. However, Madame Xiao Wan bounced her off. The maidservant quickly stopped and kept quiet. Madame Xiao Wan, who was drunk, looked even more beautiful and dazzling. She whispered to Sun Dengxian, "Dengxian, don't you want to go drink with your friend?" Sun Dengxian had a troubled expression. Madame Xiao Wan was not sure if it was because she was drunk, but she was different from her usual elegant and dignified appearance. She looked like a little girl and pitifully at Sun Dengxian. Sun Dengxian was a little helpless. He only had respect for this Jiang Shen Yang and no longing for her. But among all the heroes and warriors in the world, How many of them could have a heart of stone when they saw the charming scene of a beautiful woman frowning? Sun Dengxian could only nod. He stood up with a cup and was about to toast Qin Pingon. Sun Dengxian had such a stubborn temper. If he did not know that Qin Pingon was the first-class noble of Xiang Palace, a guest of honor that even the grand ancestor Wu Yi had to please, he would only remember that Qin Pingon was a third or fourth realm young wanderer in the past. Since they met again in Jianghu, not to mention that Qin Pingon did not come to toast, Sun Dengxian would take the initiative to find him to toast and chat for a while. However, Sun Dengxian felt uncomfortable and lost all of his heroic spirit. Sun Dengxian was stunned. The white-clothed young man with a sword on his back was accompanied by a little charcoal girl who was bouncing about. Qin Pingon walked in front of Sun Dengxian. "Hero Sun, a toast to you." Sun Dengxian might have been a little bashful earlier, but since Qin Pingon was here, Sun Dengxian was happy and felt that he was proud. It was rare for him to have such a happy moment in this trip to the Xiang residence. Sun Dengxian smiled and stood opposite to Qin Pingon. They toasted and drank their wine. When they toasted, Qin Pingon slightly lowered his cup. Sun Dengxian felt that it was inappropriate, so he lowered his cup as well. However, he didn't expect Qin Pingon to lower his cup again. Sun Dengxian let it go. Sun Dengxian finished a glass of wine. He had been drinking alone tonight, so he was a little tipsy. He blurted out some words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Qin Pingon, where did you learn this table rule? It's so tacky. Furthermore, I don't deserve such etiquette." Madame Xiaoluan had already stood up. The two water god estate friends were speechless when they saw Sun Dengxian being so casual. Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. "Hero Sun, you deserve it." Sun Dengxian was happy. "Isn't it just capturing a fox demon? Is there a need for you to think about it so much?" Qin Pingon didn't say anything about his feelings about Jianghu. He just picked up the wine jar from the table nearby and poured himself a cup of wine. He also filled Sun Dengxian's cup and said with a smile, "The world is narrow, the wine cup is wide. Have another toast with Master Sun." The two still drank the wine in one gulp. Sun Dengxian laughed. "Good fellow, you're quite good at persuading people to drink." Qin Pingon smiled. He had drunk a jar of old Jiao's coveted wine in one go, and his face was flushed. He didn't exchange pleasantries with Sun Dengxian. He didn't even chat with Baigu River's water god goddess. Before Qin Pingon left, he looked towards the door. The steward who was guarding outside the door had been looking at Qin Pingon and Madame Xiaoluan. When he saw Qin Pingon's gaze, he immediately bowed. Qin Pingon smiled, raised the empty cup in his hand, and then returned to his original position. The steward, who had been terrified for a long time, was so emotional that he almost cried. Madame Xiaoluan sat on her seat and lowered her head. She gently wiped the wine stains on her clothes and let out a breath that reeked of wine. What was even more terrifying than drinking wine to death was that even if you wanted to drink 1,000 liters of wine, the other party wouldn't even give you a chance to raise your cup. The maidservant looked at the young man's departing figure. After some thought, she felt somewhat grateful. Pei Qian raised his head and asked curiously, "That old man is a snob. Sai, aren't you angry?" Qin Pingon smiled. "What's there to be angry about?" Pei Qian whispered, "Master is thinking about Hero Sun and the rest." Qin Pingon patted her head. "You're smart." Pei Qian grabbed Qin Pingon's gentle hand when they were only a few steps away from the seat. Qin Pingon asked curiously, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian giggled, "Freeloading the good man Master's immortal aura." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Yes, where else can I find such a master who can eat and drink all the way?" Pei Qian carefully asked, "Master, can I have a little bit of old Flood Dragon's coveted wine? So fragrant. I'm dying of craving it." Qin Pingon asked, "What do you think?" Pei Qian nodded, "I think I can have a small cup. The world is narrow, but the wine cup is wide." Qin Pingon pulled her ear and threw her to her exclusive seat on a small table. "Drink your fruit wine." Qin Pingon was about to sit down, but Wu Yi had already walked down from the main seat and came to him. She waved her hand, indicating that the Hall of Boundless Snow, which had quietened down instantly, should continue drinking. Wu Yi asked in her mind, Child Qin, have you killed a lot of Jiao dragons? Qin Pingon shook his head. He was not the one who killed the old Yuanying flood dragon in the Flood Dragon Ravine. He suddenly remembered that it was Qin Pingon who single-handedly killed the eel monster at the border of the Daquan dynasty in the Tongyi continent. Qin Pingon frowned and asked, "Did you notice anything?" Seeing Qin Pingon shake his head, Wu Yi was a little displeased. But when she thought of the 2 family letters that were more useful than imperial edicts, she had to explain patiently, "It's not appropriate for me to ask about your past in detail, but I can see that you are stained with a lot of negative karma." Qin Pingon asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Wu Yi smiled, "There are some monsters in the world. Killing them is a form of merit, but it can also be due to negative karma. The Confucian school has always been secretive about this unusual rule, so Child Qin may not be very clear about it." Qin Pingon asked directly, "Is there a way to break it and get rid of it?" Wu Yi kept him in suspense. "There's no hurry. Anyway, you have to stay in the house of Xiang for a day or 2. When you are sober, I will talk to you about this. Tonight, just drink and don't talk about these disappointing things. All good things must come to an end." Wu Yi left first. Qin Pingon quickly brought Pei Qian and the others out of the boundless snow hall and went back the way they came. Pei Qian was still very excited. She did not forget to take the trekking staff and hummed a self-composed folk song along the way. It was a folk song she heard from her master in Longquan County. "Today the thunder god sings, tomorrow there will not be much rain. Swallows fly low and snakes pass the path, ants move the mountain and wear a hat. The moon grows feathers, the heavy rain rushes the trenches. The sky is full of carp spots, tomorrow there is no need to turn the grains." She did not stop. Zhou Xian had long heard this song until his ears were calloused. He tried to persuade her, "Heroine Pei, do a good deed and let my ears go?" Pei Qian sighed. She was in a good mood tonight, so she decided to go along with old chef for once. She took a few steps forward on the quiet road and waved the trekking staff. "The world is full of wild dogs and wolves, which is why the Jianghu is so dangerous and everyone is in danger. But I have not mastered the peerless sword technique and knife technique. It's my fault, it's all my fault." Zhou Lian kicked her butt. Pei Qian staggered a few steps but stood still. She turned her head and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Zhou Lian was about to make fun of her when he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. He looked up and stretched out his hand. "It's raining?" Qin Pingon nodded. It was drizzling. The group quickened their pace and returned to the treasure pavilion. Sure Row was an otherworldly item, so she didn't need to sleep. She stayed on the first floor. Zhou Lian and Pei Qian stayed on the second and third floors. Qin Pingon stood alone in the corridor on the 4th floor. The rain was not heavy tonight. He walked in the corridor for 1 hour to get rid of the smell of alcohol. Qin Pingon returned to his room to sleep. He slept lightly. Anyway, he was in the Purple Yang Palace with an unpredictable master, Wu Yi. In the latter half of the night there was a soft knock on the door. Qin Pingon got up and put on his clothes. When he opened the door he saw an unexpected person. It was the Baigu River's water god, Mrs. Xiao Wan. The look in her eyes was complicated and shy. She seemed to have changed into a dress that fit her even better. She turned her head and bit her lip. She gathered her courage and whispered, "Young Master Qin." Qin Pingon slammed the door. Madame Xiao Wan stood outside, her face shocked. For 23. Madame Xiao Wan stood outside the door in a daze for a long time. Just when she was hesitating if she should knock on the door again, she turned around and saw the hunchbacked old man. Madame Xiao Wan was good at reading people's expressions. When she first saw this person, from the length of his breath to the sound of his footsteps, it was hidden very well. He purposely maintained his cultivation at the 5th level of the martial path. This time the old man appeared on the 4th floor without a sound, which was similar to Sun Dingxian's martial aura. It was obvious that he was a shrewd person. Madame Xiao Wan could only tell that this old retainer was a grandmaster whose martial arts was higher than Sun Dingxian's. However, she could not tell if he had entered the golden body realm and started to step on the spirit ascension realm. Not being able to tell the depth of a pure martial artist meant that Xiao Wan had to be careful. The hunchbacked old man's smile almost gave the White Swan River's water god goosebumps. His words made her feel uncomfortable. Madame Xiaoluan, did my young master close the door in your face? Don't take it to heart, my young master has always been like this. He is not targeting you alone. Madame Xiaoluan pondered for a while and smiled. Old mister, it suddenly rained tonight. You know that I am a river deity, so I naturally felt close to you. I finally got rid of the alcohol and took this opportunity to visit the Purple Chi Palace. Coincidentally, I saw your young master practicing his fist technique in the corridor upstairs. I initially thought that young Master Chen was a cultivator and a little sword deity with a bright future. I never thought that young Master Chen's fist technique would be so superior, not losing to any of the grandmasters in Huangting country. I was really curious, so I took the liberty to visit here. I was rude, Zhou Xian said righteously. Not rude at all. In this world, only boorish men are rude to a beauty. A beauty can say or do anything without being rude. Xiaoluan did not want to be entangled with this person. Tonight's matter was destined to end, so there was no need to waste time here. Moreover, did he really think that she had no sense of shame? As the principal god of the third largest river in the Yellow Ting country, he was already not much inferior to the 5 mountain gods of the country. If it wasn't for Wu Yi and the Purple Yang Palace being too powerful and having the backing of the Dali dynasty, Qin Pingan would have received the same treatment if Xiaoluan was at any other banquet in Huangtinghua. Therefore Xiaoluan said a few polite words and was about to leave. Nothing in the Purple Sun Palace went smoothly. Even if Xiao Qin left the Treasury Pavilion tonight, there would still be a headache waiting for him. Zhou Xian beamed and said, Madam, please wait a moment. Xiaoluan was extremely annoyed in her heart, but her bearing was still graceful and dignified, and she asked doubtfully, Does old mister have something to say? If you're not in a hurry, you can find me tomorrow. Zhou Xian stretched out his hand and shook it. What old mister? Compared to Madame Xiaoluan's age, I'm just a young man with a slightly older face. Madame Xiaoluan, you can call me Little Zhou, the Zhou with green hair and a beautiful face, the Zhou with brilliant ink. There's no hurry, it's just that I don't have the courage to toast Madame in the boundless snow hall. Coincidentally, it's late at night and there are no outsiders. I want to be like Madame and have the mood to tour the Purple Sun Palace at night. What do you think, Madame? Xiaoluan felt even more nauseous than drinking 4 jars of the old flood dragon's coveted wine. She still smiled at him. It's late at night and I have to leave the Purple Sun Palace tomorrow morning to return to Baihu River. I'm a little tired and would like to rest early, please understand. Zhou Xian was already striding forward. I have to understand, Madame. Then allow me to escort Madame back to her residence. I really can't feel at ease if Madame returns alone. Madame is an outstanding beauty, and although you have the inviolable temperament of a peerless beauty, I always feel that if Purple Sun Palace's night patrolling cultivators look at Madame, my heart would ache. No, Madame, don't think for me, I have to send Madame off. Xiaoluan dismissed it with a smile. Even with her self-control, she almost couldn't hold back her malicious words. She directly turned around, neither refusing nor agreeing. The moment she left the building, her curvaceous figure instantly turned into a rainbow. If you have the ability to follow, then follow. She never thought that Zhou Xian would appear beside her in an instant, following her on a journey with the wind. Xiaoluan's mind was shaken and she almost fell to the ground. Far-wandering realm. This old pervert was actually a pure martial artist at the 8th realm. The #1 martial artist in Huangting country for more than 4 decades was only at the Golden Body realm. Zhou Xian followed by Xiaoluan's side. Madam, I read from a random book that once a flood dragon or a river deity falls in love with each other, a rain will fall on the human world. I wonder if this is true? Madame Xiaoluan was ashamed and resentful. She hated the mastermind and wanted to throw this old man beside her into the bottom of Baigu River, pull out his soul, and turn it into a lantern to light up the underwater palace. Zhou Xian continued, being able to tour Purple Sun Palace at night with Madame Xiaoluan is one of life's greatest joys. I'm not afraid of Madame laughing at me, but I, Little Zhou, like to write travel notes, recording the strange people and strange events of thousands of mountains and rivers. I have always wanted to write a travel note in the future. I feel that I am fortunate to be able to tour with Madame tonight, so I must write a vivid description in my travel note. When the book is published, I will personally visit with the book and give Madame a copy. Xiao Luan was so angry that her breathing became unstable and her chest rose and fell. Tonight's attire, which she felt was too much, was forcefully left behind by that person for her to wear. Zhou Xian glanced at the magnificent scene that was so close to him, then quickly turned his head to look at Taijian River and said in a clear voice, "What a beautiful scene." Zhou Xian had already returned to his residence on the second floor. In the room of the Tower of Treasures, Qin Pingon was no longer sleepy. He simply lit up a lamp and started to read. After reading for a while, he said with lingering fear, "What did the romance of knight-errant say? Even heroes can't overcome the rouge of women?" This Empress River divinity was too unscrupulous of Jianghu's morality. "I helped you out of kindness in Shuohuang Hall, so how could she harm me like this?" "I only heard that those who are chivalrous don't have overnight grudges and settle it on the same night. You, on the other hand, are you repaying me like this? Damn it, if I wasn't worried that Zhu Lian would think that I'm trying to hide something, I would have given you a slap. If news of this were to spread, wouldn't my crotch be covered in yellow mud?" Qin Pingon wiped the sweat off his forehead and nagged, cursing the Baigu River deity. In the end, Qin Pingon could only find an excuse to comfort himself. The trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land wasn't in vain. If it was before, I might have opened the door for her and entered the house. Gradually calming down, Qin Pingon began to focus on reading the book. It was a Buddhist scripture. At that time he borrowed 6 books from the Cliff Academy's library, including the classics of Confucianism, Buddhism, Taoism, Buddhism and Moism. The master of Mao Mountain said that there was no rush to return it. When Qin Pingon believed that he had thoroughly read it, he would have someone send it back to the academy. Qin Pingon suddenly closed the book, walked out of the house and came to the railing of the corridor. There must be something wrong with things. Outside the building, the rain had stopped and night fell. Qin Pingon reached out to hold the railing and walked slowly. His palm was covered with raindrops, which were slightly cold. Qin Pingon opened his palm and looked down. He jumped onto the railing and walked slowly, looking into the distance. Outside the Purple Sun Palace was the Tiezuan River, and beyond the river was the Green Mountain. He was now in the Yellow Tingua, the Purple Sun Palace and the Purple Chi Palace's treasure pavilion, on the railing under the eaves. His thoughts drifted far away. Qin Pingon recalled his previous trip to Qinghuan country. In the restaurant he heard the local people talk about the debate between Buddhism and Taoism. There was a story about a monk holding an umbrella outside, and a Confucian scholar sheltering from the rain under the eaves. If it rained while they were hurrying, they would naturally seek shelter under the eaves. He also remembered Lu Tai's sigh in the courtyard of the Eagle Castle. Most of the regrets in the world were unable to stay. The deepest words from the bottom of his heart were just a sentence for the various sceneries and people. Lu Tai also said that it was difficult for us to truly empathize with the many sufferings of the world. Therefore, when suffering befell on a single person, no one would be able to react in time. Walk slowly. Walk slowly. The master of the Daoist temple, the old Daoist, was observing the Tao from the lotus flower blessed land. The nameless old Daoist, who was proficient in Tao techniques, could obviously control the river of time in the lotus flower blessed land. It could be fast or slow, and it could be stagnant. However, it was said that even the Tao ancestor could not stop the torrent of time in the 4 worlds, much less control it. It was said that even the Tao ancestor could not stop it. Hence, the Saint Master once observed the water and was enlightened. Cui Dongshan had said that all the mountains in the world and the cities in the human world had their mysteries. In addition to war and the knowledge of the 100 schools of thought, they all involved the speed of the river of time. It was the saints who hoped to change their method and seek slowness. Why did the saints of the 3 schools, who had already stood so high and seen so far, have to slow down? What were the eyes of the Saint Master, the Buddhist ancestor and the Tao ancestor, the 3 saints who had created the world? So much so that they had to walk slowly between the 3 worlds? The first time he traveled with Cui Dongshan to the Huang Ting kingdom, Cui Dongshan had practiced with him on the peak of the mountain. He had once joked that when the wheel of history moved forward, many flowers and plants would be crushed. That was not the heartless words of an emperor, but the compassionate words of a Middle-earth scholar. That scholar hoped that all the people in power who saw that sentence, or the important figures who were sitting on the carriage at that time, would lower their heads and take a look at the crushed flowers and plants. The world was slowly getting better. Was there a need to worry? As long as it was getting better and the direction was right, it did not matter how slow it was. Of course, there was no need to worry. If the world was getting worse, for example, the wheel of history would crush countless flowers and plants along the way. Even if someone wanted to lower their heads and take a look, they might not be able to see it clearly. How could they make up for it? Was that why they had to be slower? Because if they were to walk slowly, even if they had entered a wrong path, would it mean that there was a chance to change? Or could there be less suffering in the world? Qin Pingan walked slowly on the railing time and time again. When he reached the end, he turned around and walked back and forth between the two ends of the railing. At that moment, Qin Pingan did not know that in the depths of a person's heart, every deep thought was like a seed that would sprout. Many might die halfway, but some would blossom and bear fruit one day. Qin Pingan would not know that the words carved on the bamboo slips with a carving knife had been chewed and recited by him repeatedly. He would even let Pei Qian bask in the sun on the bamboo slips that he sincerely approved of and regarded as beautiful words. Regardless of whether those words were good or bad, or whether the principles were right or wrong, these were all seeds that he had sown in his heart. Qin Pingan was not alone. In fact, other people would do the same, but they might not use the method of carving bamboo slips to materialize it. A certain complaint from one's parents, a certain teaching from the headmaster, a sentence from a book that they had read once and then reread again, an old saying or principle that they had heard many times and finally understood one day, the beautiful scenery they had seen, the girl they had missed, and the friends they had separated from, were all seeds in everyone's heart, waiting to blossom. Qin Pingan still did not know. He just took it as a walk and walked slowly on the railing. In the small world of the human body, in the underwater mansion with the water seal, the green-clothed children stopped what they were doing and held their breath. Outside the mansion with the golden inscriptions was the sleeping fire dragon made of genuine qi. Inside the mansion, there was a little man in a golden scholar's robe with a long sword on his back and a few golden books hanging on his waist. The golden light on his body became more condensed and dazzling, like the golden body of a god. However, the little man in the scholar's robe with golden light flowing all over his body was constantly emitting golden light, which was obviously not stable. It was full of expectation, looking forward to the moment when Qin Pingan stopped on the railing. Qin Pingan was still walking slowly. On the way out of the Cliff Academy, Qin Pingan asked Zhou Xian and Shi Rou a question. If he killed a good person who had done nothing wrong, he could save 10 people. Should he or should he not? The two shook their heads. When Qin Pingan increased the number of people he could save from 10 to thousands, Shi Rou began to hesitate. Only Zhou Xian said frankly that even if he could save the whole world, he would not kill that person. Qin Pingan then asked why. Zhou Xian answered with a smile, "I am worried that I will be the one who will be killed." Zhou Xian then turned around and asked Qin Pingan for an answer. Qin Pingan said that he could not give an answer unless he really reached that step, then he would know his true heart and choice. In the Qi mansion, the little man in the golden scholar's robe was a little anxious. Several times he wanted to rush out of the mansion's door, run out of the small world of the human body, and give Qin Pingan a few big chestnuts. "You are thinking the wrong way. Why are you thinking about these big problems that are destined to have no solution for the time being? Don't neglect your work, don't let a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip by. The general direction that you were thinking about before is the correct one. Quickly think about that important word, slow, that word that has been ignored by the secular world, further and deeper. As long as you think it through, your heart will be connected. This will be the great opportunity for you, Qin Pingan, to enter the upper 5 realms in the future." It's just that. If it directly told Qin Pingan, it would instead cause Qin Pingan to sink into an incomparably terrible state of mind. Qin Pingan finally stopped on the railing. The little man in the golden scholar's robe and the green-clothed children in the 2 mansions were full of expectation. Then the green-clothed children looked at each other in dismay, and suddenly roared with laughter. It turned out that after Qin Pingan stood still, his pure thought at that moment was actually beginning to miss a girl. Moreover, his thoughts were particularly ungentlemanly. He actually thought that the next time he met her at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he could not just hold her hand but should be more courageous. If Miss Ning was unwilling, at worst he would just beat and scold her a few times, and the two would still be together. But what if Miss Ning was actually willing and waited for Qin Pingon to take the initiative? You are a big man, don't you have a little boldness? Is it right to be bashful? Qin Pingon jumped off the railing. He was sleepy. When he walked to the house, he clapped his fists and cheered himself on. Not right, definitely not right. Besides, it's not like you haven't hugged Miss Ning at the inverted mountain. It's just that you were in a daze at that time and didn't remember anything. How can this be? A little kiss. Qin Pingon, are you courting death? You can't think about this, it's a little too fast. Didn't you think so much just now? It's better to be slower with Miss Ning. Simmering with a gentle fire is also good my ass. The green-clothed children laughed one by one and rolled all over the ground. It did not mean that all of Qin Pingon's thoughts could be known by them, but tonight was an exception. Because Qin Pingon's thoughts were too deeply involved with the state of mind, and had already touched the foundation. His thoughts were big and his soul moved greatly, almost covering the whole small world of the human body. The little man in a scholar's robe, who was covered in dense golden light and almost formed a golden core in his heart, fell backward and could not help but curse, "Qin Pingon, you bastard." After cursing, he laughed instead. Although tonight's blooming and fruiting was not perfect enough, far from flawless, but in fact for Qin Pingon it was already greatly beneficial. For example, the embryonic golden core in the heart of the little man in the golden scholar's robe was Mao Xiaodong's greatest hope for Qin Pingon to refine Shen Wen's golden core. Madame Xiao Luan and the maidservant lived alone in a courtyard in a remote area of the Purple Yang Palace. If they were placed together with Sun Dengxian and the other two, even with Madame Xiao Luan's temperament, she would fall out. At this moment, Madame Xiao Luan was standing in the hall while someone was sitting. The maidservant had already been put into a coma by that person using a secret technique. That person glanced sideways at the White Swan River's water god, who was wearing an overly tight dress, and smiled strangely. Madame Xiao Luan's face was full of embarrassment. This person was the self-proclaimed cave spirit perfected cultivator, Wu Yi, the true master of the Purple Yang Palace. No matter how bold Madame Xiao Luan was, she would not dare to enter the forbidden Purple Qi Palace without permission and knock on Qin Pingon's door in such a dress that was not much better than that of a brothel's courtesan. It was all Wu Yi's request. Wu Yi did not use his cultivation to suppress her. He only gave Madame Xiao Luan a condition that she could not refuse. It was about the Imperial River Water God's attempt to harm the White Swan River Water God residents through the Longquan County. Palace Master Huang Liang had already promised Madame Xiao Luan that he would help to stop the Imperial River Water God residents. For this, the White Swan River Water God residents would have to pay a large amount of immortal coins to the Purple Yang Palace every 10 years. From then on, the White Swan River would become a vassal of the Purple Yang Palace like the Iron Coupon River. However, the White Swan River Water God residents did not have to spend money to avert the disaster. After joining the Purple Yang Palace, although they would have to draw a clear line between them and the current Hong Emperor, Huang Liang promised Madame Xiao Luan that he would stretch the less than 900 miles White Swan River to 1,200 miles within 100 years. The Water God Manor would pay the money, but all the resistance from the imperial court of the Yellow Ting Nation and the desperate counterattacks of the mountain and water gods who had their providence stolen, the Purple Yang Manor could also help them settle it. The Water God Manor only needed to hire the cultivators of the Purple Yang Manor according to the market price, and they could suppress and kill their way through. It was easy to ask for immortal coins, but the length of the White Swan River determined the size and thickness of the river's water transportation. Not only did the imperial court have to agree to open a water channel, they would also have to face all kinds of strong resistance during the process. It was not something that could be done with just money. After the White Swan River reached 1,200 miles, the White Swan River's territory would increase. The surrounding counties, cities, mountains and rivers would all be under the White Swan River Water God Residence's jurisdiction. At that time, the annual profits would be extremely impressive. This was something that Madame Xiao Luan had always dreamed of. After 100 years, not to mention surpassing the Imperial River and becoming the second largest river in the Yellow Ting country, She could even leave the Hanxi River behind in one go and become the Water God Palace in the future. This was the real reason why Madame Xiaoluan was so humble in the boundless snow hall. She must firmly grasp this prospect. This was no longer a case of enduring for a moment of peace and tranquility. Rather, enduring for a moment would allow one to walk on the great Tao and flourish. Therefore, after Wu Yi found Madame Xiaoluan, she proposed a second deal. Madame Xiaoluan, who was filled with anticipation for the future, hesitated for a while before suppressing all the grievances, anger and shame in her heart and nodded her head in agreement. Wu Yi said that as long as Xiaoluan was willing to climb into Qin Pinggan's bed tonight, she would be able to sleep with him. Flowering pleasure was equivalent to doing Wu Yi and Xiang Palace a favor. Wu Yi would make Tietjiang River completely become the vassal of Baihu River. Jixiang Temple would no longer be able to use its connections to intimidate Xiang Palace. Moreover, from now on, Wu Yi would put in a good word for Xiaoluan and Baihu River's Water God Palace in the Dali dynasty. As for whether there would be peace in the end, Wu Yi would not guarantee anything, but at least she would personally handle this matter. Therefore there was Madame Xiaoluan's charming night visit. Even the drizzle was a smokescreen that Wu Yi used in the Purple Sun Manor's territory. It was to prove to Qin Pinggan that Madame Xiaoluan was indeed in love. A river god who sincerely admired him and fell in love with him at first sight had taken the initiative to offer herself to him. Why wouldn't he be happy to form a marriage that didn't require any responsibility? Apart from that, there was also a mystery. Wu Yi purposely mentioned the karma of killing a flood dragon monster, and it was not a lie. In fact, she could see that there was a karma on Qin Pinggan. How could she resolve it? Naturally, she would use Baihu River's Water God Palace's incense merit to help him get rid of it. Wu Yi said straightforwardly that she would compensate Madame Xiaoluan with celestial money. After some consideration, Madame Xiaoluan agreed. Unfortunately, Madame Xiaoluan returned without accomplishing anything. That Qin Pinggan did not even let her in. Wu Yi said slowly, "Xiaoluan, you can't even grasp such a great opportunity. You're really useless." Madame Xiaoluan smiled bitterly. Wu Yi suddenly asked, "Could it be that Qin Pinggan is not interested in a girl like you? Your maidservant looks young and not bad-looking. Why don't you let her try?" Madame Xiaoluan shook her head. "She probably won't even be able to enter the building. That guy called Zhou Xian is a martial artist in the far travel realm. He's been pestering me for a long time. He seemed frivolous, but at the last moment he wanted to kill me. Zhou Xian purposely didn't hide it, so if it was her, she might have been beaten to death outside the building. Her corpse would have been thrown out of the Purple Qi Palace, or thrown into the Iron Note River. It would have floated down to our Baigu River." Wu Yi rubbed her brows. What is this Qin Pinggan thinking? Madame Xiaoluan had a helpless expression. That fellow had closed the door without saying anything, and she was also furious from embarrassment. Wu Yi sized Madame Xiaoluan up. "Xiaoluan, your looks are second to none in our Huangting country, right? Where am I going to find a girl with good looks for him? Secular girls at the foot of the mountain might look good, but they are all smelly. Xiaoluan, do you think that a well-rounded woman like you is not to Qin Pinggan's taste? He only likes petite and exquisite young girls, or those who are exceptionally tall and slender." Madame Xiaoluan shook her head. She really had no idea. Wu Yi sighed. "Then tell me, is Qin Pinggan a normal man?" Madame Xiaoluan replied softly, "Probably." Wu Yi asked seriously, "What do you think of me?" Madame Xiaoluan felt a chill down her spine. From Qin Pinggan to Zhou Xian, to this old ancestor of Purple Sun Palace, they were all unreasonable lunatics. She had no choice but to choose her words carefully and say something nice. "Progenitor, you have such an honorable status. How could you let yourself suffer like this?" Wu Yi waved his hand dispiritedly. "Forget it, I can't let you barge into the attic and force yourself on Qin Pinggan." Wu Yi stood up. "But this deal is still valid for a period of time, even if it doesn't work tonight. You still have a chance, Xiaoluan, do as you see fit." Suddenly Wu Yi and Xiaoluan's expressions turned solemn as they felt an unusual aura of the great Tao. Lofty, ethereal, dignified, mighty, and so on. It was indescribably wonderful. Both of them guessed something. Wu Yi said sternly, "Xiaoluan, what do you think?" Xiaoluan's heart was filled with excitement. She no longer hesitated and her fighting spirit soared. This Baihu River's water god's answer was firm. Madame Xiaowan's heart was even more passionate than when she met the emperor of the Hong clan by the Baihu River. After Wu Yi left, Madame Xiaowan returned to her room to rest. She tossed and turned on the bed, unable to sleep. On this night, it rained again in the Purple Sun Palace. Zhou Xian stood in the corridor on the second floor and laughed strangely. "All right, it's for real." Qin Pingon did not know about this. He returned to the room and the lamp on the table was still lit. Qin Pingon continued to flip through the book. As he read, he raised his head and looked around with the dim yellow light. The book said that some people's hearts were like a demon-revealing mirror, making the surrounding ghosts and monsters unable to hide. But Qin Pingon hoped that his heart was just an oil lamp, placed on the table in his ancestral home in Muddy Bottle Alley. Through that little light he could see the dust and moths that accompanied him. If there were guests at home, they could see that on the yellow mud windowsill Qin Pingon had placed a coarse little pottery pot with a swaying grass in it. Qin Pingon leaned on the table. With his chin resting on the back of his hand, Qin Pingon stared at the lamp. He actually vaguely knew that there was something waiting for him to face. Qin Pingon thought of many possibilities and felt that he was not afraid of any of them. There was only one thing, and that was a person. Qin Pingon did not dare to think too much about it. There was no difference in the world between people who were close or distant. This was what Qin Pingon said himself. Pei Qian suddenly woke up and sat up as if she had a nightmare. She thought about it but forgot the content of the nightmare. She wiped the sweat off her forehead. Still in a daze, she found a talisman and pasted it on her forehead before continuing to sleep. She could see through people's hearts and see a person's state of mind. For example, old chef Zhu Lian's reign of terror. Only a tall building stood tall. For example, Cui Dongshan's deep pool had golden books scattered on the ground. She hid the biggest secret in her heart. She did not even tell her master, Qin Pingon. As long as she looked at Qin Pingon with her heart, she would feel like she was in a small well. When she looked up, there was probably a lamp placed at the mouth of the well, a small ball of light. It should have made a coward like her who was afraid of ghosts and darkness feel warm and yearning, but it made her feel like she was in lotus flower-blessed land many times. When she looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, her eyes would burn and tears would flow down, but every time the scars healed she would forget the pain and she could not help but look up again. When she looked down, she saw a bright moon rippling on the water at the bottom of the well. Below it, there was a vague shadow as if there was a dragon swimming in it. It should have been very scary, but it made her feel especially close to it. The water in the well in her master's heart was spreading upwards. Maybe one day the bright moon in the water would meet the lamp on the mouth of the well. In her sleep, Pei Qian subconsciously put her hand on her chest. There was a small brocade pouch that Cui Dongshan had taught her. He said that if her master was sad and angry, she would take it out and give it to her master. Qin Pingon did not sleep for the whole night. He decided not to stay in Xiang Palace anymore. He wanted to hurry on his journey, so he asked Zhu Lian to inform the steward as a greeting to Wu Yi. Unexpectedly, palace head Huang Liang rushed over and tried his best to persuade Qin Pingon to stay. He said that if Qin Pingon left Xiang Palace just like that, he could resign as the palace head. No matter what, he wanted Qin Pingon to stay for a day or two so that he could get someone to bring Qin Pingon to see the scenery around Xiang Palace. Then he told Qin Pingon a piece of news. Ancestor Yuan Jun had already gone to Hanxi River, but before he left, he said that when Qin Pingon and the rest left Xiang Palace, they could choose one item from the first to the fourth floor of Ziki Palace's treasure trove as a farewell gift from Xiang Palace. If Qin Pingon did not accept it, it was fine. As the palace head, he would choose 4 of the most precious items in front of Qin Pingon and smash them on the spot. Qin Pingon could not guess what Wu Yi was up to. This kind of shameless and enthusiastic hospitality was too unreasonable. Even Wei Pai did not have such a big face. Qin Pingon naturally wanted to leave this troublesome place immediately. Regardless of whether Huang Liang smashed the 4 treasures or not, Qin Pingon had Wu Yi's unwarranted attentiveness and Madame Xiaowan had come knocking on his door at night. Qin Pingon was really traumatized by this Xiang Palace. However, Huang Liang seemed to have expected this and did not care about his face at all. He also learned from his ancestor and put on a shameless face, saying that whether or not I, Huang Liang, can still be the palace head depends on young Master Chen's decision. Could it be that young Master Chen would not agree to a day or two of sightseeing in exchange for Xiang Palace's hospitality? Watch as he, Huang Liang, lost his position as mansion master? After a discussion with Zhou Xian and Shi Rou, Qin Pingon decided to stay put and deal with the situation. He agreed to let Huang Liang stay for one more day to see the surrounding scenery. In the end, when the Xiang Palace sent someone to lead the way, Qin Pingon was filled with regret. On the other hand, Zhou Lian was clearly gloating. So it turned out that Madame Xiao Luan, who had regained her graceful demeanor, was responsible for bringing Qin Pingon's group to sightsee. Qin Pingon bit the bullet and boarded a boat that was docked by the Taiban riverside. Under the night sky, the group returned to the Xiang Palace. Wu Yi stood in Xiao Luan's courtyard and asked with a smile, "How was it?" Madame Xiao Luan wanted to speak but hesitated. Wu Yi's expression was unhappy. "Just speak." Madame Xiao Luan sighed. "Along the way I gave him all sorts of hints and even expressed my longing for him. However, Qin Pingon did not give me any face nor did he speak a word. Before we got off the boat, Qin Pingon said 2 sentences to me." Wu Yi curiously asked, "Which 2 sentences?" Madame Xiao Luan smiled bitterly. "The first sentence, 'Madame Xiao Luan, are you purposely trying to kill me?'" Wu Yi was baffled. Madame Xiao Luan was a little uneasy. The second sentence, Qin Pingon said it very seriously, "If you continue to pester me, I will kill you with a single punch." Wu Yi stretched out 2 fingers and rubbed her temple. Madame Xiao Luan covered her mouth and giggled. She then retracted her charming expression and patted her chest. "I know he's not joking, so I'm afraid I'm really afraid. However, I'm still a little unconvinced. But I also know that I'm destined to miss out on a great opportunity this time." Madame Xiao Luan respectfully bowed to Wu Yi. Wu Yi glanced at Madame Xiao Luan. "At least you know what you are capable of." Xiao Luan was stunned for a moment before she came to her senses. She secretly glanced at the tall and skinny Wu Yi and immediately retracted her gaze. She was a little embarrassed. Wu Yi was annoyed. "Qin Pingon is blind." Zhou Lian was secretly laughing as he accompanied Qin Pingon to the corridor on the 4th floor. Zhou Lian couldn't hold it in and asked, "Young master, how do you feel after encountering such a brainless romance?" "424. At dawn, Qin Pingon and the others packed their luggage and prepared to leave Purple Sun Mansion. Mansion Master Huang Mang and 2 old immortals of the Dragon Gate realm personally sent them off all the way to the bank of the Iron Certificate River. The river god of Incense Accumulation Temple had already prepared a ferry for them to travel 100 miles down the river before landing at a ferry and continuing to the border of Huangting country. Qin Pingon expressed his gratitude to Huang Mang. Huang Mang took out a small red sandalwood box that emitted a fresh scent of wood. It was the famous Dew Terrace of Huangting country, and said that it was a token of appreciation from the patriarch. Pei Qian put on a straight face and pretended that he did not care. Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment before accepting the small box that contained the 4 treasures of the treasure repository. If Mansion Master Huang passes through Longquan County in the future, you must visit Luapa Mountain. Then Qin Pingon lifted the valuable box and joked, "Without such a valuable gift and without the old dragon's coveted wine from Vast Snow Hall's banquet, there are only some home-cooked dishes. I reckon that even if Mansion Master Huang passes through Longquan County, you won't be too willing to greet me." Huang Mang smiled and said, "As long as I have the chance to go to Dali, even if I don't pass through Longquan County, I will find an opportunity to take a detour and disturb young Master Chen." They chatted happily and Huang Mang sent Qin Pingon and the others to the ferry. He originally planned to send them to the ferry of the Iron Certificate River, but Qin Pingon insisted that he did not want to, so Huang Mang gave up. After boarding the ferry, Qin Pingon stood at the bow with the blade-strengthening gourd at his waist filled with the old dragon's coveted wine. The ferry slowly sailed downstream, and Qin Pingon cupped his fist in the direction of Purple Cloud Palace. On the top floor of the treasure repository, a tall female cultivator cast a camouflage spell. It was cave spirit Wu Yi. After seeing this scene, she smiled and said, "It's easy to invite a god, but it's not difficult to send one away." He was in a good mood. Wu Yi had already reported everything that had happened in the past 2 days to her father in detail via a flying sword at Cloud-Splitting Mountain in Longquan County. She believed that even if she did not receive a reward, she would not be punished at least. In Wu Yi's vision, the fairy gradually shrank to the size of a mustard seed. Wu Yi's heartstrings suddenly tightened, not daring to move. Unknowingly, a cultured and refined old man dressed in a scholarly robe had appeared beside her. Just like that, he easily broke through the Purple Sun Manor's grand formation and silently arrived at Wu Yi's side. Wu Yi steadied her mind and said softly, "Unfilial daughter greets father." The uninvited guest turned out to be the old assistant minister of the Yellow Court Country's Ministry of Revenue in the past, and the current vice mountain master of the Deer Academy in the Cloud Pagoda Forest. During his long life, this old Wurm had already used countless aliases. The old man glanced at Wu Yi and smiled for the first time. "You've killed 3 birds with 1 stone. When did you become so smart?" Wu Yi was terrified and uneasy. She kept feeling that her father was being sarcastic, or that there was a hidden meaning in his words. She was afraid that she would be in trouble in the next moment, so she already had thoughts of fleeing far away. The old man extended his hand and placed it on the railing. He said slowly, "Where did the Imperial River Water God get the ability to harm the White Swan River's Xiaoluan? When he made that grand trip to the Dragon Spring Manor, he only had a drink with that little snake." This little boy in azure robes from the desolate mountain, who only knows how to pretend to be strong, asked for a peace tablet for his friend. Back then he was already running into walls everywhere, making it extremely difficult for him. Actually, it's because Xiaoluan was flustered and desperate that she was willing to lower herself and rely on your Purple Sun Manor. However, Xiaoluan was willing to give up on her relationship with the Hong family, so she can be considered a smart person. By working for the Purple Sun Manor, she would benefit greatly, and you would be able to earn money without doing anything. This is the first point. The old man opened his palm, looked at it, and shook his head. Then he clasped his hands behind his back and continued, "The method you used to curry favor with Qin Pingon was very underhanded and too stiff. Especially during the banquet at the vast snow hall, you even wanted to suppress Qin Pingon. However, just like making a wrong move in and out of a wrong move and go, it made Qin Pingon's impression of you much better. This is because if you keep showing that you are too scheming, Qin Pingon will only be more cautious. He will always be wary and on guard against you and the Purple Sun Manor, and in the end, you won't be able to accumulate any so-called Jianghu friendship. The most wonderful part is that the night rain that you originally intended to cover for Xiaoluan created the illusion that a river water god was in love. Unexpectedly, you gave Qin Pingon a great opportunity instead. If I hadn't deliberately suppressed it, perhaps the vision of heaven and earth would have been much greater. Not only the Purple Sun Manor but the entire Iron Ticket River, and even the spirits of the White Swan River would have sensed it and be equally affected. The Saint Leshan is even more fond of water and is very knowledgeable. Therefore what you did was very unexpected for me. It was a great surprise. This is the second reason." The old man turned his head and smiled. "Lastly, this time having you invite Qin Pingon as a guest at the Purple Sun Manor was Lord Imperial Tutor's arrangement. The Imperial Tutor Cui told me clearly that it was only to slow down Qin Pingon's journey back home. As for the Imperial Tutor Cui's request, he definitely wouldn't tell an outsider like me. Of course, I also don't want to know. Getting involved in these matters, regardless of success or failure, you and I are destined to suffer. This time, you helped me accomplish this matter, which is equivalent to me helping the Imperial Tutor Cui a little. The Purple Sun Manor will definitely be rewarded by the Dali in the future. Just wait for the good news." This was great news, but Wu Yi couldn't help but feel a chill all over her body. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never have thought that her father had watched this farce from beginning to end. Currently, Wu Yi was facing Old Flood Dragon in the corridor of the tall building. It was probably the same as Madame Xiaoluan facing Wu Yi in the small courtyard. Old Flood Dragon, who was dressed and looked no different from the world's great scholars, opened his palm again and frowned. "What can I see from this?" Wu Yi quietly looked over. She saw her father condensing the essence of the mist in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with his magical ability. His palm was full of water droplets as if they had just been picked from the lotus leaves after the rain. Then those water droplets exploded in her father's palm at the same time, turning into a puddle of rain. Her father stared at it for a long time, but he still couldn't figure it out. In Wu Yi's mind, her father, who was knowledgeable and didn't lose to the sage of the Confucian Academy, seemed to hesitate for a moment. He stretched out his other palm and poured the water droplets from his palm into it. In an instant, Wu Yi saw a golden light flash in her father's palm. Before Wu Yi could take a closer look, her father had already quickly clenched his fist. Wu Yi could no longer see the scene in her father's palm. The old man thought for a moment, then smiled at Wu Yi. "There's nothing to see." Wu Yi naturally didn't dare to get to the bottom of it. The old man asked, "Do you know why all sentient beings in the world are tirelessly pursuing human skin? The body of the Illuminati is so weak that even eating grains in order to survive has become an obstacle to cultivation. Therefore, Qi trainers pay attention to fasting, lest the stench disturbs the gods and causes the fetus to wither, making it impossible for them to recover their nascent soul. On the other hand, we flood dragons are blessed by nature. Not only are we born with a strong body, but our spiritual intelligence is also no worse than that of humans. Why are you and I standing here in human form?" Wu Yi was a little confused and didn't dare to speak rashly because it was common knowledge among all the cultivators and mountain spirits on the mountain that the aperture acupoints of a person's cave was a fairyland. However, her father would never talk nonsense with her, so where was the mystery? The old man didn't embarrass Wu Yi, who didn't have many children left in this world. The mystery is only in one word: still. The old man stretched out a finger and drew a circle in the air. Wu Yi was lost in thought. The old man smiled and said, "You are still young and inexperienced. Let alone the scene 3,000 years ago, even 10,000 years ago. If I don't tell you, where can you find the answer?" Wu Yi's expression was solemn. She knew that her father was teaching her the opportunity to reach the Tao. She had been stagnant in the Golden Core realm for more than 300 years. As a descendant of the Flood Dragon, the unorthodox Daoist technique that could allow cultivators to reach the nascent soul realm. Not only did she not achieve twice the result with half the effort, but she also stumbled. It was not easy for her to reach the peak of the Golden Core realm. After more than 100 years, the bottleneck of the Golden Core realm began to stagnate, which made her despair. The old man looked up at the sky. "Aren't you curious? Today the 3 sects, the 100 schools of thought, and the 3 worlds. Where did so many mortal teachers come from? Why did they come? How did they become the masters of the world in the end? Well, the last point is that there are a lot of rumors in the mountains. Some are far and some are close to the truth. You might have a rough understanding of it." Wu Yi nodded. 3,000 years ago, the last true dragon in the world escaped from the central divine continent. Relying on its innate ability to control the water of the world, it chose to go ashore at the southernmost old dragon city of the Aquarius continent. During the journey, it was severely injured and crashed into the ground, forcefully opening up a dragon path. It was suppressed by an unknown great cultivator with the now lost victory crushing technique and had no choice but to break out of the ground. The dying true dragon finally fell near the Pearl Grotto Heaven and died. Another great cultivator used a secret technique to build the Pearl Grotto Heaven. It was like a pearl that hung above the Dali dynasty. The old man sighed. "Your comprehension is really terrible." Wu Yi felt a little wronged. The old man waved his sleeves and temporarily turned the Purple Sun Mansion into a small world. He took out the immortal boat that had once sailed to the heavenly screen galaxy. He stepped into the wooden boat first and gestured for Wu Yi to follow. Then he said, "What do you think is the most powerful existence that has ever appeared in the world?" Wu Yi said timidly, "The ancestors of the 3 sects? And those 14 realm big shots that don't want to appear in the world? The former is like the gods as long as they are in their own world. As for the latter, they have already transcended the category of high and low realms. They also have all kinds of incredible supernatural powers and immortal skills." The old man did not comment. He casually pointed at a direction of the Iron Ticket River and smiled. "Incense Accumulation Temple, the White Swan River Water God Mansion further away, your brother's Xianxia River Mansion, and the surrounding temples of the gods of the mountains and rivers. What do they have in common? Forget it, I'll just say it directly. With your brain, waiting for you to give me an answer is purely a waste of my spiritual energy. The common thing is that the gods of the mountains and rivers in the eyes of the world can form a golden body as long as they have temples. No matter how bad your cultivation aptitude is, you can become a god with a golden body. It can be said that you have reached the heavens in one step. Do you need to cultivate in the future? You just need to eat incense. The more you eat, the higher your realm and the slower the decay of your golden body. This is different from the cultivation of chi cultivators. Therefore, this is called the difference between immortals and immortals. Come back and say the word, return, understand? Wu Yi shook her head. I still don't quite understand. The old man sighed. If one day you disappear without a trace, you will definitely die of stupidity. Do you know that in order to reach the Yuanying stage, your brother is more ruthless to himself than you? He gave up many of the original supernatural powers of the flood dragon's descendants and directly made himself a river god with his hands and feet tied? Wu Yi's eyes brightened. If we want to return the Yuanying stage, we have to become gods? The old man looked at his daughter with a kind of pitiful eyes. He was a little dispirited. She was really rotten wood. Your brother's direction was right, but he went too far. As a result, he completely broke the great Tao of the flood dragon. Therefore, I have given up on him. Otherwise, I wouldn't tell you this. It's also right for you to study the unorthodox Tao and borrow his stone to improve jade. It's just not the right way and you haven't gone far enough. Anyway, you still have a chance. The old man stretched out a finger and knocked on the railing. It's not two ends, it's right here. Between gods and humans is the most compatible fundamental great Tao of the flood dragon. This is the family law of our ancestors from 10,000 years ago. At that time, the flood dragon was in charge of all the lakes and seas in the world. Wherever there was water, it was our territory. However, your brother was too smart for his own good. He mistakenly thought that the orthodox divine Tao of the ancient times, righteous bestowal, was similar to the imperial court's bestowal. However, now the rules of heaven and earth have changed, which has a great impact on us. Because of the bloody accident, we are hated by the invisible great Tao. Therefore, it has become extremely difficult for us to enter the Yuanying stage. Wu Yi finally couldn't help but ask, Father, you didn't tell me how to cultivate the Yuanying stage. Just tell me directly. The old man smiled and asked, You and I are father and daughter. Do you think it's a natural thing for you to cultivate and for me to teach? Wu Yi suddenly felt as if she was facing a great enemy. She felt that she was going to suffer. Sure enough, the old man sneered and said, Father is kind and son is filial. This idea is taught to you by the Confucian school, not by me. I have never expected obedience and filial piety from my descendants. You should know this better than those brothers and sisters in my belly, right? Then how should you be a daughter? Wu Yi's face turned pale. The old man grinned, showing some white teeth. If you can't enter the Yuanying stage in 100 years, I will eat you. Otherwise, you will share my flood dragon's luck for nothing. For the sake of your good work this time, I will tell you a piece of news. Qin Pingon has the last snake gallstone condensed by the essence blood of the real dragon. Some of them are of good quality. If you eat them, you can't enter the Yuanying stage, but you can at least improve your combat capability. On the day I eat you, you can struggle for a few more times. What do you think? Father is very kind to you, right? The tall and slender Wu Yi began to tremble. The old man suddenly sighed with emotion. You eat the aquatic creatures who have become demons to fill your stomach. I eat you to gather luck. Cui Dongshan, who occupies an ancient slough, can certainly eat me. What should I do? The old man said to Wu Yi with a smile. So don't think highly of yourself. There is always someone better than you. So we have to thank the rules set by the scholarly sages. Otherwise, you and your brother would have been my food and then I would have been Cui Dongshan's. In today's world, although the countries under the mountain are fighting each other, the sects on the mountain are in constant disputes, and the 100 schools of thought are scheming against each other, does it deserve to be called a chaotic world? I wonder if everyone today will run to the Confucian temples in those states and counties and kowtow to them when the situation 10,000 years ago reappears. Wu Yi didn't feel anything about these major events at all. She was still thinking about the method to enter the Yuanying stage. The old man asked, What 4 things did you give to Qin Pingon? Wu Yi answered honestly, 1 for each floor. A piece of iron condensed and bred in the first spring thunder and fell to the human world. It is the size of a thumb and weighs 6 kilograms. A high-quality spiritual robe made of thin spring grass. 6 fox skin beauty talisman paper figurines made by the Su family in Qingfeng City. A green plum seed full of spiritual energy. If buried in the soil, it will grow into a 1,000-year-old red plum tree in a year. Every 24 solar terms, it will emit spiritual energy. Previously, an old ancestor of the Lingyun sect wanted to buy it at a high price, but I was unwilling to sell it. The old man nodded and said, "It's not bad." The old man suddenly laughed. "Don't think that you are flirting with a blind man. The god of Beiyue Wei Pai will explain everything to Qin Pingan. But the premise is that Qin Pingan can walk to Luopa Mountain. This will depend on the result of the battle between Imperial Tutor Cui and Cui Dongshan." Wu Yi could hear the shocking meaning in his words. Cui Dong Cui and Cui Dongshan duel? But she was still obsessed with the saying of between gods and humans. She begged, "Father, if I can reach the nascent soul stage, won't I be able to do more for you?" The old man had already put away the boat and removed the small heaven and earth spell. In a flash, he returned to Dolly's cloud-padding mountain. Only Wu Yi was left behind, full of melancholy and fear. 100 years. It was a long life that ordinary people dreamed of. But in Wu Yi's eyes it was nothing. The water god of Jixiang Temple was overly attentive along the way. Qin Pingan had to use Zhou Xian to block the disaster. Soon Zhou Xian and the water god of Iron Certificate became brothers. When they arrived at the ferry, the two reluctantly bid farewell. The water god called Zhou Xian Big Brother. It was very familiar and sincere. The water god drove the ferry. When they returned, Qin Pingan and Zhou Xian retracted their gazes. Qin Pingan smiled and asked, "What did you talk about? You hit it off so well." Zhou Xian smiled and said, "What else can men talk about? Women, of course. We talked about Madame Xiaoluan halfway." Qin Pingan was too lazy to say anything more. Zhou Xian suddenly blushed and said, "Young master, in the future when you encounter dangerous situations in Jianghu, can you let this old servant share your burden? This old servant can also be considered a servant. A lake is the least afraid of wind and waves. Madame Xiaoluan is a goddess of mountains and rivers. This old servant does not dare to dream of easily capturing her. But as long as I let go and use my special skills to dig out a little bit of the past from my fingernails, the maidservants of Madame Xiaoluan and the young female cultivators of Xiang residence at most 3 days." Qin Pingan quickly interrupted Zhou Lian's words. After all, Pei Qian was still by his side. This girl was young and remembered these words very well. She was much more attentive than reading books. Zhou Lian was still unwilling to give up and said, "Young master, a place's environment nurtures a place's people. Back in Longyuan there should be a lot of people, right?" Qin Pingan thought for a while and shook his head. "In terms of appearance it seems to be no different from an ordinary town." Zhou Lian sighed. "It's a pity." However, Zhou Lian quickly said, "This old servant presumptuously talked to that river deity about Sun Dengxian. I reckon that if Sun Dengxian encounters some trouble in Huangting country in the future, as long as this river deity who is good at studying hears about it, he might be able to help Sun Dengxian. But young master should be prepared. Even if they are separated by thousands of mountains and rivers, the river deity of Jinshan Temple will definitely ask young master for credit." Qin Pingan gave Zhou Lian a thumbs up. "This matter is well done." Zhou Lian asked curiously, "Why does young master admire Sun Dengxian so much?" Qin Pingan said without hesitation, "Because he is a hero. When we roam Jianghu, if we don't admire heroes, should we worship flower thieves?" Zhou Lian said seriously, "Young master, I Zhou Lian am not a flower thief. I am a famous and distinguished person." Qin Pingan dismissed Zhou Lian with one sentence. "You can forget about it." Pei Qian shook his head and imitated Qin Pingan's tone to add fuel to the fire. "You can forget about it." Zhou Lian raised his foot, scaring Pei Qian into running away. Qin Pingan did not choose Yefu Pass as the entry route, just like the first time he traveled to the Great Sui Kingdom and returned to his hometown. They arrived at Funya County at the border of Huangting country. Arriving here meant that they were less than 600 miles away from Longquan County. If they continued forward, they would have to pass through a long stretch of cliff plank road. That time they were accompanied by the little boy in green and the girl in pink. That time, in the howling wind and snow, when Qin Pingon stopped to light a bonfire, they met a master and servant who happened to pass by. The more Qin Pingon thought about it, the more he felt that the man with the gentle expression and calm temperament should be a rather tall expert. After passing Fingya County, the group arrived at the familiar plank road in the twilight. Qin Pingon picked a spacious spot and planned to spend the night there. He reminded Pei Qian not to get too close to the edge of the plank road when practicing the crazy demon sword technique. Pei Qian asked curiously, "Old chef can fly anyway. Even if I accidentally fall, he can save me, right?" Qin Pingon said casually, "If you want to travel with the wind, you can ask Zhou Xian to help you. But you still have to be careful when practicing the sword. These are two different things." Pei Qian nodded. Pei Qian held the mountain walking staff and began to fight the demons and ghosts. Zhou Lian's eyes burned every time he saw it. Shiro quite liked to watch Pei Qian fool around. She sat on a rock and admired Pei Qian's swordsmanship. After practicing diligently for a long time, Pei Qian was sweating profusely. She put down the mountain walking staff and placed her master's bamboo box horizontally as a desk. After taking out her belongings, she squatted there and began to copy books under the last rays of the setting sun. After copying the books, Zhou Lian had finished cooking the rice. Shiro and Pei Qian took out the bowls and chopsticks, while Zhou Lian took out 2 wine cups. Qin Pingon poured out the old dragon's salivating wine from the blade's strengthening gourd. The two would occasionally drink like this. Pei Qian showed the spirit of a storm and ate a big bowl of rice early. Qin Pingon and Zhou Lian had just started to drink their second cup of wine. She smiled and asked Qin Pingon, "Master, can I take a look at the small red sandalwood box? If the things inside are lost, we can go back the way we came to look for it." Qin Pingon took a sip of wine and smiled, "Take a look yourself." Pei Qian then took out a beautiful wooden box from the bamboo box and sat cross-legged next to Qin Pingon with it in his arms. After opening it, he counted the items one by one. There was a thumb-sized but very heavy iron block, a folded piece of cyan clothing that weighed less than 2 taels, and a stack of talisman paper with drawings of beauties. He turned them over and over again as if he was afraid that they would grow legs and run away. Suddenly Pei Qian panicked and said, Master, the plum seed is gone. What should I do? Should I go look for it on the way?" Zhou Lian rolled his eyes. Shiro couldn't help but laugh. "When you're lying, can you hide the smile in your eyes?" Qin Pingon said, "Oh, it doesn't matter. Now that Master has money, it's not a big deal that it's lost." Pei Qian chuckled, flipped his wrist and opened his palm. "Master, are you happy or not? We all thought we lost it just now, right? So now we have an extra plum core." Qin Pingon smiled and nodded. Pei Qian laughed. "Master, you're so silly. Say it's not lost. Can't you tell?" Qin Pingon flicked Pei Qian's forehead with his finger. Pei Qian did not move an inch and did a qi sinking into her dantian. "It doesn't hurt at all." Zhou Lian had already flicked her wrist. "Ooh, but." Zhou Lian flicked her finger in the air. Pei Qian was in so much pain that she quickly put the plum seed back into the box and bent down to put it aside. She then covered her forehead with her hands and started to cry. Qin Pingon was grinning from ear to ear. Pei Qian, who was peeking at Zhou Lian through the gaps between her fingers, cried even harder when she saw that her master did not feel sorry for her. Qin Pingon quickly stopped smiling and asked, "Do you want to see Master travel on his sword?" Pei Qian's mouth turned down and said, "No." Qin Pingon just smiled. Pei Qian suddenly smiled brightly. "I miss it very much." Qin Pingon took off the semi-immortal weapon on his back but did not unsheath it. He stood up, faced the cliff and threw it out. Qin Pingon strode forward and tapped on the blade's strengthening gourd. He leaped out and stepped on the long sword, speeding away. Pei Qian opened her mouth wide and quickly got up. She ran to the cliff and stared at the handsome figure on the sword. Zhou Lian and Shiro naturally knew the answer. Flying swords 1 and 15 were hidden under the sword. Pei Qian yelled, "Master, don't fly too far." In the mountain wind, Qin Pingon bent his knees slightly and stepped on the sword. His mind was connected with the two flying swords. The top of the scabbard of the sword tilted upwards and suddenly rose up. Qin Pingon and the long sword under his feet broke through a layer of cloud sea and could not help but hover still. Under his feet was the golden cloud sea in the afterglow, which stretched as far as the eye could see. There was a great beauty between heaven and earth. Qin Pingon realized that what he saw when he was traveling on his sword was completely different from what he saw when he was on the Immortal ferry overlooking the cloud sea. Qin Pingon looked at the cloud sea for a long time. As the sun set in the west, the afterglow gradually faded. Finally, Qin Pingon stood on the long sword and closed his eyes. He held his breath and concentrated, practicing the sword furnace stance. Qin Pingon put away the sword furnace stance. In an instant his heart moved and he muttered, "Did Chao Ci break through again?" But you're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.